Ask all the councillors to take a seat so that we can begin the business. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and pay my respects to their elders, both past and present. We have apologies tonight from Councillor McKenna, who's away, and I understand apology for lateness from Councillor Macri, who is at his work and is on his way shortly. Can I get a motion that those apologies be accepted? Moved by Councillor Passos, seconded by Councillor Porteous. I'll just provide that wording to the minute taker. So the resolution is that Council note apologies from Councillor McKenna and Councillor Macri for lateness. Councillor McKenna for her absence and Councillor Macri for lateness. Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Councillors, I'll make a note to the members of the gallery who are in attendance here tonight that the council meetings are webcast. It was a new initiative brought in, it may have been in place in Marrickville Council previously, but initiated across the Inner West Council area by the Administrator. That means that if you address the council meeting tonight, that will be webcast live and will remain on YouTube, on the council's YouTube channel subsequent to tonight. And so it's important for you to be aware of that in terms of things that you might say in the public domain. There can be legal consequences for that, and for all of the councillors here who aren't protected by parliamentary privilege like state or federal colleagues might be. Councillors, are there any disclosures of interest tonight? Councillor Lockie?
Yes, I have a pecuniary interest in relation to item 20, reversing of OSHC fee increases. My family uses this service at Camdenville Public School, so we could potentially realise a financial benefit if the motion passes.
Okay, so Councillor Lockie is acknowledging a pecuniary interest in relation to item 20. I'll ask the General Manager and the General Manager to liaise with the minute taker about the correct wording for that. Any further disclosures, councillors? Councillor Kiat?
Can't hear. Can't hear.
A non-significant non-pecuniary interest because my sister-in-law is a volunteer with the Climate Council, which is the subject of two motions tonight.
Requires disclosure, good on full transparency. So that's a disclosure of a non-significant non-pecuniary interest for Councillor Kiat for items 22 and 18. I'll ask the appropriate to liaise with the minute taker about that. Councillor Hesse?
Yes, Councillor. I take advice, but I live very, very close to Carrington Road and would be affected by it, but I don't believe it's pecuniary at this point, but I'd take advice from the General Manager.
I'll direct that question to the General Manager.
Yes, I believe that's a non-pecuniary interest, non-significant.
That would get into a position subsequently where you're not able to be involved in policy determination in relation to it and make a declaration out of it unnecessary.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Councillor Hesse is declaring a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in relation to the Carrington Road item 3. Any further disclosures? Councillor Disbanda.
Item 33, member of GRPP, so I won't be participating in the discussion.
Can't hear.
Sorry. I am a member of the GRPP, and I understand that this item will be before us. So I have 33. Your mayoral minute about Carrington Road.
So item 3
No.
and item 33. So Councillor Iskander is declaring significant non-pecuniary interest from Councillor Iskander for items 3 and item 33.
No.
Any further declarations? I'll just wait for the second to catch up. Can we get a motion to accept those declarations? Moved by Councillor York. So seconded for that. Seconded by Councillor Stamoulis. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Confirmation of minutes of the meeting of the 21st of September 2017. Councillors, were there any clarifications or points of correction in regards to those minutes? If not, if I could get a motion to adopt those minutes. Someone move that way. Moved by Councillor York, seconded by Councillor Porteous. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Councillors, I've tabled a series of mayoral minutes tonight, which, as you'll be aware, under the Code of Meeting Practice, are required to be dealt with prior to the existing business on the agenda. And so I'll now take some time to go through each of those. The first mayoral minute...
Just a question through the chair, if I could, before we start these. A number of these mayoral minutes are very similar to items that are appearing in the agenda itself. In particular, the very first one, in fact, is almost a replica of a motion that notice of motion that I put forward some time ago. I'm just wondering how we might deal with those issues that are virtually replicating items that are on the agenda or close enough anyway. Thank you.
I'll put that as a question to the General Manager.
The Mayor is entitled to put up mayoral minutes at any point in time. There is some difference between the minutes and the notices of motions that follow, but the Mayor is entitled to do that.
I'm uncertain now, I'm very tired and sleep deprived. I'm uncertain now whether I manage country at the beginning of the meeting. Very good. I didn't want to make that mistake at the first ordinary meeting as a new council. I thought that would be inappropriate and offensive. So I'll begin with item 30, which is in relation to bike share schemes. I'd like to inform councillors that recently I have met with OFO, which is one of the major operators in the bike share market, who are seeking to establish a presence here in the inner west and across Metropolitan Sydney. And council officers have also recently met with O-Bike, who are the main operator who have been populating our footpaths and streets with a very large number of bikes, and they're intending to exponentially increase the number of those bikes which appear on our footpaths in the weeks ahead. Council officers have been reticent, despite receiving complaints from a broad range of residents about the fact that this appears to be unregulated. They've been reticent to take punitive action because, in principle, the professionals here at the professional public servants at the council think that the advent of a viable commercial bike hire scheme is something that we should welcome. And I agree. I think that that would be a huge step forward for active transport here in the inner west and across Sydney if we could get to a stage where there were successful commercial bike hire schemes operating. In the past, the obstacles to that have included a range of issues, and it's been studied very closely by the former constituent councils of this amalgamated entity and also by the City of Sydney. The topography of Sydney is a challenge. It's a very hilly place. The unwillingness of people to share helmets. A lot of places around the world where bike hire schemes are successful, there's not a requirement under the law to wear a helmet, whereas here there is, and that's an inescapable reality. And also the lesser population density that we have here in Sydney in comparison to many cities around the world where these schemes have been successful. The good news is that there's clearly an appetite amongst internationally reputable providers to come and establish a share scheme here, and some of them are funded by very big capital-intensive entities from China and other places around the world. So let's presume that they wouldn't be investing in this if they didn't think that they could turn a buck. So that's good news. The challenge is that at the moment there's no process of regulation at all. And the danger with that is, of course, that our footpaths could become inaccessible for people in wheelchairs or with prams, that there could be a safety risk, and that the amenity of our streets could be undermined if we've got every operator out there who wants to start a scheme feeling like they can go and put down a bike wherever they want and not worry about the consequences. My concern also with that is that given we want to see these schemes succeed, that if you don't have a good regulatory regime in place, that will actually make it very difficult for that success to occur, because they will lose popularity, it will undermine public support, and there will be an increasing number of complaints and an expectation that governments such as ours will take punitive action to ensure that safety is upheld. And so what I'm proposing is that not just we get a report, as Councillor Stamoulis has recommended in his motion on notice, but that we take the lead in proposing a new regulatory regime that would apply to the 5 innermost metropolitan councils, that is ourselves, Randwick, Waverley, Wallara and the City of Sydney. And in my conversations with OFO, the largest operator globally, they've made it clear that they would like to see regulation in place and that they would like to see one set of rules of the road across that metropolitan area so that safety is upheld, the public can have confidence that it's being properly regulated and is acting in the public and is operating in the public interest, but that you don't overlay 5 different types of red tape onto these operators who are trying to get up and running and to develop successful business models here in our backyard and across the rest of Sydney. So that's the recommendation that I'm putting forward, that we state our in-principle support for commercial bike hire schemes, that we note the success and viability of bike share schemes does depend upon having a good, strong, sensible, common sense regulatory approach, that we convene a meeting between ourselves, Waverley, Randwick, Wallara and the City of Sydney to develop a regional response, and we include the operators in that consultation and negotiation. We seek to have a consistent set of rules developed, that the Inner West Council punch above its weight and take the lead in doing that, and that we request advice from Council's Manager of Legal Services in the meantime about what powers we do have in regards to abandoned bikes, and that all of that information should be tabled as soon as is appropriate and as soon as it can be gathered for the information of councillors. Before going to councillors and to anyone from the public gallery who may wish to speak to this matter, I would like the appropriate officer just to outline what conversations have occurred between Inner West Council staff and the main operator who's got their bikes out on the street, which is O-Bike, about the complaints that we've received and what action council may be required to take if the littering of the street with bikes is not improved.
Certainly, through you, Mr Mayor. We have had a number of meetings with O-Bike, and the issues regarding how they've been handling the positioning of the bicycles and how they've been left on the streets was raised with them as a matter of concern. They have taken on board our issues, and one of the ways we have said to them is that we want to see a better management plan put in place, to which they've agreed, which is largely the process that the Mayor has just talked about. But generally they have indicated that they are willing to work with us.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll now open this to discussion. Councillor Passes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm totally opposed to it.
I've got feedback too from residents. They're ugly, they're dangerous, cars cannot open their car doors, they're on the grass verges. What do our gardeners have to do? Move bikes to mow the grass verges and then put them back again. They work in cities in Europe, I've been told, where people don't have cars, and a lot of tourism. I haven't seen a tourist bus come to Ashfield yet in the 69 years I've been here. So I don't think we've got tourists in Ashfield. Totally unnecessary. We don't need them. If you know, with our 4 yearly pickups, half of the rubbish that's picked up are bikes that people don't want anymore. And to me, it's in direct competition with our businesses that do sell bikes in the area. We've got enough obstacles on our streets. Aesthetically, our streets are ugly. We have obsolete signage. We have signs, 3 signs in one area that says the same thing. I've always thought we should have an audit on the signage. I don't think we need them. We don't need them here. And you're opening up a Pandora's box. If it's something, I think our residents should let us know if they need them or not. And I think this company, I don't know how many there are, should have come to council to ask us, are we interested in something like this? Just imagine any other business just coming out and open up its doors or throwing something down without approaching the council or the people in charge. I'm a Liberal. I'm for business and I'm all for self-starters. But I'm afraid to say the way they went around this it hasn't been done in the proper manner, and I don't think it's going to finish in the proper manner. We are not the area for this. There's plenty of bikes. People can hire bikes. People can buy bikes. They can borrow them. I'm all for health and exercise, but I don't know. There was a segment on television the other night where how many bikes they pulled up out of the harbour. Hundreds and hundreds of them. I drive around now and see them thrown across the road. Helmets are missing. And they're also dangerous. Thrown out on the road and pushed over. As I said, people can't exit their cars. We've got to mow the verges. Children run along the footpath. If a child falls, I don't think it would sustain such an injury on the grass verge or the footpath as much as it would if it fell onto a steel bike. I know we can't protect the world, but as I said, all of a sudden I started receiving telephone calls. What are these bikes? And I didn't know in the first instance what the people were talking about. I'm totally opposed to it. It doesn't suit our area.
Councillor Drury.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this forward. I think this is a very sensible way to go. I think we do understand we live in an age of disruptive technologies and disruptive approaches to bringing in new and innovative ideas, and part of me kind of likes that. I must admit, I've had a go on a few of these bikes, and I actually think it's quite a nifty idea. But I'm also getting complaints from residents who are just getting a bit irritated with them being strewn all over the shop, and some of our local youths and others who are placing the bikes in places where they perhaps shouldn't be. So I would like to see a bit of a sensible regulatory framework. I hope we don't get into the usual local government over bloody egging this, producing a 20-page document, reminiscent of a United Nations treaty. I think it should be a pretty simple approach. I'd also like to see us have a look at the issue about these bikes being placed and actually displacing other bike users who want to use our existing bike racks. So I think we need to have a little bit of a think about that. I would be keen on putting to these organisations that they should be contributing to the councils to put up the O-rings, as the O-rings, the bike, things that you can lock your bike on. There's little O-rings, we put a lot of them around in Ashfield. They can be put on poles and they can be used to actually lock the bikes and secure them in a way that I think makes sense. So in summary, unlike Councillor Passis, I like the idea. I reckon it's good for our area. I'm interested to see how it kind of works, but I do think we need a bit of regulation. Please don't over-regulate it. Please just resist the temptation. And anything that we can't enforce, forget about it. If we're not going to enforce it, don't put it in, because we become a laughing stock if we do that. And I'd like to see these organisations make a contribution to the infrastructure which would tidy it up and make it useful in our community. So congratulations on the mayoral minute, and I look forward to the fruits of the deliberations.
Further discussion, councillors? Councillor Porteous?
Yeah, look, I've got a couple of questions and then I'll speak briefly. The questions through the chair to the relevant officer. What licence do these companies currently operate under is the first question. And the second question is, what enforcement powers do we have to actually require them to develop a plan of management? Are there any enforcement powers to require them to develop a plan of management? And following on from that, therefore, what enforcement powers do we have to require them to comply with the full plan of management?
I'll direct those three questions to the appropriate officer.
Yep, through you, Mr Mayor. In terms of what permit or other requirements they may require to have, our understanding that they don't require to have any. From a perspective of, sorry, can you just, with the remaining two, just so I got them clear?
What enforcement powers do we therefore have to require them to develop a plan of management and also to comply with the plan of management that they've developed?
There is no enforcement in that regards, but they have indicated that they are prepared to work with us. So really that's it's fairly loose in terms of what regulatory powers we do have in this regard. But as I said, they have indicated they're prepared to work with us.
Okay, thanks for that. Look, I'll just speak briefly to this. Look, I'm supportive of the fact that the council does need to address this issue. It's clearly an issue, and I've, like many other of the councillors, have been approached by residents who are really concerned about the way that the bicycles are often abandoned, to be quite honest, and litter our footpaths in a way which is really inappropriate, particularly I know in the Balmain Peninsula where a lot of our footpaths are very narrow, and I've seen myself these bicycles slapped right in the middle of footpaths, people coming along in wheelchairs, unable to move them. It is a real issue and it does need to be addressed. Having said that, the concept in itself is a good concept and we do want to have more availability of bikes. But there's clearly a mismatch here, I think, between what is a good idea and its implementation. And I do question whether, just with the response I've had from the council staff to the questions that I asked, whether this also requires some state intervention, because it would seem to me that in a regulatory sense at a local government level, we may not have the powers to be able to require these companies. And it's great that we've got a company at the moment that is willing to develop a plan of management, but the reality is that we'll have other companies who won't be so happy to develop a plan of management. And even if they do develop a plan of management, they may well decide further down the line that they actually don't really want to comply with it, and we won't have any way of enforcing that compliance. So I would ask the Mayor to also add to his motion that we also refer this matter to the three state to MPs, as something that we would ask them to also take up at a state level, because I do think we also need to consider that. The other issue that I think is important, and I might need an extension of time, I might not, is this fact of bicycle racks, which was also raised by Councillor Drury. I think it's pretty evident as well that we don't have enough bike racks, particularly with these additional bikes now. And I think the time is right for us to do an audit of our bike racks in the council area. So I would ask that the Mayor add as an additional part to his motion that council commits to undertaking an audit of bike racks provided by council and brings back to council a report as soon as possible which identifies locations for additional bike racks to be installed across the Inner West and makes recommendations for their installation. So I'd ask that that be added if the Mayor is prepared to add that to his motion. That would be great. Thank you.
Very much. If you could please provide that wording to the minute taker, I'd be happy to incorporate both those points. Yes.
Something that the other one
Yes.
In the meantime, while this is all being looked at, what happens if a resident hurts themselves on the bikes? Who's liable?
I'll direct that as
Council will be liable for that because we're accepting it, or if they wanted to sue somebody, would we be liable?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I'll direct that to the appropriate officer.
Look, I would think it'd be the bike operator, but we are getting legal advice on this, and in further to Rochelle's thing about what powers we have, our legal services manager is actually working on that, and we'll clarify all those particular issues.
But as long as we have accepted them being on the public roads and footpaths, we are accepting them, we are in the process of looking at a report. I do believe we would also be liable because we are aware of them. We are aware they are on the public streets. I think it's a matter of urgency. We need to have that information. Once the council is made aware of something and we don't take action, we are liable. I'm only a Millbar solicitor, but I've learned a lot over the years to know this.
Let me have think about how, while the rest of the debate's going on, about how I can further incorporate an amendment to that effect. Further discussion. Councillor Kiat, then Councillor Stamoulis.
I want to thank Councillor Stamoulis for bringing this to the meeting and for the Mayor for furthering that contribution. And I want to echo the comments made by Councillor Drury and Councillor Porteous. Yeah, I think it is appropriate that we look at how we can actually create an enforceable regulatory scheme because if we want a consistent scheme, we want to make sure that it's consistently enforceable as well. I also want to suggest a couple of amendments. Of course, not as amendments because it's a Mayoral minute, but to item 1. Well, firstly, there's an apostrophe which should not be there, but states its in principle support for commercial bike share schemes. Look, I think it's fantastic that there are commercial bike schemes now. I think it's fantastic that there are bike share schemes now operating, share bike schemes, and they're available in other cities as well. I think it's a shame that councils and the state government hasn't already stepped into this breach. This is an obvious area where the government should have already acted. We've seen them very successfully in other cities, whether they be through public-private partnerships or whether they be operated publicly. I would be much more comfortable in supporting this motion if it wasn't in principle support for bike share schemes rather than commercial bike share schemes, because I think ultimately it would have been much better and we would have avoided this regulatory hassle if it had been a publicly owned scheme. And the second amendment I'd like to suggest, Mayor, is that at the meeting between the Inner West and the other councils, that we invite cycle advocacy groups and pedestrian advocacy groups who would also be interested in this issue.
Thank you for that. I was just in consultation with the General Manager in relation to Councillor Passis's request, and I'm suggesting a way forward, which is that the Manager of Legal Services make himself available to advise all councillors by phone of his initial legal opinion in regards to liability. That way we maintain our confidentiality. Are you satisfied with that?
Yeah, of course.
The General Manager can indicate that his adherence to that. So I missed the first amendment that you suggested, Councillor Kiat.
The first was to remove the apostrophe in it. The second was to remove commercial, because I think that I don't think that we should support, in principle, commercial bike share schemes. I think we should support bike share schemes, and I really wish that council or the state government had already stepped into this breach. Sorry, Councillor Drury. I'm just trying to inform the Chair. And the third amendment was to suggest that we invite interested cycle advocacy groups and pedestrian advocacy groups to the meeting mentioned in item 3.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Stamoulis.
Mr Mayor, I still believe that the notice of motion in item 13 is probably more, is in fact better, I think, than the mayoral minute that you put forward there, in the sense that it provides council with the knowledge that we need before we make a decision about this. It provides us with the knowledge, whereas I think you've gone through a couple of hurdles further than the notice of motion in item 13. I'd suggest that if there was any way of incorporating that as an amendment to this mayoral minute, that is that we are fully informed of all aspects about how it fits with our transport policies, how it might best operate within our municipality, the regulatory issues, the insurance issues. This is all the substance of item 13. That's the substance of it, and councillors make our best decisions when we are completely informed and a report comes back to us on these issues. And notwithstanding, some of the items that you have there, points 1 to 5, can be, in fact, probably included in that already in item 13. But I think item 13 has a broader coverage and gives us information back as councillors on all of those issues that our staff should be informing us on. Is there any way that could be incorporated in your motion and then include within that broader motion your sub-points? Thank you.
I'm happy to consider that, Councillor, and I'll address that in my right of reply. Further discussion? No one else would like to speak? Councillor Hesse?
Just extremely briefly, Mayor. Look, I just want to echo. I want to thank Councillor Stamoulis for bringing the original idea to the meeting, and yourself for following it up. Look, I'm also very uncomfortable with the support for commercial bike schemes, and I think in some senses it might echo some of Councillor Pass's concerns. I'd be concerned that it might expose us to unforeseen consequences at this point. So I think a more neutral, theoretical support for the idea as a whole rather than commercial bike schemes. So I'm just expressing my lack of comfort for that, and I think it would be more prudent to be more conservative in that matter.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, I'll make my right of reply. I'd like to concur with Councillor Passes.
Can any of us speak yet?
Did you come along tonight to speak to this mayoral minute?
So can the public speak, or do you say yours and then can the public speak? I don't understand.
Yeah, generally we go to the public first. However, in this instance, given that the mayoral minute was only publicly available 30 minutes ago, I assumed that there wasn't anyone in the gallery who'd come along to speak to it.
No.
You were here to speak to John's motion?
Yes.
Please come forward.
I came to speak to his motion.
Excellent. Please come forward.
Where to?
To the lectern over on your right. If you could just introduce yourself.
Yes.
And I'll just make this note because this is the first speaker of the evening. It is very important that everybody here who comes along tonight to make a contribution to democratic debate be heard respectfully. Obviously, during the period of administration, while there was an unelected administrator, there was a practice that developed in this chamber of shouting people down and booing and hissing. I'm going to try to build up over time a practice here of people being heard respectfully. Not allowing someone to participate in debate by interjecting over the top of them is actually an anti-democratic practice, and we want this new elected council to uphold and boost democracy in a way that we haven't seen over the last 18 months while we've had no elected council. So I'll ask everyone to adhere to that. Everyone's entitled to speak for 3 minutes if you're addressing the council from the gallery. I know that you might feel tempted to go over that 3 minutes if you're the first person to speak tonight, but if you're the last person tonight, on the last item, you wish everybody else had stuck to time so you could get home to your family sooner. So I'd ask you to keep that in mind while you're addressing the council as well. Over to you.
Thank you.
Yes, if you could let us know.
I'm going to say my name. My name is Anne Bickford. I live in Lilyfield. I'm a ratepayer. I'm also a member of the council's Advisory Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee. And I'd like to remind you that you have a transport Advisory Committee, and they might have some information or comments on this subject as well. I'd like to make a few comments on what the Mayor said. First of all, I don't think when you have a meeting between the council with the councillors, you shouldn't include the operators of the bikes as well, because you've got opposing interests. One of you is a commercial business trying to get their business established here. The council has to be independent, and those people will have their own points of view and be trying to persuade you. So I don't think those two should go together. Secondly, I'd like to agree with Councillor Passis very strongly. I feel that these bikes, first of all, I've never seen anyone ride one. I drive around Lilyfield and Leichhardt and Annandale a lot. I've seen yellow and red bikes lying in the footpath, in the gutter, in the parking space, on the road. I've seen them in parks. I've seen them leaning against trees and lying over the grass. So that the main issues to think about are safety. If you think of OH&S, Occupational Health and Safety, first, it's about safety for the community. Secondly, it's about safety for the environment, that is trees, grass, parks. Thirdly, it's about our aesthetics in our community. These bikes have suddenly appeared and they're all over the place like a whole load of junk. So aesthetically, it's an awful thing. Another point is that we're not the same as all these places overseas. In Balmain, we have 19th century roads, very, very narrow, started in 1803 or something like that. They're not made for cars, let alone for people to be putting these bikes everywhere. I've done some research on this because I came to talk, I saw John's thing on online. Now, these bikes, there's no requirement for them to be returned. So you click on with your app, you take the bike, you ride it anywhere, you just drop it. The people who are running the things, the bikes are free for a while. Sorry, can I go on a little bit more?
Moved by Councillor Passis, seconded by Councillor Hesse. All those in favour? Against? So that carried.
The bikes are free, but then after 2 weeks, they start having to pay for them. $2 or $3 or whatever when they click onto them. That's how these commercial operators earn their money. The Mayor said we want to see these schemes succeed. I don't know who we is. That might be you and the other people who work in the council, but I don't, and I think a lot of other people. We have to really think about this. The other thing is it's going to cost us ratepayers money because the council workers have got to go and pick these things up, pull them out of the water, pull them out of the gutter, pull them out of the drains, and so on. So it's costing us ratepayers money. I think that's all I want to say about it, but I'm really against it. I think I could set up, I'm going to put chairs down and all over the streets and get people to pay to sit on them. Why shouldn't I?
Okay, thank you for that. Any further contributions from the gallery? If not, I'll go to my right of reply. I'd like to concur with Councillor Passis that I think it would have been responsible and respectful of OBIKE to approach the council in the first instance and to enter into discussions about the legality and the appropriateness of the locations that they were seeking to roll out their fleet. And it is true that some other operators have held back from doing that because they believe that would be a more responsible and in the long term effective course of action. Nonetheless, we're faced with the situation that these bikes are already on the street and some ambiguity about our legal powers to impound them or remove them. So we are going to have to engage with this issue. I also agree with Councillor Drury that whatever regulation might be implemented here should not involve a long dissertation from council about how the operations of these businesses can be limited. And if that were to be the case, it would probably result in them not succeeding over time. I'm happy to incorporate Councillor Porteous's amendments. I do think that we should be approaching the relevant ministers, the Minister for Transport and the Minister for Local Government, as well as our 3 local state members, because this government does need to engage at an executive level with the state government on an issue as seriously as this. And so I'll incorporate the amendment, sorry, it's further down, to point 7, to ask that we also write to relevant ministers seeking their engagement on this policy development. I'll provide that wording to the minute taker if that's not clear. We've addressed the issue about legal advice. Mr Strati, our Manager of Legal Services, will be available on the phone. I'm advised by the General Manager that he would probably be reluctant to send that legal advice around in a memo. Of course, it would be in confidence and for the private consumption of councillors, but his preference will probably be to discuss it with you directly. And if that's insufficient, we can look at that again at a future meeting. I'm not willing to remove the word commercial from the resolution. As I explained in my initial comments, the fact is we've looked very closely at how a public bike share scheme might work, and it hasn't been viable until now. And you don't have to believe me, ask Clover Moore. It's never worked in this city. And so to say that we remove the word commercial would in essence be to say that we're not actually interested in the one model that's currently operational and could succeed. So I'm not willing to remove that. I'm agnostic as to what the best scheme might be. I'd like to see a public scheme in the future, but the main thing is I want one that works. And just to address some of the issues that have been legitimate issues that have been raised by the citizen who spoke to the resolution, I believe that through constructive engagement with the operators and a firm focus on the public interest and improving the situation for our residents, that we can get to a situation where we impose requirements on the operators that wouldn't see ratepayers' money being used up in picking up these bikes. It should be a requirement for the operators to go around and pick them up from locations where they've been dumped, not just once a day, but probably many times a day, and return to identified spaces that have been allocated for parking or for storage. So I think a lot of those issues can be addressed. We can't shy away from talking to the private sector who are operating in this environment. And I'm very confident that everyone who's elected to this council will always uphold the public interest, regardless of whether a different view is put to us by a particular business or company. So with that, I'll just clarify whether that amendment to point 7 has been made. Excellent, it has. And I've also incorporated Councillor Stamoulis's points in the final 2 points, so we can have a more detailed report come back. I am insistent, though, that we should state our in-principle support, which the motion I noticed didn't do, for bike share schemes, because I think there are a lot of people who will be looking at us concerned that we take a progressive approach, which is not seeking to wind back this development, but seeking to regulate it in a responsible way. So I'll now put that resolution. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried, with Councillor Passis and Councillor Rosidi against. Next item is item...
Councillor, I'd like to move a procedural motion, if I may, that we actually revert to the original, no disrespect, we revert to the original business paper. We have quite a number of residents who've come here tonight to speak to the matters on the business paper. We've taken 45 minutes to discuss this matter, which wasn't terribly controversial. At this rate, we'll be here until 10 o'clock before we meet to discuss any of the important substantive matters on the business paper. And I'm very concerned that residents will miss out. You mentioned the importance of democracy. I would argue that cutting out the input from our local residents is undermining democracy. So I ask you and the council if we can procedurally move to go back to the original business paper and deal with your matters before the notices of motion.
As you'll be aware, Councillor, under the Code of Meeting Practice, mayoral minutes are to be dealt with in front of all other items on the agenda. My understanding is that there was one resident who spoke to this item that we've just dealt with. Of the next 3 preceding items in the mayoral minute of the mayoral minutes. There are residents in attendance tonight who are here to speak to those matters as well, so I'm going to proceed with the business of the meeting. Item 31 is progressing towards...
Can I just make a point of order there? Can I move a motion of dissent in that ruling?
I'll put that as a question. It would be advisable for you to read the Code of Meeting Practice, but I'll put that as a question to the Manager of Administration.
On a motion of dissent through the chair, a motion of dissent can only be ruled on an order, point of order, but on official mayoral minutes, it's the requirement of the regulations that mayoral minutes take precedent over all other business. So you can't rule a motion of dissent on that because that's bound in regulation.
Sorry, just a further question. The motion of dissent is on the ruling not to allow a rejigging of the agenda.
Through the chair again, the chairperson can rule on matters before the council. Now, a motion of dissent, though, has to be that there is a procedural order that has, from the Code of Meeting Practice, that has not been obeyed or has, goes against the Code of Meeting Practice. So the chair can rule how business is dealt with.
Councillor Hesse and Councillor Porteous and Councillor Drury and Councillor Passis and former Mayor Iskander will all be able to inform you that this is the right and proper procedure. Councillor Hesse was in essence putting a proposition and making a request. I don't think it'd be good practice to get into when you have no basis under the Code of Meeting Practice or the Local Government Act to use motions of dissent for political purposes. There's no reason for it. Let's get on with the business so that we can get to the items that people are in attendance here for.
Merely a question.
Item 31, mayoral minute, progressing towards 100% divestment from fossil fuels.
Could I just make a suggestion, though? I don't know if it'll work or not, but there are 7 mayoral minutes, which is a lot. And I'm just wondering if the Mayor might be able to identify the ones which people are here for specifically, and perhaps the ones that aren't we could deal with at the end of the meeting, just to...
I don't think we'll discover that until we deal with the mayoral minutes. I'm going to get on with the business. So the next item is progressing towards 100% divestment from fossil fuels. This is terrific news for our newly elected local government. Just recently, the Inner West Council reached a level of 77% divestment from fossil fuels in all of our investment funds, making us the leading council in New South Wales in relation to that issue. I'm very pleased that the work of the former Leichhardt Council when I was Mayor, which sought to establish a goal of moving to 100% divestment from fossil fuels and an initial objective of getting to 60%, has now led to this outcome for the new amalgamated entity. It's also important to acknowledge that the former Marrickville Council had adopted a goal of moving towards being fully divested from fossil fuels. And of course, this is a global movement. All over the world, there are local governments, organisations, companies, NGOs who are fighting for the notion that we shouldn't be investing your capital, public money and other resources in fossil fuels when we know that what we need to do is transfer that capital away to renewable energy if we're going to prevent the worst impacts from climate change occurring. And so I think it's important to acknowledge that this has occurred and for this new council to adopt an explicit objective of getting to 100% divestment from fossil fuels and also to prioritise and expand its range of non-fossil fuel investments. And one further point before I put this, and if it's uncontroversial, there's no need for lengthy debate, but the approach that we took at Leichhardt I thought was an important one, which is rather than just saying we're going to do this overnight, we looked at it incrementally because the danger, of course, which opponents would point out about this policy is if it's not done carefully, what you're doing is increasing the risk to the portfolio of investments that you have. And it's our intention to make sure that we always take very good care of your money, but we also want to do that in an environmentally responsible way. And so this recommendation also commits council to a review of the policy in May 2018. I'd like to conclude by congratulating the relevant Deputy General Manager, Michael Samoulis, for having taken this on after a resolution of the local representative advisory committee. The former deposed councillors made it clear through our actions and a campaign that this was a priority. And not only has Michael managed to achieve the objective that we set of 70% in 2018, he's smashed it, knocked it out of the park. And we've now overtaken both Byron Shire Council. We're already a long way in front of the City of Sydney, who are on a measly 41% or something like that, which is disappointing. And hopefully we can provide some healthy competition for the crew over there to lift their game. So I'll put that recommendation. Is there anyone from the gallery who would like to address the resolution? No? If not, I'll go to councillors. Yes, Councillor De Cruz.
I'd like to draw the Mayor's attention to page 347. If we were addressing these issues in order, we would see that item 10 and item 11, I think, are actually the report on the financial investments of the...
Call you to order, councillor. We are addressing these matters in order.
Yep.
This is the agenda of the council meeting.
Yeah, no, but it's related to this. So on page 347, you can... As I understand, this graph shows the blue line is in fact the return on the non-fossil fuel investments. And over the page, the blue line is in fact all of the investments. And what you will see is that the non-fuel investments have actually gone up, which is a well-known fact in the market. And the fossil fuel investments are actually a poor investment. So in actual fact, what's happened is it's been a successful investment because they are not, because of the divestment. So I think that's something the Mayor needs to understand with making these recommendations as to what investment strategy the council undertakes.
Thank you for that. Further discussion? Councillor Stamoulis.
Just two very quick questions. We refer to the expansion of the range of financial investments and instruments. That's my first question. I'd like to know what that expansion might be, what sort of instruments we might be looking at, and also why would we recommit to this policy in May 2018? Isn't this moving forward to 2020? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll put that as a question to the relevant officer.
Through the chair, Councillor Stamoulis, the term instrument is...
If you could just introduce yourself for the benefit of the councillors in the gallery.
Sorry, Mayor. I'm Pav Kuzmanovsky, Group Manager Finance, and just addressing Councillor Stamoulis's question. Instruments, any financial instruments that do come up, we are bound by local government regulations, ministerial orders as well, so we'll be compliant in order with those. There may be some instruments we don't want to restrict ourselves, so we use the terminology instruments in case there are some instruments that do come into the market that council may invest in that do not expose us to any further risk. So in regards to the goal of 2020, we have a requirement annually to review our investment portfolio. So basically it would be 12 months from that point in time, so it would just be a revision at that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions, councillor? No? Councillor Steer?
Yes, I'm very happy to read this minute, Mayor, because it continues the work that was done on Marrickville Council. That it continues the work that was done on Marrickville Council that I was instrumental in. The day before the motion came to Marrickville Council, the Rothschilds announced that they were divesting in fossil fuels. This was certainly an endorsement that we were heading in the right direction, and as Councillor De Cruz has pointed out, the facts show that that is the case. I'm not going to talk any longer on that, except to move an amendment in item number 4 of the motion, or to suggest an amendment in item number 4 of the amendment, simply to put a deadline in for when the report should be due. And I would suggest that it would be on or before the 30th of November, because that way we could then see the report at the final meeting for the year.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll consider that in consultation with council officers. Further discussion? Councillor York.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to speak briefly in support of the motion and note that in a context of an absolute vacuum or dearth of leadership at both the state and federal levels on any kind of sustainability and clean energy initiatives, that it is really important that our local government take up these agendas, and I'm proud to be part of a council that is leading in this regard. A divestment strategy such as this provides a really important signal and financial incentive, and also demonstrates, I think, the ability to both divest in a responsible way that is sustainable, but also rewarding in the ways that Councillor De Cruz has pointed out. I'd also like to acknowledge the work of the former constituent councils in Marrickville and Leichhardt in contributing to this strategy, and also to the local environment groups and individuals who have contributed to the formation of this revised policy or refreshed policy. So thank you to those in the gallery and those in the community who have contributed along the way.
Thank you. Thank you. I've consulted with the council officers and am informed that the report can be prepared for the November ordinary meeting, and so I've incorporated that amendment, Councillor. Further discussion? If there's no further discussion, I'll withhold my right of reply and move the resolution. All those in favour? All those against? That has been carried. Next item, WestConnex. Councillors who attended the public meeting which we convened last Wednesday at Leichhardt Oval in relation to WestConnex will be aware that there were a couple of constructive suggestions made by people attending that meeting, one from Leichhardt against WestConnex and another from a gentleman, I wasn't sure which organisation he was from. The first was in relation to exploring all avenues available to council to challenge the compulsory acquisition and approval processes for the WestConnex project. The assertion was made by the representative from Leichhardt against WestConnex that requests had consistently been made to the unelected council to look closely at this issue about property acquisitions and whether there had been any improper processes followed, and that maybe not every legal avenue that could have been explored had been done so. And so I gave a public commitment at the time that I would bring a mayoral minute to this meeting, directing the council officers to explore all those legal avenues. And I think, given that there are a number of new councillors here who haven't served in public office before, it would also be useful to include a summary of all previously procured legal advice, which has been received by the administrator and by the elected councils prior to that. The second request was that we seek a meeting with Western Sydney councils. I thought the best body for us to undertake that sort of consultation would be the Western Sydney Regional Organisation of Councils, which is the body that represents councils like Liverpool, Blacktown, Blue Mountains, Penrith. It's quite a significant institution, and that we should discuss collaborative responses and actions relating to the WestConnex project on the basis that our arguments about the impacts, about the costs of tolls and so on, will be much stronger if there's a united position between inner metropolitan councils such as ours and outer metropolitan councils in Western Sydney. So I'm going to move that recommendation. Is there any discussion? Councillor Lockie?
I've just a question in relation to the first part of it. In terms of challenging the compulsory acquisition, are you looking at only the ones that are still going through that process, or is the idea that we will also seek legal advice as to whether the ones that have already taken place for this project were...
I think Councillor Lockie has a conflict of interest in that question that she's just asked.
Yeah, I potentially may, actually.
Yes, I think you have.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to see clarity on whether that's going forward or not, because if it is obviously retrospective, then... Okay.
I'm going to rule that Councillor Lockie's pulled up short of infringing upon a conflict of interest, and it's a fair question to ask. It was intending to leave it broad enough that the report that comes back would inform all of the councillors about all of the previous acquisitions and the process that occurred there, and obviously that would inform what actions we might take in relation to future acquisitions. I do think perhaps if the General Manager could just have a discussion with Councillor Lockie at some point about how we best manage the issue that was just raised without limiting her ability to debate the issue. Further discussion?
Mr Mayor, if I may rely on the years I've been on council, Councillor Lockie would have to declare an interest and not vote on this.
That was the question I was going to ask.
Okay. So I'll ask the General Manager or the Deputy General Manager or the relevant officer. Councillor Lockie is in essence asking whether, because this is in relation to not the issue of WestConnex but compulsory acquisitions and her property was compulsorily acquired, whether that means that she has an interest which needs to be declared or whether she should recuse herself. I'll put that to the General Manager.
Sound, I don't believe so.
Through the chair, my advice is the recommendation is just calling for a report. There's no interest at this stage. Obviously, when the report comes forward, the council would need to consider the contents of that report and whether they need to declare an interest.
Okay. You satisfied with that? Yeah. Excellent.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councillor De Cruz?
I had a question which applies to my position in relation to the WestConnex. I had a question in relation to the WestConnex report as to whether council has been approached about any acquisitions of laneways in Annandale for the Piermont Bridge Road construction site or the Burrawan Park in Annandale. Because looking at this motion, it appears to be only in it's not clear whether it includes council properties, and I was trying to ascertain whether there have been any council properties that have been acquired.
Okay, I'll put that question to the relevant officer.
You're saying, Mr Mayor, there have been specific properties acquired as part of the WestConnex project. However, I would have to take on notice those specific ones mentioned to see if they're in as part of the EIS.
Okay. And can I clarify this, and this will be important for our future operation? When a question is taken on notice, what will be the process for the councillor then receiving a response to that question? Because in my experience previously on council, a question being taken on notice was often the last that you heard about it. Not a personal criticism, but do we have a process in mind for that? Maybe it's a question to the General Manager.
Yeah,
The norm that I have been used to is we report it back at the next council meeting as being the normal process so that it goes back into the public
Does it require a resolution to bring that into effect?
I'm quite happy to undertake now and have it recorded that we will do that.
Okay. So I'll add to the...
I'd like to have this discussed in the context of the Code of Meeting Practice.
Okay, that's fine. Let's say that I was seeking informal advice. There's a commitment that's been made to Councillor... No, that's a fair point. There's a commitment been made to Councillor De Cruz that that question has been taken on notice, and it's my expectation that she'll receive a formal response. Further discussion? There's no further discussion.
Can I just get a clarification from the Mayor, actually? The wording there, discuss possible collaborative responses. Could you define what that could look like in a little bit more detail?
Me writing to WestRock, seeking a meeting and then attending a meeting of WestRock with other mayors in attendance and getting clarification about their position in relation to WestConnex and the tolls, clarifying our position in relation to the project and seeking areas of mutual interest on which we could collaborate.
Potentially, could that include a campaign against WestConnex?
Of course. There's an ongoing one of which we're a part and which we're contributing to. Thank you. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll put that resolution. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? That's been carried unanimously. Next item is in relation to the Carrington Road proposal. Councillors will be aware from the briefing session which Councillor Iskander is recusing himself and leaving the room. If I'd ask the minute taker to take note of that. Councillors will be aware because from the briefing session that we all participated in recently that there is an extraordinarily large proposal which has been received by the council from Mirvac for residential development on Carrington Road in South Marrickville. I've seen some bad developments in my time, but this is something really, really special. I think Mirvac may have become confused and mistaken South Marrickville for downtown Hong Kong. The advice that we've received from council officers is that this proposal, as determined by its building height, could be of up to 35 stories in height. It includes 2,600 new dwellings. The loss of the wiping out of the industrial premises on Carrington Road, which includes more than 100 local businesses, but also the loss of approximately 1,400 jobs, many of them in creative industries, in businesses that are servicing the film sector or other artistic endeavours, many of them businesses that are servicing either other local businesses or businesses based in the CBD. And we all know that there's a shortage of industrial land around here. So if they're forced out of Carrington Road, there's not an alternative location in the local neighbourhood or region that they're automatically going to be able to access. So it is actually a case of these businesses potentially going to the wall. To put that figure into context, 1,400 jobs, the council employs 1,200 people approximately. So it's like sacking everyone on the Inner West Council and then some. I just think it's quite incredible that Mirvac have approached this proposal in such a fashion. Any reasonable person would have to presume that this is an ambit claim, but bloody hell, what an ambit claim to make. This is, of course, a consequence of the government's Sydenham to Bankstown strategy, and this is a practical example of what that Sydenham to Bankstown strategy means. What it means is developers get the green light to put in proposals that are actually significantly larger than what even the government has suggested, and existing businesses and residents and local governments don't have their voices heard at all. And it's clear that what Mirvac's intention is to get this proposal in the system with the hope that the Sydenham to Bankstown strategy will be gazetted by the New South Wales government sooner rather than later, and then they can circumvent the local community and the local council and deal directly with the Department of Planning. Council officers have advised councillors that it's very important that we're careful in the language that we use in this resolution, in any resolution in regards to Carrington Road, and we make clear that we will assess in good faith any amended proposal that council may receive, because we don't want to be placed in a situation where the developer gets an easy pathway to go straight to the Department of Planning and stop engaging with the professionals who we do have here at this organisation. And so my motion proposes that we oppose in its current form the Carrington Road rezoning proposal based on the vast range of impacts detailed in Council's letter to the proponent on the 29th of September, that we hold a public meeting next Thursday, the 19th of October, which is the earliest opportunity that we could have. I think it's very important that we be completely transparent and collaborative with the local community in offering them information about what's entailed in this proposal and what it will mean for the people who live in South Marrickville and the businesses who operate there, and that we reiterate our opposition to the Sydenham to Bankstown strategy, which is the catalyst for the Carrington Road proposal. So I'll put that resolution. Before going to the councillors, I'll ask if there's anyone from the public gallery who would like to address the resolution.
I just have some questions.
I might ask, given that you're from Balmain, madam, there may be people here who are from South Marrickville who come along specifically for this issue. Okay. Yeah, would you like to come forward? And I will come back to you.
Hello, my name's Kim Good. I'm from South Marrickville. I live in Carey Street. My biggest concern with this development, that yes, this is a sort of gambit thing that they've put it out there at a ridiculous height, but my concern is that when you start looking at things like, as I put my glasses on, works in kind, that council will be pushed into allowing the development for things like putting in a daycare centre or regrassing the area or a little bit extra green space in the development, that it will go from being 8 floors, which is what it should, any development down there was originally planned at, to 20 floors, and then the council will feel they've done a really good job because they will have knocked off 15 floors. I think that everything about this proposal is way beyond. And because they've got away with it before, even though it wasn't council that finalised the agreement, though they were involved, the original Marrickville Council were involved in the initial part of it with the old hospital development, and that has turned out to be not a particularly good development for the local people there, with the park in absolute shade all day long and all these types of things. My other concern is that because there's been so many studies done on that area, such as the Made in Marrickville, and there are another 2 other studies that are done by state government and by Marrickville councils, and by the councils, that this is actually a state significant area, and that I think that council should be not looking at this completely as a separate Marrickville thing, that we should be speaking to Sydney Council, that we should be speaking to the relevant arts bodies at state level, and that we should be looking at the whole structural system of what areas like this entail and the benefits they have for Sydney as a whole and Marrickville as a cultural icon area, which is something which has been proposed, which takes in that Sydenham area. But what if you take away these people, you will lose the music. You're looking at putting in music and things like that area. The band practices, the studios, all those things are down in the Carrington Road area. When you wipe out those, all those people that you want to put into Marrickville for your wonderful cultural area won't even be in Marrickville. They will be elsewhere. So I think it needs to be looked at further beyond just Marrickville as a small area and beyond the inner west. It is actually a state significant site. Do I want more time? Give me 1 more minute.
Yeah. Moved by Councillor Porteous for an extension of time of 1 minute, seconded by Councillor Hesse, 2 minutes, seconded by Councillor Hesse. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Please proceed.
My other concern is with voluntary planning agreements with developers like this, because that allows them to basically gain extra things like extra height, selling off, to council what in things that should actually be given as part of a planning agreement. When you start looking at things like community facilities and open spaces and recreational and public, improvements, affordable housing, car parking, improving the sports fields, which these people that live in these developments will be playing and, working in. You've got all these things like lack of schools in the area, that if those sort of things shouldn't be part of a voluntary planning agreement, which is basically just a way of bribing council to pay for infrastructure that will need to be put in with those extra amounts of money and X amounts of people, they should be part of the actual agreement that anybody who develops this site with those amounts of people need to put in these sort of infrastructure, or there needs to be money put aside for that sort of infrastructure. There are so many things wrong with development. I'm really just trying to pick the largest pieces of it, but I do think that it's very important that we don't look at this as purely a Marrickville thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Further contributions from the gallery? Yes, please come forward, sir.
My name's Paul Mortimer. I'm from the Save Marrickville South group. We didn't exist till 5 minutes ago, but now you can see why we do. I'll just be very, very quick because I know we've got other business. I actually came here to speak about another motion that was happening around the Marrickville precinct plans, but the Carrington Road precinct plans being put forward by Mirvac have raised such a level of concern amongst our local community that we went from a couple of people door knocking to 330 people putting in a submission to planning around the revised Marrickville plan just a few weeks ago, and I thank Kim Good and all the other people who are involved in doing that. I was in Sri Lanka when that happened. What we're concerned about is not only the density. I commend the council for its approach, which is to ask for analysis of whether the roads can actually manage this. We want to have the parking. We need to have analysis of where kids are going to go to schools, and where the hell are all the kids going to play in the parks. Mackie Park is now full, and we've got 7.8 hectares. I don't see why we can't have a couple of playing fields. How about half a hectare for kids to actually play soccer in? And words just failed me for the rest because I wasn't prepared for this part, but you get the gist. And if you don't believe me, go to the Save Marrickville South Facebook site, and the expressions there are basically, "Oh my God, can you believe it?" if we wanted to live in Manila, we would have gone there. So see you then.
Well said. Thank you. Any further contributions from the gallery? Yes, please come forward, madam.
Questions,
Right.
if I could ask them.
Yes.
They're about procedures.
Right.
You've received a rezoning proposal from the proponent,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have the Sydenham to Bankstown strategy, which is the state government Department of Planning. I don't understand what power the council actually has. Is this like state significant development, which turns off the Heritage Act and other things? Or how much power do you actually have? Well, that was the point.
That's not good on you. That's not true. That's not true.
Well, do you or don't you? You know.
What we might do is put that, thank you for the question, and we might put that as a question. Have you concluded?
Well, yeah, the Sydenham to Bankstown strategy, you seem to feel this overwhelms you in some way. I'm just wondering what you can actually do.
Yep. I'll get the council officers to address that. Thank you very much. I'll put that as a question to the... I'm sorry, Jill, I've forgotten your position title. Oh, I know her name. Group Manager Strategic Development. That's right.
At this point in time, I think so. Yes, so let's start off with the Sydenham to Bankstown strategy. That strategy is obviously, as you're aware, is a state government strategy, but in terms of the next stage, once the state government endorses that strategy, which they've indicated they would like to do towards the end of this year, then what they do is they issue, it's called a 117 direction, which is legal speak to say that if council receives a planning proposal, such as for Carrington Road, or we actually prepare our own local environmental plans, then those local environmental plans, which, rezone the land, are supposed to be not inconsistent with the strategy. So they don't rezone the land through the strategy. That is still left with council, and council also can prepare its own development control plans, which set out more detailed guidelines for development as it occurs. And there was another matter that was raised around. So the planning proposals lie with council. They come into council, and we assess it. And
Do you reject it?
no, well, I'm just going through that. We have, if we reject a planning proposal and do not support it, then the proponent can then go to the Department of Planning and say, council does not support this planning proposal, and they want a review undertaken by the department, and the department can then, through that process, if they can reject it themselves, or they can say that they believe that that planning proposal has merit, and that they will then issue a gateway determination. There is also another trigger, which is that council has 90 days from the time of receiving a planning proposal to assess that planning proposal. And again, if the proponent wishes, if say after that 90 days, we have not made a determination as to in terms of do we support or not support it, then again, they can go straight to the Department of Planning, and the Department of Planning can then make that determination. So we can't really say no. We're better off seeing, first of all, can we negotiate? Can we bring down really unrealistic expectations? But then I guess at the end of the day, once we've been through that process, if the answer is no, then we would say no. But maybe there's an opportunity initially for negotiation.
Thank you for that. Any further contributions from the gallery before? Yes, please come forward. Got Mr. Olive, and you'll be next. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Peter Olive from the Sydenham to Bankstown. Alliance. Thanks for the notice of motion, Mayor. Just on the points that have been discussed, I mean, even though council is obviously hamstrung when it's in competition with the state government, this is the theatre of politics, and I think, you know, council giving a strong lead in opposition to what's been proposed at Carrington Road obviously is going to take the game up to the state government, and they'll be keenly aware that in 2019 in March there will be a state election for which they will be held accountable. And I think if I don't know if anyone's read the administrator's report, but he was very clear in his belief that the larger council actually would have more clout with the state government and have a greater capacity to take that fight up. So I hope he is to that degree right about the nature of the Inner West Council. Like, I just wanted to get up to talk about, just to make a note really, relating to, in a way, your third point there. Council reiterates its opposition to the Sydenham to Bankstown strategy, which is the catalyst for the Carrington Road proposal. As you'll know, this strategy is coming forward in conjunction with the Metro, and that itself is a catalyst for the strategy. And what's happening, what will happen is that if this Carrington Road proposal goes ahead, it's likely to be being constructed at the same time as the Metro is going to be constructed. And, you know, we've got the construction period for the Metro will be 2019 to 2024. And some smart people from the Save Dully group, who are a group within the Sydenham to Bankstown Alliance, did some numbers, and they said they concluded that over 2,000 new residences would be added in Marrickville alone between 2019 and 2024, at exactly the time that the train line and all the other bits of infrastructure associated with the train line are being shut down or partially shut down. So it's going to be a real dog's breakfast down there. So I just wanted to bring that point to the councillor's attention, that it really gives greater sharpness to your needing to pay attention to this particular issue, if you weren't already doing that.
Thank you very much. Please come forward.
Hi, my name's Ali Wright. I live in South Marrickville. I'm also part of Save Marrickville South Residents Group. I just wanted to make a point regarding the zoning on the Carrington Road proposal, and that Mirvac is looking to rezone it to B2 and R4. And within council's response, they're talking about B4, B6 and B7 and IN2, but I'd really urge council to look at retaining the IN1 zoning, which is so important for so many of the businesses down there. I'd also like to congratulate the council on opposing this development with us, because as Paul and Kim said, there's a huge amount of anger within our community, and it's a scary proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well said. Any further contributions from the gallery? If not, I'll come to councillors. Councillor Drury. Oh, sorry, I've missed one gentleman. Yes?
Yeah.
Please come forward.
Hi, I'm Harry Harlan-Beatties. I'm actually the landowner down there. So when you say that Mirvac is trying to railroad the council, or that's the impression I'm sort of getting, I've worked down there. If it wasn't for myself, the creative people, which are about 3 to 5% of our property, occupy about 3 to 5% of our property down there, they wouldn't even exist if I wasn't there. And I look after those people. I've brought them in when they got turfed out of Mary Street and out of Greenway and Banks, and accommodated them in our building. And my vision, we've been putting that site together for the last 25 years, and there's no way we're letting that we're not thinking about those people. At the moment, what we've put in, and we've been in consultation with council, we originally approached council for that Carrington Road precinct back in 2007. So we've been talking to council for over 10 years on this site, and it's not a grab for cash, and it's not a grab for money, and it's not big developers coming in. Sure, they're our project partners, but we're just, my background is the clothing industry. I was brought up selling clothes at the markets, going to Flemington Market, Paddy's Market. And so I understand where all the creative people that you're talking about, and we're in no way forgetting about them or trying to put them out of business. And some of the numbers that have been bandied around, like 1,400 people working down there, are nowhere near those sort of things. And to achieve open space, how do you do that if you've got 8-level buildings? I've been talking to council for over 20 years to try and fix the flooding problem in Carrington Road, because I've got businesses, and I can show you photos, that when it's raining, they've got to get inflatable dinghies out in Warren Road to row down to their warehouses, because they have half a metre of water flood through hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of their stock. And then they come crying to me and say to me, it's my problem. Why? I'd put them in that building, you know, and I've tried to get that flooding issue fixed from back in '94 when we first moved into Carrington Road, and no one wants to do it. And in recent years, they're saying, well, if you want to rezone that site, well, you fix the flooding problem. And we've been working now for the last 3 years just on trying to solve the flooding problem.
Do you need further time, sir?
Yes, please.
Move another couple of minutes.
Councillor Passis has moved an extension of time of 2 minutes. Councillor Hesse has seconded that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Please proceed. So I've been trying to do that, and the council says, well, no, you want to develop down there, you go spend the money. But we go, and don't expect to get any credit for it. That's what we've been told. So in fixing that problem, that's about a $100 million job just on itself. How do you do that, put in 8-level buildings across that site? How? Tell me. And we've in the proposal, and at this stage it's early. It's been treated like it's an actual DA application. At this stage, it's a proposal. We're trying to get the zoning done so we can work out what we can put in there and what we can't put in there. But there is no way we're forgetting about people. I've had every major developer in the whole of Australia, from Meriden to Lend-Lease to Stocklands to everyone, Australand, approach us to buy that site. And if it was a grab for cash, we wouldn't be there at the moment. We would have cashed up, we'd be out of here and go, let the big developers sort out the problem. But we're there for the journey. We're there to guide that project to get something world class and good for the Marrickville community. Because I'm part of that Marrickville community. We had our clothing business there. We still have businesses there, and we're still operating out of Carrington Road. And the creative people, like I said, most of our major tenants are panel beaters, warehousing, and taxi bases. Yep. And the majority of the warehousing, I've got tenants that have got 5,000 square metres of warehousing. They've got 2 staff. So I don't know where these employment figures are coming from that you're getting. From the council offices.
Yeah, well, you know, we've been in consultation with the council. I don't know why before it got to this point. I know recently the council was, prior to the council not having councillors, we were in consultation with council officers and councillors, and probably following the recent election, we should have come to the council, or the councillors could have come to us and said, look, this is something major that's happening. Can you come in and let's sit down and have a round table?
Time has expired, sir. I don't want to cut you off, but the same rules will need to apply to everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming along, and I'd like to extend an invitation to you and to your business partners to come along to the council meeting on the 19th of October and to present to the community about your proposal and to try to understand their concerns about the impacts and to explain how you
that's what we want
mitigate
to do.
Excellent. Well, you just received an invitation from the mayor, so I hope to see you there. Okay. And I'll send something in the mail as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I had Councillor Drury, then Councillor Passis.
Thank you, Mayor, and I thank you once again for this minute. I blame the state government for this. Without the Sydenham to Bankstown strategy, despite what we've just heard, I don't think we would be seeing this. I think this comes forward because of a strategy that seeks to completely override the wishes and the interests of our local community. When I first heard of this, a well-known Australian film came to mind, and I thought we should just tell them that they're dreaming. This is an outrageous proposal. I look forward to the public meeting, and I look forward to considering the report of the council officers on this proposal, but in its current form, this just does not fly.
Thank you. Councillor Passis?
Yes, well, I don't know why you're hyping up all this agitation. It's a proposal. You blame the state government for for progress. Do you know, years ago, no one wanted to live in Marrickville. It was ethnic slummy area. And a lot's been run down. And I'm all for keeping panel beaters and keeping taxi bases and taxi changeover bases, because it stops it happening. We've closed a lot down here. The place has been gentrified. People that moved into the area do not want petrol stations and the changeover bases or the gas installations near their home. Slowly they've gone, and there's nowhere left for taxi changeovers, so they're just doing it in residential streets. The little factories, they're all gone. Summerhill was full of them. Now you can't even slam your door unless somebody puts a complaint into the council. So I really wouldn't like Marrickville to change, but what the last speaker just said, something has to be done with the area. And I don't know why the state government's being blamed for progress. I know there's an election in 2019, but let's do what's right for the areas and not campaign on this term on council. I don't think we need a public meeting because we don't know what's happening yet. There's no development application in. We are in charge of the rezoning. We are in charge of what's going on. I don't think there's a development application lodged. So what's all the hype up? Is it to get some notoriety and stand up and say, I'm going to fight for you tooth and nail because the election's coming in 2019? Let's be sensible and let's do what's right for the area. Let's look at everything on its merit. We know that somebody comes in with a proposal maybe for 35 floors and they're happy with 15. Maybe there's a deal we could do with them. Maybe they can give something back to the community. Maybe they will pay to fix the flood problem that seems to have been neglected. It's funny that we haven't had a public meeting on the flood problem, which I don't doubt what that gentleman just told us. Such a big problem, and no one had a public meeting about it. So let's be sensible. Let's not start campaigning for the next state election. Let's look at everything on its merit. Let's try to do the best we can for the area and just wait. It's no good calling public meetings and hyping up objections and agitation and scaremongering when nothing's on the books yet.
Thank you very much, Councillor Passis. Councillor Hesse.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to support the motion. And I'd like to thank residents who came and spoke tonight, all of them, and I'd like to thank Mr Hallenbitters as well, even though I disagree with him. I live in South Marrickville, and I think let's start with the issue of the area. This was the Gumbarmorra swamp. The flooding problem is not going to get better no matter what we do with it. In fact, if people read the Sydney Morning Herald earlier this year, they'll have noticed that at the end of this century, when my nieces are in their old age, perhaps as old as me or a bit older, it'll be underwater because...
Well, the flats will disappear, then there'll be no way.
I'll call the meeting to order.
So it's not such a good idea to build flats which may be underwater anyway, but that may be a different problem. I know that, and I'll just say this to Mr Hallenbitters, I know many friends who work in the area. I know he's well regarded as a person who looks after the residents. That the people who work there, that's a good thing. But it's not about Mr Hallenbitters. It's about the problem. It's about the contribution this area makes, not just to Marrickville, but the whole inner southwest of Sydney and the city. I've spoken to Professor Chris Gibson, who did the report called Made in Marrickville. It's not just the jobs that are in the proposed area, it's the associated jobs on the other side of Carrington Road as well. There's 1,800 of them, according to his report. The jobs are in manufacturing. In fact, manufacturing is, as Professor Gibson said to me, is not an industry, is not a sector that's dying, it's changing. It's moving away from mass production into what you might call more bespoke industries. They're actually high value added and they employ lots of very skilled people. In fact, by accident, if you like, this precinct is exactly what you want. It is so important to the employment and services that are offered to Greater South Western Sydney. We should fight tooth and nail to keep it on its own merits, regardless of anything else. I thank Ms Dawson for her comments earlier, because what she's also identified in this process is the difficult line council has to tread, because we know the system of planning is frankly against the interests of local residents. It works for the big guys, but not the small guys, if you like. And we have a really serious problem as councillors how to negotiate that. And I know I've talked to a number of councillors here outside of this meeting, and I think I get the feeling that many of us are looking to work collectively on this for the benefit of the community. And I hope that's the case, because I think we really need to stand with our community on this. This is a very, very bad proposal in total from the state government. And frankly, with all due respect to Mr Hallenbitters, the problem is not people like him. The problem is the major developers. Once they get hold of it, they will use everything they can to extract everything out of it for their benefit, not the community's benefit. So I think we really have to have that right out there. That'll be enough from me, otherwise I'll be here all night, but thank you.
Thank you for that. Further discussion, councillors? I've got Councillor York, then Councillor Steer, then Councillor Stamoulis.
I just wanted to speak very briefly in strong support of the motion and respond to some of Councillor Pass's points. I'm sorry she's not here, some of which were probably legitimate, but I do strongly object to her point about having a public meeting as hyping up the community or scaremongering, when in fact I think that doesn't recognise the very legitimate and strong concerns that we've heard from the community in that area and surrounds for very legitimate reasons. The scale and the size of this development is completely out of character in that area. It would put incredible pressure on all public infrastructure in the Marrickville area and surrounding, and as Councillor Hesse's pointed out, really compromise the creative industry and manufacturing jobs that form essentially an economic cluster in that area, whose effects go well beyond that specific 8-hectare site. So I think for those reasons, it's important that we take this strong stand and that we take it now.
Councillor Steer and then Councillor Stamoulis.
Yes, I support this motion as well for the reasons that Councillor Hesse has put forward, and Councillor York as well, and Councillor Drury. And in relation to some of the comments that have been made, I would like to point out that at item 3 of the main papers, there is a letter from the Planning Operations Manager of Inner West Council to the relevant company, Mecone Proprietary Limited, which is handling this proposal for the owner. And it's a 30-page letter which covers every single point that he has raised and many more, including extensive information about the risk of flooding and drainage that must be carried out, urban design, protection of wildlife and local vegetation, inclusion of affordable housing, which there has been no provision for so far, recreational impacts and open space, and social and cultural impacts. There's also no provision for the businesses that are currently there to be included in this development, and it doesn't matter whether they're taxis or whether they're creative or what they are doing. They are all legitimate small businesses of the Inner West Council area, and we as councillors need to support the small businesses in our area. I'm a small business person myself. I have a micro legal practice, and I've had that for many years. And so I know the struggle that small business people have to find accommodation. If this is totally used for residential, notwithstanding all the design problems and issues that this creates, there will be nowhere for the small businesses to go. There will be nowhere for them to employ local people, and the fabric of our community will change dramatically as a result. People need to be able to work and live where they, to work near where they live in order to cut down their need for transport, for travelling, commuting time, and their footprint on the environment. I commend the Planning Operations Manager for the very extensive response to date, and I support this motion.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stamos?
Yes, just very quickly, in items 1 and 2, the words rezoning proposal might best be planning proposal, could be changed to planning proposal. I think that's what it is. And the second point is a question to the Mayor. Will we have sufficient information by this time next week to hold a public meeting, or do you think that we may need a bit more time, maybe even push it out to the last week of October just to have more comprehensive information? But I'll take the advice of the Mayor on that.
We won't have any more information in the last week of October than we will do next Thursday. It is true that the information we have is preliminary, and there's a lot more investigation that will need to occur before the proposal can be fully considered or assessed. But there's a lot of detail there. There's a 30-page letter that the council officers have sent off to the proponent explaining all the concerns we have. There's enough information to know that the impacts are very serious, and I'd rather err on the side of informing the community at the earliest available time and making all of that information transparently available rather than waiting and leaving them in the dark, and that's why I've convened the meeting. Is there any further discussion? So, Councillor Kiat and Councillor De Cruz.
Very quickly, I just want to pick up the comments made by Mr. Olive of the Sydenham to Bankstown Alliance about the relationship between the Sydenham to Bankstown strategy and the Sydney Metro, and suggest that item 3 insert the words "and the Sydney Metro" after Sydenham to Bankstown strategy.
Okay, I won't accept that amendment. Councillor De Cruz.
What? Okay, I'd like to ask a question, because this is actually preempting item 2, and this motion's preempting item 2 and 3. Can I ask, is there an employment component in the Sydenham to Bankstown strategy through the Mayor or whatever?
I'll put that question to the relevant officer.
So, certainly. Each of the precincts along the Sydenham to Bankstown line do include an employment component. However, if I'm looking at the Marrickville precinct, I haven't got the numbers in front of me, I think there was a reduction in the number of new jobs, but I would have to look at that.
Sorry, I don't quite understand. In the strategy, overall strategy, is the state government looking to create or jobs, or is it just going to become a suburb?
I'm just looking at The overall strategy does assume that it's predominantly residential that will be occurring. In the other areas along the line, so there's, I think, 11 precincts in all from Sydenham to Bankstown. Most of those areas do not include rezoning of industrial areas because there isn't any industrial close to the train stations. In the Marrickville station precinct, it is looking at it to 2036, there will be an overall reduction of 754 jobs in the Marrickville precinct.
So in the report, and I take on board that all of this is predicated on the construction of the metro, which is another whole step. What is council's view on that change of employment?
I'll put that question to the relevant officer.
Certainly, through you, Mr Mayor. The loss of employment lands is a matter of concern, I think, in the Inner West Council. We have lost a lot of our employment lands in recent years, but we would like to review our employment land strategy. As a consequence of the loss, we've lost a lot more land in the former Leichhardt area to WestConnex, plus there is other industrial areas which are being rezoned in the former Marrickville as well. So I think that there is a bit of concern about the ongoing loss of employment land.
And I suppose for that reason, I'm very concerned about this submission because it doesn't actually emphasise the issue of the loss of employment and the shortcoming of rezoning. It seems to indicate that the proponent can continue along.
Point of order, Mayor, can we just stick to the current Mayoral minute and debate the other matters later, please?
Councillor, we will be debating the other matters subsequently when we consider that report. So can I suggest that you withdraw and come to those matters at the appropriate time when we deal with that resolution? Excellent. Any further discussion? There's no further discussion at this time. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? That has been carried with Councillor De Cruz and Councillor Passis against, and Councillor Rosidi against.
You were against. You were recorded as against.
Yeah. Okay, the next item, item 34, Mayoral Minute in relation to welcoming same-sex marriage in council facilities. Councillors will be aware that I have spoken publicly in recent days about my intention to bring this proposal forward to council. I think it would be a generous and respectful gesture for this council, given the scope and scale and size and pride that there is within the LGBTIQ community here in the Inner West, to make a decision that we will open our town halls and community centres for same-sex couples to be married in if marriage equality is legislated. There has been, and for a period of 100 days, there has been there's been a lot of support for the proposal, but also some concern. And I want to make clear, concern expressed by people who are not automatically homophobes or bigots because they might have a concern or be in opposition to a particular policy idea that I've put forward or that this council might adopt. A concern that it might be undermining the argument for equality to have one set of rules for the first 100 days after marriage equality for same-sex couples and another set of rules for heterosexual couples. There's also been a number of people have raised with me their concerns that it could be resource intensive, that it would cost a lot of money, ratepayers' money to implement the proposal. And I'd like just to address both of those issues momentarily. Firstly, when you have one group of people who've been discriminated against and mistreated, not just for years or decades, but for centuries, and then a huge leap forward in the way in which they are treated by society and in which their civil rights are respected and upheld is made, when that step forward is made, I don't believe that it's a case of mistreatment of someone else to act generously and symbolically to give those people some recognition. I don't believe it undermines the rights of heterosexual couples who are engaged and getting ready to get married for this council to waive some fees for people who've been discriminated against so long if they would like to get married in the first flush of jubilation after marriage equality is legislated. I'd also like to be clear, and this resolution is explicit about this, that the cost impact on council is not negligible, it's non-existent. I'm proposing that town halls that would otherwise be sitting empty be made available to couples to marry in, and that all of the additional costs that come with a wedding beyond the hall hire, the clean-up, the catering, all of those things, would still be covered by the couple who are getting married, but we would waive the fee higher. There'd still be a deposit required, for instance. There would be no cancellation of commercial bookings which are already within council's booking system. So it's a question of whether you think it's wasteful to have empty town halls being made use of for a celebration for a group of people who've been badly mistreated for a very long time. And I don't believe that does constitute wastefulness or any loss of income or revenue for ratepayers. So I'd like to put that resolution. Is there anyone in the gallery who's come along tonight to speak to that? If not, I'll go to the councillors. Councillor Passos.
Well, I just cannot believe. I know a lot of homosexual couples, and I don't think they need the benevolence of a few people because there's an election coming and two parties trying to outdo each other on how much they're bending over backwards for same-sex marriage people. First of all, if the town halls are empty, let all the other people in the municipality use it for free. This is discriminating against everybody else, and these motions and all this same-sex marriage business and all these banners going up is so patronising to the gay community, the same as acknowledging the Aborigines and saying that all these things, and we have to say sorry 24 hours a day to the Indigenous people, to me is patronising.
I'll call the meeting to order. I'll call the meeting to order. Sorry, if I could just ask you to stop the clock.
To me is patronising.
Councillor Passos, just one moment. I'm going to insist upon there being no interjections when a councillor is speaking. As I stated at the beginning of the meeting, that's no way to conduct ourselves in a democratic forum such as this, and Councillor Passos will be heard in silence. Please proceed.
Everybody should be treated equally. The same as we've got a motion coming up later on I'm going to speak to in council is that a pride centre. I was born in this country 69 years ago, and every different ethnic group, they set up their own clubs and centres. They worked together as a community, and they had the Apia Club, they had the Cypriot Club, they had the all the different clubs around. Why are you signalling out these people, which the gay people I know and the gay people who voted for me are embarrassed by? They are embarrassed. I have not seen. Where are the gay people that are coming up here now screaming for the waiving of the fees of the town hall, screaming for their gay pride centre? No, they don't want it, but it makes everybody feel good to put up all these issues. Oh, we're on your side. They have civil rights. Civil rights is a word that should not be used. They have civil rights. They have stop trying to make out that you're so feeling for them. They don't care. 90% do not care, and they feel embarrassed by all this all of a sudden. Oh, we've got the poor people, the poor people. It is patronising. The gay people I know are well off, very well off financially, and very, very, very intelligent. Very intelligent. And they know the games. You can laugh, Councillor Kiat. You can laugh. I think I know more than you, and I've been around longer than you to know, and I know a lot of gay people. And I don't feel like I have to get on a soapbox and pretend I care about people. I live it. I don't have to advertise it. I care about people off the record.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Further discussion. Councillor
Point of
Drury?
order. I think that Councillor Passos maybe stepped over we have an understanding that there has to be reciprocal respect between councillors. It seemed to me that you were implying that Councillor Keat doesn't care about people.
No, I'm implying that Councillor Keat doesn't sit there and start laughing.
No, but
if you're talking about respect,
it seemed that you were saying that you didn't care about people.
did not have to bend over and start laughing. Thank you.
I would ask that Councillor Passis withdraw that statement.
Councillors, I'm going to call the meeting to order. The best way for us to get on with respectful debate is for us to hear from Councillor Drury. Please proceed.
I did make a request that Councillor Passis withdraw that statement.
I'm not going to direct her to do that. I'm going to get on with the debate, and I'll be watchful if there's further disrespect from either side of the chamber, and I will adhere to your request. Please proceed.
Mayor, once again, I thank you for this mayoral minute, which I wholeheartedly support. I support because we are going through, at the moment, an absurd process of I can't even remember what it's called now, a survey run by the ABS to try and find out, you know, what we think about marriage equality in this country. I think at a local level that this is a great response. It is in line with our existing policy. It just takes it to the next level. And despite the fact I'm not a great fan of marriages of any sort, I hope to get along to be invited to some of these.
Thank you for that. Further discussion. Councillor Steer.
Thank you, Mayor. I have been married for almost 35 years and I support the institution of marriage. And at my wedding on the 11th of December 1982, my best man was my best friend and he was a gay man. And even though he was in his 30s, it was the first time that anyone had ever asked him to be a best man at their wedding because in those days, a certain element of people thought that gay people couldn't participate in wedding groups simply because they were gay and they weren't part of the wedding. Well, my best man threw himself into our wedding. The only thing we ruled out was frilly shirts for all the guys. That was too much because it was a daytime wedding. His partner came from San Francisco and everyone was very happy. He later died tragically of AIDS. And so I support this because he can't get married. He couldn't get married in 1982 and unfortunately he's passed on. But in his memory, I can support this motion so that anyone else in the Inner West Council can avail themselves of that opportunity.
Well said. Further discussion. Councillor De Cruz.
I'm not married, but I will say that I guess the strongest argument on this issue came from a parent of a gay person, and she said the issue is that everybody else takes it for granted when people are sick, when there's a death, about the other half of the family because there is that marriage contract. When siblings get married, there is a gay person couldn't get married, and that argument clarified for me why the issue of same-sex marriage is so important. So I support the motion.
Thank you for that. Councillor York.
Thank you all to the Mayor for bringing this forward and to all the contributions from the councillors this evening. I just wanted to add support, but also to say what a wonderful way to celebrate what has been a really difficult campaign for the LGBTIQ community to endure for the past several weeks and months. So I look forward to the party, to be honest. I can't wait, and I know many others can't as well. So party on.
Excellent. Councillor Stamos.
Yes, it's positive that we're responding to this issue in the sense that council can provide something. The issue of the finances in 1 and the finances in 3 intrigued me a little bit. That is that they'll be given a waiver of the fee hire, but they'll be responsible for all other fees. Is that a win or a loss or a bit of both for them financially? Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll take that question. The intention is, and I'm happy to accept any amendment that you might propose, Councillor Stamoulis, if you can provide further clarity. The intention is that the fee waiver be limited to the higher fee. That is, at the clean-up, as I mentioned in my opening comments, the clean-up, all of the other associated costs with holding a wedding in the venue, the bumping in and bumping out of the sound system or the performers and so on, all of that would be paid for by the hirers. But the higher fee itself, the nominal cost for using the facility at that time, that would be waived. And I think that's quite clear in the resolution, but if you've got a suggestion, I'm happy to hear it.
I'd certainly like to know what the numbers might be. I mean, what would be the average higher fee for the hall, and then what would be the cost that they'd have to pay for all of these other incidentals?
I can't give you an estimate about the total cost for a wedding. It was some time since mine took place, but I will ask the council officers to inform you about the fees for the hire of our town halls.
The reason is, Mr Mayor, we might be able to do both. That's what I'm suggesting. We may be able to suggest that we can provide the whole thing.
Pay for the music too. That could get quite expensive.
No, we remain responsible for all other fees associated with the hall hire, not the music, I'm assuming, and not any other things that they would want to bring in.
I don't feel confused by the wording of the resolution. Yeah. Perhaps you do, and I'm open to your proposed amendment.
Thank you.
I'll ask the council officers about the fees that are charged for hire of town halls.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. The fees for our town halls are actually quite variable because we haven't harmonised our fees across the local government area, and they also vary according to the category, and they range from very low to, perhaps $100 or less, through to several $1,000s, depending on the scale of the event and the nature of the hirer.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. That's the cost in item 1, but I'm actually also after the cost in item 3.
Okay, well, there are none. I think you might be getting confused. I'm going to think about how to formulate an amendment for you which will set your mind at ease. Councillor Porteous?
Look, I just wanted to suggest an amendment because I know that some of our parks are actually really popular places for marriages. I've been to a couple myself, and they're wonderful places to celebrate marriage and to have small celebrations. So I think it might be quite nice, particularly moving into summer, if perhaps we added in there as well, and our parks as well.
Thank you. So I'll accept that amendment. So for the minute taker, after council halls, there should be a comma, parks. That's it. And then for Councillor Stamoulis, rather than it reading, ensure that all hall users remain responsible for all other fees associated with hall hire, we'll replace the words hall hire with the cost of their wedding. Okay. No problem. Okay, any further discussion? Councillor Macri.
Thanks, Chair. I'd just like to make a comment on a few of the things that have been mentioned here tonight. I don't want this to develop into a debate about gay marriage because it's not and shouldn't be. It's about doing something to assist a group of people in the community, which by any standard have had a little bit of difficulties. But I thought one of the issues about Marrickville that did attract a lot of the alternate lifestyles to Marrickville was the fact they were readily accepted and treated as part of the community pretty much as soon as they got here. And Marrickville was a very welcoming place. So I struggle with the issue of equity with this motion. And the simple reason is, as much as all the gay community would love to have a wedding, there is a lot of disadvantaged people in our community that would actually love to have a wedding as well. Our Aboriginal community and our migrant community that are disadvantaged and would love the opportunity to have this for their children also. The working class nature of our area gives us these people, and a lot of them can't afford to have weddings. So if the halls are empty and we're going to do this, I'd ask you to accept an amendment to actually say open it up to all the communities, the disadvantaged communities, and particularly Aboriginal communities that are oppressed and not having a great time in our communities. I think it will be a good gesture for you, and it will be equally received in the gay community and the other communities in the area. And I don't think, as your motion shows, it's not going to be imposter council if all the costs are actually met by the hirer other than the hiring of the hall. I just think it's a fairer and more equitable motion, and that's something I believe council should be doing, and not just singling out one particular group, as worthy as they are. I just think it would sit, the gay people that I spoke to today, when I was talking about this, actually did mention to me they felt a little bit embarrassed by the fact that they have the resources to actually get married somewhere. You know, we could do some sort of celebration. Maybe you'd have the hall for the first 100 people all having one celebration all together. That'd be fine as a commemorative thing. But then to have an ongoing thing, I think you just alienate a lot of the community and puts them under pressure. Yeah, I know it's 100 days, but other people could. If you'd accept that, I could vote for it. Otherwise, I don't think I can.
Thank you very much for that. Further discussion, councillors? If there's no further discussion, I'll give a very brief right of reply. I appreciate that everybody's conducted the debate in a respectful manner. That's very important. We want this to be about the issue, which is an important one. As stated in my opening comments, I'm not going to accept an amendment that we extend the gesture to a broader range of groups in the community. I actually think at this point in time, what that would achieve would be to undermine the magnanimity and generosity of the gesture. I think you can be kind to people who've been having a tough time without that meaning that you are being unkind to everybody else who may not have been experiencing the same oppression or discrimination. So I'm going to put that recommendation. All those in favour? All those against?
I'm sorry, can I just...
It's been carried.
Division?
Yes, division. Councillor Passos, Councillor Raciti and Councillor Macri against. Councillor Kiat.
I just wanted to ask, because the motion does say fee hire for any couple wishing to marry. Are you saying that this is for any couple or this is for any same-sex couple?
The motion's been carried. It's quite clear that it's for same-sex couples. Okay, next item. Next item, Mayoral minute in relation to parking metres. Councillors will be aware that for a long time now in the former Leichhardt municipality, there's been a strong view amongst business owners and residents and visitors that parking metres being operational at night time is undermining the success of our dining precincts, and that conversely, to put it in the positive, turning the parking metres off at night could give people a practical incentive to come and frequent those places. It would boost our nighttime economy, help our local restaurants and give people a practical incentive to come out onto the street and create nighttime activity. Councillors will also be aware, we've just got to be really honest about this, that particularly in Norton Street, Leichhardt, the extraordinary downturn that has occurred there from, say, 2 decades before in terms of economic activity, visitation, tourist visitation, the frequenting of the streets by local residents, it's quite incredible. I mean, there's some nights where you could shoot a cannon down Norton Street and not hit anyone. When I was a kid, I grew up in Balmain, we used to catch the bus across to Norton Street with $2 in our pockets at night because it was the place to be in Sydney. It had such a vibe. It was chock-a-block every night. You had a wide variety of people and some interesting characters on the street, but it was a place that was renowned not just in Sydney, but all over the world. For the Italian diaspora, when they came to Australia, people would visit there. We're all familiar with the great celebrations that have occurred during World Cups and soccer tournaments with the Italian community there. Obviously, there's a whole range of causes for the decline of main streets like Norton Street, and I don't pretend that there's a silver bullet or that the parking metres are the installation of parking metres, and they've been there for quite a long time now, that is the sole cause of the decline. But it is incumbent upon this local government to take action, to try to be the catalyst for turning things around. And to put it another way, if we don't take responsibility for acting and trying to bring the business community, local residents and the broader business community across Sydney together to revitalise places like Norton Street, and Darling Street, Balmain, which is not in quite as dire state, but has certainly faced some serious challenges. If we don't take action to do that now, then no one else is going to. So it's time for leadership. I'm proposing that we make a policy decision tonight that we will turn the parking metres off in the former Leichhardt municipality. The reason I reference the Leichhardt municipality is that in the new Inner West Council area, there's only a very limited number of areas where parking metres exist. There's lots of them in Balmain, Rozelle and Leichhardt. There's some on one half of King Street, which we have control of, and of course that's the border between our local government area and the City of Sydney. I've consulted with business owners in King Street and with the Chamber, and we all know King Street's going gangbusters. And they've made it clear to me, I'd be interested in further discussion with them about it, but they've made it clear to me that turning the parking metres off could actually have a detrimental effect to the turnover that they are seeing and would like to continue to create on King Street at night. And so I haven't proposed that we extend this policy to that vicinity. There's no parking metres in the former Ashfield Council area, and there's none in the former Marrickville Council area other than that King Street precinct. I am also proposing, though, that we adopt a policy position of not installing any new parking metres in those former local government areas or any new parking metres in the former Leichhardt municipality either. So they're two principal policy decisions that I believe we should make tonight. But of course, a significant policy like this does need to be implemented very carefully. And so I'm proposing that we ask the officers to produce a report, that there be detailed consultation that be undertaken with businesses and residents and visitors, so that when this is introduced in the very near future, it's done in a way that is responsible. And by that I mean we have to identify how we're going to pay for it. There will be a financial implication for adopting this policy. I don't think that that should be a reason to not adopt it, but I also don't want to lead the sort of government that makes decisions that cost millions of dollars in revenue without a plan to pay for it, because that's how you end up in administration and wasting ratepayers' money. I think also another policy that I've proposed previously and that I want to be considered very carefully is the extension of 30 minutes free parking to all of the metres in Leichhardt municipality. As the Mayor of Leichhardt, I was part of the council that implemented that on the main streets. It's been useful and I think strongly welcomed by local residents and business owners. It hasn't been a panacea by any means. Probably more helpful for coffee shops and news agencies than it is for other retailers or restaurants. But I think we should look very closely at implementing an extension of that 30 minutes free to all metres. I know some residents will be concerned who live on side streets about what impact that could have on them. And so I don't think that's something that could be implemented without careful consideration with how it would impact on the rest of our parking and traffic plans and what impacts it might have on those residents. And that should be identified through consultation and professional advice from the council officers. So I'm going to move that recommendation, which is on the screen before you, and open the floor to discussion. Is there anyone from the gallery who's come to address that issue tonight? Yes, please come forward.
Thank you. I'll only be short. I think you should think about turning them off earlier, because I'm thinking about people with little kids. People with little kids want to go and eat earlier than 7 p.m. when they'll get fed at 7:30. So I think you should turn them off at 6. It's just a suggestion to think about.
Thank you very much. Councillor Passis, then Councillor Lockie.
I never thought I'd like somebody from the gallery so much as I like this lady tonight. I have not come across such an intelligent person in a long time.
It's an eclectic mix here in the Inner West.
I agree with everything she says.
Me too.
Look, and that lady has a point. A lot of people do go out earlier for dinner. And I never thought that I would agree with anything, Mr Mayor, that you put forward wholeheartedly. And I agree with this wholeheartedly. And it would have to be let's get serious about this. If a council has to survive on parking meters and traffic infringement notices, we might as well shut up shop and go home. We have to have vision. We have to look forward in ways that we can generate income and ways that we can implement new things for our residents without making our residents pay through the nose. And there are ways to do it. I think this is absolutely fantastic. I've also had the parking permit policy that's been introduced. That needs to be looked at. It is horrific. The costs have gone up, which they shouldn't have. It's very hard to implement. Residents are screaming. It is not fair. And I hope we look at that too and make sure that the policy is uniform all over the amalgamated council, because I think there's different rules for different areas. Like Ashfield had no visitor parking. We didn't have any carers parking, and yet we've got Leichhardt and Marrickville that had different rules for their permits. So I think that needs to be made uniform immediately as a matter of urgency, actually. And the no parking meters anywhere in the municipality is absolutely fantastic. And Mr Mayor, I commend you, and it makes me feel a little bit better about putting my hand up for you as Mayor.
Right, excellent. Further discussion. We had Councillor Lockie, then Councillor Stamoulis.
And my hand was shaking.
I'd just like to say thank you for consulting with the businesses in King Street and the surrounding precinct, because I'd had similar discussions with the precinct association there and some of the local businesses, and I think the indications they've given to you are completely in line with the indications they gave to me in terms of being concerned about a sweeping policy being implemented across the entire LGA. So it's good to see that we're going to look at that on a suburb by suburb basis. And I just had a question in relation to item 2A and actually all of 2 and all of 4. What kind of timelines are we looking at in terms of getting those assessments back?
I'll put that as a question to the relevant council officers.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There'd be a considerable amount of work that our staff would have to do. I would envisage that along with the consultation, making sure it happens at the right time of the year, I think we'd need to be bringing it back for discussion through sort of early in the year, in time, certainly in time for the budget process, for the following financial year's budget process, to enable us time to do the community engagement and also do all the relevant research that's required.
Thank you for that. Further discussion? Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Mayor, at the time you were enjoying Balmain and Leichhardt some years back, that was before we had parking meters at all in those areas. And in fact, when I was campaigning against those in the year 2000, it was precisely some of the comments that I made. These parking meters would have a major effect on our shopping areas. And in fact, the one area that escaped parking meters, as all of you know, was Annandale. And have a guess which area thrived when the other two dived. Yeah, Annandale did. Annandale thrived. It never experienced the empty shops, the loss of patronage that Leichhardt and Balmain did. The areas were too fragile for parking meters in the first place. That is, we're not a Bondi. You know, if there's a car that leaves Balmain, there's not 10 waiting to fill that spot. Exactly. We're not Manly. We're not Chatswood. There are 10 cars waiting to fill that spot. Once the spot's empty in Balmain or Leichhardt, no one's waiting to take that spot there. So, in fact, if anything, you'd probably be best getting rid of them entirely, but maintaining the 2-hour parking limits. You can't have it sort of open slather. But anyway, look, that's not the point of the discussion tonight. Mr Mayor, I think this is a very good motion, because it opens up a very important thing, and that is discussion. I would love to see item number 4 moved up to the top. Let's get this discussion and consultation going, and it would read, undertake detailed consultation with Chambers of Commerce, Main Street businesses, residents and businesses about how to improve your points 1, 2 and 3. That is, let's get the discussion. Is it going to be 6 o'clock? Is it going to be 6:30? Is it going to be 7? We need to know this, and we will know this from the consultation process. Will we get, even if we turn the meters off and those signs are still there saying 2 hours, move your car by within 2 hours, I've still got to jump up in the middle of dinner and move my car. So maybe we've got to address that situation of how the 2-hour signs work. But this is a very positive and constructive mayoral minute. I do think that item 4 should slide to the top and incorporate the stuff below and really flesh out this whole thing. We've been doing piecemeal policy for 3 elections. 15-minute free parking didn't work. 30-minute free parking worked a touch. Now we're going to go to 7 at 7 p.m. Well, this one, it's all piecemeal. Let's get it together over a period of months. Let's get this consultation going because the Mayor has produced a good framework for that. And I think it would be great to make that comprehensive, make it a good, strong policy and deliver a final outcome so we don't come to you for the 4th time in 2020 with yet more of this stuff going on. Let's see if we can resolve it, and this mayoral minute helps us do that. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Porteous.
Yes, look, I thank the Mayor for putting this motion forward tonight. The Greens are also supportive of turning parking meters off at 7 o'clock, and we do believe that that's going to certainly improve the situation longer term for local businesses and for local residents. I think I was just thinking actually that because parking meters for people who've been on council for a long time, it's kind of like this secret business where, you know, how do you get parking meters or how do you get parking right for Main Street? So I'm wondering if anybody's ever done a PhD on it because I think it's actually so complex trying to get, you know, what's the right time? Do you use parking meters? Do you not use parking meters? Do you, you know, how long should people be able to park for? How do you get it right so that it's stimulating the businesses and getting it right for the local residents so people are actually going and using the local shops and restaurants? I'm pleased to see that there's a report coming back as well on those other issues. I am concerned about the extending of the 30-minute free parking meters to the streets on the side streets, because the feedback I have had from residents on the side streets is that is not going to be something that will be positive for them. So I'll be interested to see what feedback we get through that report. I think in terms of being fair and transparent, it might be a good idea. I recognise the fact that the Mayor has consulted informally with businesses on King Street, Newtown, as has Councillor Lockie. But I think there's varying reports have come out from the businesses and the locals in Newtown about the parking meters. And I think if we're proposing to turn the parking meters off at 7 o'clock within the Leichhardt municipality area, it would be fair that at least we did some consultation with the King Street, Newtown businesses and local residents about potentially turning those meters off at 7 o'clock as well, so that at least we can feed that back into the process rather than leaving it out entirely, which just doesn't seem that we've I think it would be better to put that on the table as well and assess that as well. So I'd suggest that that we possibly if the Mayor was felt this was a good idea as well, that we added an additional point there to the report to make that investigation as well. But yeah, look forward to receiving the report and moving forward with this.
Thank you very much. What I'll do to that end is amend point 4 to read with all chambers of commerce, which will then require us to talk to all of the business groups across the municipality. And I think there could be a lot that comes out of that, because it's not as though parking meters is the only issue, and there'll be businesses in Ashfield and Marrickville who are interested in talking to us about what else can be done in terms of parking. Further discussion? Councillor Macri.
Thanks, Chair. I welcome this motion because the people in Marrickville or the shopkeepers in Marrickville, and I know some of the Ashfield and Haberfield people, shopkeepers, were very nervous about Council's position on parking meters because they saw the impact it had on Norton Street and didn't want to be part of the collateral damage. I think the question here is not when to turn them off, when to put them on, whatever. The question is, first of all, to wean council off the reliance of the funds that these meters actually generate. That's your first issue. And then it goes into a bigger issue about when we have development issues coming through. And this is the most important thing, is actually getting the parking right there for those developments and businesses, because the more you approve development without parking, the more you create this issue. And it's something that really has to be looked at. And councillors won't be involved in any assessment, any DAs anymore, which is good and bad. But actually setting the policy and setting the tone, that's where you're going to get the outcomes here, and it's got to start right from the top and getting those things right. Because if you commit to putting in a whole lot of development without enough parking, you're actually contributing to the people's problems. And you can't do anything for the person that's got a little terrace house that's about 4 metres wide and hasn't got any parking and no rear lane access. But when you allow a 6-storey building next door to them with only 2 parking spots, then you're actually compromising them. And that's where the issue has to really be actually looked at. As far as Norton Street's concerned, I wish us all luck, because businesses are organic and it's like a corpse. You've killed it. The parking meters have killed it. Now to try and revive it, it's going to take a lot of incentives to bring it back. And as far as the Italian community is concerned, they run from Norton Street, and it was the centrepiece of the Italian community. And I heard the stories from friends of mine that had restaurants on Norton Street. There was people that lost their homes. There was people that refused to even drive in Norton Street because of the actions of the old Leichhardt Council. There was one fellow who actually committed suicide in his own restaurant because of the actions of what the impacts of the actions that council had with parking meters just destroyed the businesses. So, you know, it is really incumbent on council to actually think about the decisions and what they actually do to people's lives. So it is not just a fix of turning off parking meters. Wean council off relying on fines and parking meters and get the actual controls correct for the provision of parking in the future. And that's the only thing that's going to help our area. Thank you.
If there's no further discussion, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? That's been carried unanimously. There's one final mayoral minute. In aid of Councillor Hesse's request previously that we get to the motions that citizens have come along to contribute to the discussion about tonight. This is about bus privatisation, this mayoral minute. It's essentially establishing a policy for the newly elected council in opposition to the privatisation of Inner West bus services. The administrator did not previously adopt a position, such a position for the Inner West Council. We can have a lengthy debate if you would like. I presume most people in the room already have an established view on whether buses should be privatised here or not. And so I'm going to propose that rather than speaking at length about it, the motion's there, the resolution's there for all of us to see, that's on the screen for the members of the gallery. Is there anyone, I'll waive my right to speak, is there anyone who would desperately like to speak on this? If not, I'll put the council passes.
Well, the loving didn't last long. I'm totally opposed to this motion.
Don't look at me.
Come on.
I support it.
I'm totally opposed to it. Okay, we're finished. The relationship's over.
We could have got married.
If there's get the town hall for free.
Hold the front page.
Look, Mr. Mayor, I, in all honesty, not that I'd be hauled over the coals by the Liberal Party if I did vote for this, but
You're right, Jimmy.
I do. Well, we do. We don't caucus. We're not allowed to, and we do have a code of conduct, and we're left to vote the way we want. I can't vote for this. Yet again, let's see how it works. It can always be reverted. Now, Darcy, I find this interesting coming from the Labor. Labor's privatised that many things, so I can't understand why you're so against this, but I have to vote against this. The bus services haven't been good. It might work, it might not. Let's see how it goes. I'm totally opposed to this mayoral minute.
Sorry, I'm not going to apologise for having worked on the railways for 12.5 years, and I know buses were the mortal enemy for us on the railways, but I will disagree with Councillor Passos with respect. The argument the government's put forward on this is that the current bus service is inefficient. The problem we have in inner city is not inefficient buses, is the fact we don't have enough public transport, and with the state government's plans to massively increase the density, we've talked about this earlier tonight, we'll talk about it again shortly, will only mean the need for more buses and more trams and more railways even more important. And the one way you guarantee that is through a responsible and responsive government making sure that the service is there to meet the demand. We don't have more buses, gridlock will ensue. The problems that Councillor Macri mentioned earlier will be multiplied if we don't have more buses. And the one things we know, when buses are privatised, they make them slower and less frequent. That's what happens. It happened in the United States, it's happened in Australia. This is a disaster for the Inner West. It will ensure gridlock for the Inner West for years and years to come, and it will destroy businesses and lives. So I think we need to send a very, very strong and united message to the state government. They should not privatise the buses, and they should not privatise the railways either, for that matter.
I'll put that resolution. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Declare that carried. Now, thank you very much for your patience. We're operating under the former Leichhardt Council Code of Meeting Practice. This is probably the practice for all three councils, but I'm familiar with what we did in Leichhardt. What we try to do is to suspend standing orders to bring forward all the items that you're in attendance here for tonight. So I'm going to ask you to raise your hands. Let us know. I'll go to each of you and you can let me know which item you're here for. If someone says that they're here for your item, then you can take your hand down. It's going to make a note of that. And then we're going to resolve to bring all of those items forward so that we deal with the business that you're not interested in after you've left and you can all get home. We're going to ask one of the officers to make a note of the items as they're raised. So please raise your hands and let me know what you're here for. Yes, down the back, sir. What item?
Item 29, the precinct committee.
Item 29. Yes.
Number 2.
Item number 2, that's
Bankstown.
Sydenham to Bankstown. Yes, sir.
22, renewables.
22, renewables. Yes, down the back, sir.
Item 2, Sydenham to Bankstown.
That's done. That's been
sorry.
forward. Yep. Anyone else with their hand up, Sydenham to Bankstown, you can take it down. Yes, sir. In the white shirt.
35 and 36.
35 and 36. They're the mayoral minutes. They've both been dealt with.
Okay.
Yes, over here, sir. Peter.
18 and 26. I think they've been combined, but
18 and 26.
yeah.
Yes. Yes, down the back.
Item 19.
19. Yes. Yes, over here.
Traffic committee and 2 of the motions.
Yeah, which 2 motions? Traffic committee's item 9. Which motions were you here for? Which motions?
9.
No, I brought forward traffic committee. Oh, you're here for the motions within traffic committee, is that right?
The cruise ones on Croydon Road and Frederick
Okay,
Street.
no problem. That is item 14 and item 15 and item 16. Yes, sir.
Number 1, WestConnex.
Number 1, WestConnex. Yes, sir. Down the back.
Item 3, Carrington Road.
Carrington Road. Yes. Yes, sir. Up the front.
Has 26 been mentioned?
Yep, 26 is already on there. Any others? Yes.
Can I just clarify if 28, which is the Cities Power Partnership, has been merged in with 22?
Well, they may be, but you need to get it brought forward. So yes,
Okay, well,
that, 28. Yes, down the back. No.
Item 4, 27 and 29.
No problem, got those. Anything else? Okay, so I'm going to move that we suspend standing orders to bring forward items 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 22, 26, 27, 28, 29. That didn't say much time. never mind. So I'll move that way. Is there a second to that? Seconded by Councillor Hesse. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Item 1, WestConnex. Please come forward, sir.
Hi, my name is Richard Dudley Smith. I'm part of No WestConnex Annandale. I haven't had an opportunity to read through your submission to the EIS, but I have actually spent a lot of time on the EIS myself, and I've also had the opportunity to hear what Terry Lee Williams and Professor Newman last night had to say about the EIS, actually. To sort of vaguely quote, Terry Lee Williams said, in a lifetime of working in planning, this project for the WestConnex was quite categorically the worst project he had ever seen. And the EIS that has been put forward by the Sydney Motor Corporation is an absolute shambles, an abortion of an EIS, and that it was no sort of EIS at all. All it really was a sales brochure to sell the Sydney Motor Corporation. So taking that on board, as most of you would know, they haven't had one single bid for the construction of the Rozelle interchange. And that bid, well, they have apparently had one, and it was rejected. But the issue that I want to raise tonight with your own submission to the EIS is that this was reported in the Sydney Morning Herald recently, or in the last couple of days, I think, actually, that as they've only had this one bid and that's been turned down, so we're now left with a situation as if the Sydney Motor Corporation gets actually sold, then we're ticking off on an EIS here with a construction that's inside it for the Rozelle interchange, which in its present way, it looks as though it can't be built. In the article in the Sydney Morning Herald, it said, Roads and Maritime has decided not to progress with a request for a tender for the Rozelle interchange with the sole EOI expression of interest respondent, as this is unlikely to deliver value for money to the taxpayer. Mr. Harwin said the new procurement strategy would be a more flexible solution than that and that will include broader engagement with local and international contractors. The solution will deliver value for money for the New South Wales taxpayers and ensure delivery of this critical final stage of the WestConnex. But basically, what they're actually saying in this is that what is actually in the EIS is more than likely not going to be built because it's far too expensive, far too complicated, never been done before, and yet that is what we are having to address in the EIS. So.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired.
Move an extension of 1 minute.
I'm going to indicate at this stage, this is just a procedural motion, I'll be voting against extensions of time as a general rule for the duration of the meeting, given the sheer scale of business that we have to deal with and the fact that there's so many people still in the gallery. That's not a matter of disrespect to anyone who's speaking, but I'm trying to chair the meeting.
Can I just make a point there, though, Mayor? We've been dealing with your mayoral minutes up till now. It's 9:10. I think from fairness, the people that are here in the gallery have been patiently waiting to address the issues that are actually on the agenda. To now limit them to 3 minutes when they have more than 3 minutes that they want to speak, I think is incredibly unfair. And I hope that the other councillors will not follow the example of the mayor in this. Yeah, I think you actually even pointed out, it's really unfair.
Okay, thank you for your lengthy point of order, which is equal time. I will conduct the vote if anyone moves a motion for extension of time.
I move an extension of time.
For this to pass, I'll put that. All those in favour, against, declare it carried. I'm just indicating my intention to try to make sure that the meeting carries on. Please proceed, sir.
Okay, well, I mean, the point that I'm trying to make here is you have prepared an EIS which I haven't read, and nobody else, I shouldn't think anybody else has had time to go through it as well. But basically what I'm asking, in the situation that we're in, it looks to me as though there's a possibility that we could tick off on this EIS, and then down the line this would be unbuilt. The Roselle interchange would be unbuilt, and a completely new design could be put in, which would not be governed by an EIS at all, which suggests to me there's a possibility legally that they could say, well, we can't build that, so we're going to bulldoze half of Roselle and we're going to put a St Peter's interchange there, as was originally suggested, and that the community would have absolutely no comeback on that situation. From a legal standpoint, I mean, the community would be up in arms, but I think there's a possibility of that occurring. And I wanted actually to ask, Kendall, yeah, what his view was of that. Okay. Yeah.
I'll put that as a question to the director of the WestConnex unit.
Yeah, look, it might be a question best answered by the Department of Planning, but I think the question was about the possibility that part of WestConnex could be built, the first part of stage 3, and not the Roselle interchange, the complex bit. Look, I would guess that if they were to proceed in 2 separate stages, they would need to lodge separate EISs because this current one's covering them all. I hope I'm getting the gist of your question right.
Oh, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
But at the moment, the EIS covers all 3 stages.
It does.
The whole stage.
I'll call them in order.
Yeah.
The process is not for there to be a two-way communication between the officers and the gallery. Thank you for answering the question. Further discussion. Councillors. Councillor Lockie, then Councillor York.
Yeah, just I'd like to thank the council officers and the WestConnex unit for the work that's gone into this. Having pulled together a few of these myself, I know like you're probably not sleeping a great deal at the moment. So I thank you for that. I have not had the time to read this in as much detail as I would like. So my comments at this point in time are going to be fairly top line. I did notice that there is a couple of instances of wording on pages 6 and 36 where the impact of works around St Peter's appears to have been, it's almost getting a little bit downplayed, and it is qualified. But one thing I have found with the Sydney Motorway Corporation is we don't need to do their job for them in terms of downplaying impacts. And I'm very aware that the St Peter's community is obviously a very anguished one at the moment, and we definitely don't want to give them the impression that we somehow care less about what's happening there. I know that's absolutely not the case, so let's not create that impression. The other thing I picked up, and there was an instance I noticed on page 52 where the St Peter's works were missing from the list of examples that were given. There are a couple of instances as well that I noticed with Parramatta Road where we refer to, in some cases on pages 6 and 45, for example, wanting to get some concessions where WestConnex would reduce traffic, but then we very rightly point out in most of the rest of the submission that there's a very strong likelihood that WestConnex will not reduce traffic on Parramatta Road. So I just wonder if there's a bit of inconsistency with those. And I think that was all the comments I had at the moment. I'm a little sleep deprived as well, so I apologise.
I'll put that as a question, that final question to the director of the WestConnex unit.
Yeah, that's a good question about Parramatta Road. I might defer to my colleague Ken Welsh on that, who's looked at probably the traffic in a bit more detail.
Through the chair. The situation with the references to WestConnex are partly because of inconsistencies within the EIS, particularly when you compare Stage 1, Stage 2 and Stage 3 EISs, the modelling varies significantly. There are 2 locations that were identified as level of service F, for instance, Sloane Street and Parramatta Road, Crystal Street, Norton Street with Parramatta Road, all supposed to be level of service F, which is basically a fail. And then in other sections of it, it shows up to a 10 or 15% decrease in traffic volume. So part of it is that the EIS compares three things. It compares level of service in some instances, other instances it refers to average daily traffic volumes, and other instances it refers to average weekday traffic volumes. So we're still plugging through, trying to find out exactly how they relate to one another, and we've tried factoring the weekday up to daily.
Can I just add that despite those inconsistencies, we'll still argue for reclaiming of traffic space on Parramatta Road regardless?
Councillor York.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to also thank the manager of the WestConnex unit and his team for all of the work that's clearly gone into this under a very short time frame and the difficult circumstances of a new council and new councillors, so thank you. I strongly support the tone in the response and the positioning that clearly states that this council is opposed to all three stages, which reflects the discussion that we had in council last week. And I note that and think that it needs to maintain its primacy in the final draft. So thank you for that. I also support the many recommendations that you've got in there about bringing to the attention of the Premier and the ministers, the relevant ministers, the various concerns and complaints about all aspects of the project from the process itself through to the design and then the construction and then the impacts. I think they're strong recommendations, and I particularly support the call for an inquiry and effectively a halt to the project until a proper inquiry has been concluded. So support all of those. I wanted to raise in addition to Councillor Lockie's suggestion, I wanted to raise a couple of others with apologies that I haven't also been able to get through all of the details. So if I'm raising suggestions that are already covered, I'm happy to withdraw them. But I did want to raise a couple of things that could be considered for inclusion in our response. Including, for example, the possibility of restating some of the concerns and objections that were raised in the former Marrickville Council's response to the M5 extension EIS on the basis that the St Peters interchange, many of the issues that are relevant down there were already covered in that EIS, and I wouldn't want to see them excluded from this opportunity. So that could be a matter of a simple annexure potentially, but I would like to see them expressed and tabled in this response. I'd also like to see an in-principle objection to and statement of projected economic effect of traffic impacts, including potential clearways on King Street, Newtown. I know this is something that keeps popping up and getting battered back down, but I, again, don't want to miss the opportunity to table our concern about that. And I haven't seen it covered in there so far. And then I'd also like to just make sure or ask the question that some of the issues that were raised by Haberfield resident Sharon Laura in writing that were received by councillors have also been included, because I thought many of those concerns were very valid, including requests for further detail on the third construction option for Haberfield, local pollution hotspots, indoor air quality monitoring, and the impact of Sydney Water's Iron Cove Creek renewal. So I think that concludes my remarks. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Further discussion, councillors?
Couple of clarifications.
Yes, of course.
Look, I'll be very helpful, and through the chair, if perhaps the director of the WestConnex unit could just explain to us what we're looking at now and how that will change for what is going to be submitted on the 16th, because I'm just unclear about what else will be added into it. That's one question. I also was hoping to see in here the results of the traffic modelling, but I can't see it. I was actually expecting the traffic modelling report to be in there, so perhaps if you could address what has happened about that. And look, I was a bit concerned about the limited nature of the health impacts, the human health risks and the mental health risks, which I had been hoping would be substantially a bit more depth and complexity in that, because I think it's a really important issue. And my understanding when we had the extraordinary meeting was that council was going to use a consultant that had been identified, I think, from a university. So I was just wondering whether that has happened or is in train and can be added later. If you could answer those questions, thank you.
Through you, Chair. Look, I guess the main, in the time available, 4 days, the main changes that will be made are improvements, and already since Monday. And I must confess that is a very draft. It's probably the most draft thing I've ever put to a council meeting. But yes, look, it's just the limitations of time now, and some of the dot points on the covering report indicate the work that has to be done in reorganising it and bringing all the recommendations together at the end. So yes, there will be changes, but not in the information and tone. It's more about fleshing out the gaps and bringing it together and making it read well. The traffic modelling, look, the modelling we're undertaking, we do have preliminary results, but I guess we're running that as a separate project. So I was reluctant to be putting results in our submission ahead of consultation on that, which will be happening soon before the end of this year. But we could include more information, and I've certainly taken that point. But I have put a covering recommendation in there that would bring in that whole project, and it recommends that a condition of consent, if this is all, if the project is approved, a condition of consent would be included to for us to work with RMS, to continue to work with RMS on that project, to develop those traffic calming works and that be funded. Similarly, for streets we've identified that may have reduced traffic from WestConnex, as we were talking about earlier, and that includes Parramatta Road and Victoria Road. Yes, the health, when we spoke, I think it was at the extraordinary meeting, I think I'd mentioned I thought I was getting Becca to go through the limited number of people they use for health impacts. I thought I had someone, but they didn't have capacity. They ended up finding someone who already has a contract with WestConnex, and I put that to our procurement people, and they thought that probably wasn't a good idea. So yes, we are talking to our colleagues at one of the health research units at Sydney University. I've also been talking to my colleagues at the City of Sydney, and we've been exchanging drafts. So I think between those bits and pieces of information and the research we can do ourselves, we'll have something that will certainly cover that base. The city has also told me that they'll be lodging what they call a draft submission on Monday, and I think that will go to a council meeting on Tuesday, and they'll be lodging a supplementary submission that includes comments from councillors at the end of the week. So that's also possibly also an option for covering extra work.
Could I also just get a clarification? So we're going to lodge on the 16th, and then we're going to bring what we've lodged on the 16th to the 24th, and we'll re-lodge again after the 24th with any amendments that come to council at that stage. Is that correct?
That's been confirmed, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify if that's the case. Yeah.
Councillor Drury.
Quick amendment, if I may, Mayor. The council ensure all community action groups have been consulted and invited to attach their own submissions to councils prior to the final submission on the 24th.
You'll move the report with that amendment. Can you provide that word into the minute?
I can.
Seconded for the substantive motion, seconded by Councillor York. Is there anyone who'd like to speak against the resolution? No? Okay, so we're in unanimity. Councillor Stanwell?
I've been speaking with a number of residents, certainly during the course of the last week or so. We've had a lot of meetings on WestConnex and community forums. And one thing that did come up on a number of occasions is that at this particular time that we'll be making this submission, and it's on the mind of government, on the mind of our community, it'd be best to also keep the community activity going. And I'm sure that's going to take place anyway, but that is some activity by council. And I'm going to propose this amendment for council's consideration, as put to me by a number of residents. Council to purchase up to 1,000 core flutes to be made available to residents who would like to display these. The core flutes would express opposition to WestConnex, with the words being determined by WestConnex campaign groups and council. I'll take that up as an amendment.
Results of the traffic modelling undertaken by council.
Just ask a question of the council officers about whether that is on board.
Yes, there's no. We weren't planning on putting the actual results, but that could be done, and yeah, that's something that preliminary results could be put in our submission. Yeah.
Okay, further discussion. Councillor De Cruz.
I think Councillor Porteous has brought up some shortcomings or omissions in the report. What I had difficulty in the report is, and we've actually asked for extensions of time, it isn't clear which aspects you haven't had a look at and what would benefit from an extension of time. I think that's something worth including in the report. And Sharon Laura, who is on holiday, yeah, that's right, on holiday somewhere, has actually gone through the report for us, and she has a bit of a concern that that the EIS is being done in isolation with the M4 East project and whatever the project was at St Peter's, and that the impacts are not considered in total, and that there's actually been a change. Those have impacted on the base thing. So her concern was that the report needs to address that. Also, pollution impact of off-road diesel generators. These are at the construction sites. Life cycle of pollutants. I think we've touched on that at various discussions about air quality. I think Councillor York mentioned indoor air quality. Also, impacts on creeks, drains, or creeks that have become drains. Iron Cove. There's a proposal by Sydney Water to have naturalisation on that creek, which is impacted by the WestConnex project. And equally, there's a proposal for similar projects on Whites Creek and Johnson's Creek, and how that's impacted based on council's discussions to date. And again, I bring up the question I brought before. Has council been approached about acquisitions of Burrawan Park and laneways in Piermont Bridge Road, in that sort of near Piermont Bridge, in that triangle area?
There's a question
yep.
for the WestConnex unit. Has council been approached about those acquisitions, or perhaps it should be the Deputy General Manager of council? Whoever's got the answer.
No, certainly the WestConnex unit hasn't been approached.
But those sites will be used for construction.
That's right. Yeah, Burrawan Park is part of the construction site, as are those laneways at Annandale Camperdown.
And how have you addressed that in the EIS?
Yes, we have. Yeah, Burrawan Park. We've objected to the construction site taking that in, but not the laneways. No.
Okay.
But I'm happy to mention that. Yeah, include
Good.
that.
Also, the impact on bus services along Parramatta Road, the Crescent and Booth Street. So there's a few services along there. Those are major transport routes. And also with the construction at the Crescent, what impact that has on access to the light rail stop, which is through Burrawan Park, and also for Annandale residents getting down to the foreshore, both during construction and when the project's completed. I think also the other issue is whether I noticed that council did make a reference to the higher standards expected of the Metro project, whether there's been a summary of the compliance issues and the issues that residents in Haberfield have experienced, whether that's been presented as part of this EIS assessment. Shall I just keep going, or?
Depends how concise you can and specific you can be with your questions. Obviously, if it's a very long...
Okay, so I suppose...
It's difficult to define where the question begins and the statement ends, then it will be difficult for them to give you a precise answer and we'll all be waiting a long time.
I suppose the issue is I'm trying to table all these things which are actually, we need the answer in the document that goes out on Monday, is what I'm getting at.
I don't think that's achievable. There's
Okay.
a reason that the recommendation is that we receive a note for draft submission. We're not adopting it. And I would suggest that if you have very detailed questions, that you should meet with these guys, with these officers, in the immediate future and have them provide you with all the information that you need so that you're in a position on the 24th to move every detailed amendment that you so choose in order to strengthen the submission.
To rewrite the report. Well, I guess I'm putting to him whether these issues are actually covered in this report.
I'll put that question to the relevant officer.
Yes, most of those issues are. Yeah, a lot of those you mentioned are key issues. Some of the smaller issues, perhaps access to the light rail at Burrawang Park, no, and I'm happy to add that in. And I've written down the ones that I haven't added in, and I'm happy to add those in. And quite a few of the issues we raise are raised by locals, so I take them on as I get them. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Do you have a further contribution, Councillor?
And I guess going back to that other point, will you identify areas which you have not been able to address by the deadline of the 16th?
Yeah, look, by Monday we'll have addressed all the issues. I guess it depends on the level and having exchanged information with the City of Sydney, I can see there are certain issues for both councils that probably aren't as critical as others, which is the main reason why parts 1 to 5 in our submission, there's quite a lot on, whereas once you get to some of the niche issues, that's not so critical to address them. Some of the issues too will end up being addressed in management plans or urban design processes later on, similar to what's happened with stages 1 and 2. But certainly we'll have covered all bases. But yes, look, there may be some issues that others might feel that aren't covered sufficiently.
Okay, thank you for that. Further discussion?
Can I move another amendment? It's about Burrawang Park. I know Councillor De Cruz and myself spoke about this earlier, but I think it might be worth us actually saying that there needs to be a fuller argument against the compulsory acquisition of Burrawang Park developed in the submission, and that would need to include the impact on light rail, the impact on cycleways, and the impact on the use of the park by the locals, because that's actually pretty devastating to lose Burrawang Park.
Sure. Please. Thank you very much. Further discussion? No
I'd like to, I haven't actually spoken, so I'd just like to speak on it briefly.
Have your questions concluded?
Yeah. That's actually 2 amendments. Look, I'd like to congratulate the staff on what I think is a very solid submission, and I think it's definitely moving in the right direction. I can see, obviously, there's more work that needs to be done, and I think we're probably going to have to make some further amendments again between the 16th and the 24th to get it as good as it can get. But certainly, I can see a lot of work's gone into it, and I really appreciate that time and effort and the expertise that has gone into it. Look, I note it's a resounding theme in the submission about the need for an inquiry into WestConnex and to cease all works and to cease the EIS for stage 3 until there is an inquiry. There's actually quite a number of recommendations that repeat this, and it clearly this is something that the council needs to address more fully. And in terms of that, I think that what we should be doing is is being more proactive. It's one thing to put that into our submission that we want to see an inquiry into WestConnex and we want the EIS to cease until that inquiry is concluded, but it's something else to actually do something about it. So I would like council to commit to that being a clear policy and campaigning area that we want to work on, and in terms of that to write to. I think we actually should be writing to all MPs because we actually need to get this through the state parliament. If we're going to get this up, we actually need to get particularly the crossbenchers and we need obviously to speak to the. Well, I would preferably actually write to all our MPs in state parliament, say we need to get this inquiry into WestConnex happening and to seek their support in that. So I'd like to also move as a further amendment, and I haven't written it out, sorry, but I'll write it out quickly, that we seek to achieve that, because I think that that is clearly what needs to happen now. This is such a dud of a project that we do need this inquiry. We need it urgently.
Thank you for that. So that wording's been provided to the minute taker, has it?
No, sorry.
Okay, if you could do so. Is there any further discussion? If not, we'll deal with each of the amendments. We've got the primary motion, which is the officer's recommendation, moved by Councillor Drury and Councillor York, also requiring all community action groups to have been consulted and invited to attach their own submissions. Councillor Drury, I'll go through the amendments to see whether you're willing to incorporate them into the primary motion. The stimulus amendment for corporates to be made available. Yeah. You're incorporating that? Okay, that becomes point 5. The first 40th amendment. The submission includes where available results of the traffic modelling undertaken by council. Is that incorporated? Yeah. Okay, incorporate that into the primary motion. The next 40th amendment, that there be a fuller argument against the compulsory acquisition of Burrawang Park. Yep. That's incorporated as well. And the final 40th amendment is being provided to the minute taker as we speak, so I'll just wait for that. See the merit in the last amendment, Councillor Drury? I see the merit. Right, that's incorporated as well. There's no further discussion. I'll put the substantive motion. Councillor. No, they've all been incorporated. Would you like them dealt with in seriatim?
Yes, I would love to go along with the amendments.
Are you amenable to that, Councillor Drury?
Yes, I am amenable to
We'll deal with the items in seriatim. I'll ask the minute taker to return to the top of the resolution. I think there's no disquiet about the first 4 items, so I'll move them in block, which is the officer's report plus the requirement for consultation with the committee action groups. That's moved, Drury, seconded York. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. I know you're voting as your own motion.
I'm slowing down.
The next item, the council purchase up to 1,000 corporates to be made available to residents who would like to display these. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Yes, that's carried with councillors Passis and Macri against. Next item. that the submission includes where available results of traffic modelling undertaken by council. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Next item. I'm going to pull an argument against the compulsory acquisition of Burrawang Park, development submission, etc. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Last item, the council commits to writing to all members of state parliament seeking their support for a full inquiry into WestConnex. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. That item has been dealt with.
Mayor, may I move item 2 in an amended form, please? And can we have the amended form on the board? Before we go to speakers, may I outline those amendments?
Have you provided that wording to the minute taker?
I have.
Excellent. Okay, would you like to speak to that briefly?
I just want to explain what it is, and then I want to speak to the motion later, if that's acceptable, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, so basically what I'm suggesting we do is receive and note an excellent report from the staff. We ask the officers to reconsider certain aspects, and they go A through to triple E, and if we could scroll up, that would be great. Just keep going, please. Thank you. And because, etc., keep going, yeah. And then we indicate the final submission comes back, which is in the original motion. Thirdly, suggesting a working group gets set up, which is a discussion that's been held to look at getting a bit of a group going to progress this. So that's the resolution I'm proposing. I'd like to speak to it later if we want to hear from the gallery, Mayor.
Thank you for that.
Can I have a point of order? Sorry, it's just that, if I'm not mistaken, there were A to Z of additional points on that motion. It's reasonable. Triple E. I mean, there's no way that we can know what's actually in that from it coming up on the screen here. Normally in this sort of situation, we provide it with hard copies so that we can have a look at it, or you email it to us beforehand so that we can read through it. I'm just concerned that I won't know what I'm voting for.
That's a fair point. Is it possible, I'll ask the council officers whether it's possible to print hard copies of the resolution, given their intention of it. I suspect we'll be debating this for at least a few minutes, so we'll see if we can achieve that.
Just to be insistent, if I may, the items that are in A to triple E are items that have been provided by the Save Dully and the Save Marrickville South group. They were items that I have provided to some councillors.
Chair.
Obviously, they haven't got around
Chair, can
as
I
far as they
interject?
should.
Yes,
I don't think it's really worthwhile debating this or hearing about it until we actually have the hard copy. Could we go to the next item so we can be provided, then come back?
No, people have waited to speak to it, so it's our business to sort it out. I think Councillor Porteous has raised a pertinent point. I'm going to go to the gallery and hope that we can resolve it before it comes back to the council's debate. Who here is here to speak to this item? Please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, do you want to come forward, sir?
It's getting late, so I'll plough through it. So Save Marrickville South would like to thank Councillor Drury for bringing this motion. I understand there's been discussion with other councillors, including Councillor Hess, and I appreciate the work they put in as well. Essentially, our position on the Marrickville revised plan and what the Department of Planning is proposing around the Sydenham to Bankstown corridor is that we are want development which is in the interests of current and future residents. We want a good built environment, an environment where people want to live. Mirvac on its website and through its promotion of the buildings it's producing in the area, it spruiks the amenity of Marrickville. But if a number of these developments go through, there won't be any amenity left in Marrickville for it to sell anymore, and I guess it'll just move on. I would like to commend the council staff for developing the draft submission to planning. It covers a number of the important areas of concern to the community. There are a number of areas which is listed in that A to triple E or whatever it is, where the community, double E, where the community has further concerns and needs more work to adequately express our concerns. We want these issues represented more strongly and more clearly in the council submission. We don't want any ambiguity. We don't want the Department of Planning at one stage to say, well, we didn't think they really cared about that one too much. We want to make very clear that we do care about it a lot. We look forward to working with council and staff on putting forward a final document which could be presented to council when it's ready. I won't go through all of the areas where we had concern. Obviously, there's many. The ones that stand out, of course, are the excessive zoning heights which are being proposed by the Department of Planning, and also lack of transition from low-density single dwellings up to medium and high-rise. Just for an example, there are, once again, West Carrington Road area, they have zoned 8 stories immediately next to single dwellings with no transition except a little fuzzy line on the map, which is supposed to be transition zone. That's not adequate. So in our proposal, we're suggesting that actually you transition from single dwellings to low rise, then medium rise, then high rise, like they do was what they teach you in Planning 101. The other areas we've got concern, there's inadequate coverage of inadequate assessment of heritage buildings on Schwebel Street and many other parts. There's inadequate, we want greater emphasis on preserving industrial land and industrial zoning. We want some parks, we want some open space. There's no reference within planning zoning at the moment to that. We want specific parks marked off. We want, there's a couple of little glitches in the council maps where it says that it wants it, where council has recommended zoning go down from high rise to medium rise. It's still on its maps show medium high rise. So look, I won't go on too much. At the moment, the New South Wales planning's plans indicate that there will be 6,000 new dwellings under its proposals. There's also another 1,200 in Victoria Street. That would actually mean an extra 16,000 people into Marrickville, probably in the next 5 years, and that's in a suburb which currently has 24,000 people. That's a 2/3 increase in the Marrickville area, and that's an unfair burden of population increase in a very small suburb and a heritage suburb at that. Look forward to working with council and council officers in the future. And I look forward to seeing people on the 19th of October where we can discuss it further, and I would love to see Harry there. See you then.
Please come forward. We've got the gentleman in the blue shirt and the gentleman in the white shirt, I believe. Please let us know who you are and where you're from.
So Mark Skelsey from Save Dully Group. I'm a member of, which is based at Dulwich Hill. So for the benefit of councillors, Save Dully was formed in mid-2015 at the time the New South Wales Government began investigating development in the corridor. Having the order of about 270 residents on our email list, we meet regularly to discuss development and other issues in the suburb with a primary focus on the corridor. So I just think it's important that in response to the original exhibition plans for the corridor, about 560 submissions were lodged with the New South Wales Government from the Dulwich Hill precinct, of which only 2% were in favour of the plans. This is the highest number of submissions from any of the 11 precincts along the corridor during the exhibition period, which ended in February 2016. So it's arguable that our contribution was largely a big factor in the New South Wales Government re-exhibiting the plans in June this year, and also to remove a few streets, just a few, from intense development in our suburb. However, it should be pointed out that under the revised strategy released in June, the historic human-scaled and character-filled Dulwich Hill precinct remains under a very serious threat of both comprehensive redevelopment and of overdevelopment. Some 17 streets remain in the firing line for rezonings up to 8 storeys, and our overall dwelling yield has not been reduced. What's more, just 8 of these 17 streets have been subject to a formal heritage analysis, which we think runs contrary to any principles of good planning practice for our suburb, which is up to 120 years old. I might now turn to the council draft submission. As always, we thank the council staff for their largely supportive submission. However, in my view, it does have some concerning elements, and therefore I and other group members would really appreciate the opportunity to further discuss these elements with the staff before it's lodged. And like the previous speaker, I may point out that we have worked with Councillor Drury and others to try to give an indication of the matters that we want to have a conversation with the staff about, rather than coming up with a solution tonight, as some reassurance to the councillors here. We just really want to have a much better and a more detailed conversation. That's the main thing we want to do. I'll just give a quick point. Council staff are recommending consideration of heritage listing some homes in the block bounded by Concert, Hercules and Terrace Road. Heritage listing, but not the removal of development around these blocks. That could not be a good planning outcome. We want to have a conversation about that. We also, there's another suggestion about home resumptions in the draft submission, which has come out of the blue. We again want to have a conversation about this. We have other key concerns in other blocks: Constitution, Denison, New Canterbury Roads, Hercules Street opposite the public school, overshadowing privacy, key issues. And we also are keen for the council to, if possible, advocate more fiercely for the areas removed from development to stop them being returned to the strategy. They do remain under risk. I'm just going to go a little bit over time, Mr. Mayor, but I won't take that time. Thanks. There are a range of other suggestions in the Save Daily submission for a number of other blocks and in broader policy areas such as affordable housing, open space, infrastructure and the timing of development around the railway line shutdown. We've also delivered a detailed response to each one of the many major public domain changes proposed in our suburb. They're very major public domain changes, some involving reducing open space to build new roads. In making our suggestions, we have not opposed all development in all areas. Dulwich Hill has always done its bit to provide additional housing and will continue to do so. But we do feel we can bring real value and local insights to the table, and therefore I encourage the council to not make this submission tonight, but to move in line with this motion that further discussions take place before it's lodged. Thank you.
Further contributions from the gallery? Yes, please come forward. Yeah. I'll come to you afterwards, sir. Sorry, we just missed you. You'll be next. Yeah. Please let us know who you are.
I'm Heather Davey, a resident of Marrickville for 32 years and a member of the Marrickville Resident Action Group. I love living in Marrickville and I share the vision and the sentiment expressed in the Marrickville Urban Strategy that we want to keep Marrickville a great place to live. I'm however, very concerned that the revised Sydenham Bankstown Urban Renewal Strategy will not do this. I thank the council officers for their work on the submission. Like council officers, I acknowledge that the areas to be developed have been reduced and some heights reduced, but that the proposal is still excessive, disrespectful to the history, heritage and character of our suburb, and more changes are needed. Drawing 400 and 800 metre circles around the metro stations to increase population density to support the metro is not a good planning strategy. An additional 6,000 houses within 800 metres is excessive and gross overdevelopment. I support council concern that there is complete disregard for urban design criteria such as orientation, lot depth and configuration. This is exemplified by the plan for 12 storeys on Ann Street, which sits at the top of a ridge, and Burn Street, 12 storeys are proposed there. It's currently single-storied Federation cottages consisting of 9 houses. The blocks are 30 metres deep. The eastern end floods whenever there's heavy rain. The review states that opportunities and constraints analysis undertaken by JBI identified areas around Marrickville Station as having potential for development of low-rise apartment buildings between 3 and 5 storeys. Why then, under the reviewed strategy, are 3 to 12 planned? Proximity to the station should not be the only criteria to increase heights. I support Council's submission to reduce the heights around the station, including Burns, Station Street, Lair Frayne and on Illawarra Road. The strategy there reflects strongly the input of the developers in this area. The strategy shows complete disregard for the well-researched Marrickville LEP 2011 and general planning rules in regard of high walling, overshadowing, view sharing, the concept of streetscape and loss of amenity, the requirements of 25% open space on site as deep soil zones, and not to increase residential density where the aircraft noise exposure forecast exceeds 25, which is most of Marrickville. Under the Marrickville LEP, planning for increased population targets included housing for 4,150 dwellings and 500 more jobs. These dwellings were placed over the whole Marrickville LGA. The number did not take into account the other large developments on the old hospital site. Sorry.
How long are you moving the extension for, Councillor? Extension of time, Councillor Hesse has moved an extension of time of 2 minutes, seconded by Councillor De Cruz. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Please proceed.
Thank you. It appears that widespread demolition of houses and whole streets and blocks should not be necessary. In regards to heritage, creating conservation area for Silver and Gladstone streets is a positive change. However, it's a great concern that other streets have not been afforded the same protection. Stone walls, Carrington Road Palms, Sydney Water Pump are listed as heritage and worth saving. However, historic stone cottages, well-preserved historic villas, Californian bungalows and rows of Federation workers' cottages scattered through the streets of Marrickville are not. I support Council's submission for the need for study so that new planning respects existing built environment and heritage houses which reflect Marrickville's history. In conclusion, Marrickville is a historic suburb with a long history which has welcomed many waves of immigration and today has a rich, ethnically diverse community providing a home for families of all shapes and sizes and residents of all age groups and financial means. Marrickville Council has had guidelines which apply to developments to try to maintain that diversity to keep families in the area. I would ask that guidelines be written into the strategy to avoid multiple blocks of unaffordable boarding houses, studios and one-bedroom apartments which will restrict families from living there long term. I respectfully ask councillors to do their best to protect the character of our heritage suburbs such as Marrickville, Dulwich Hill and Hurlstone Park. The renewal strategy should not be left to developer or metro-driven ad hoc spot zoning and needs serious planning. Can I just say one more thing? I would request that Council strengthens the submission in relation to loss of heritage and heights and densities and stands by the LEP. I would encourage Council officers to further consult with groups from the Sydenham Bankstown Alliance, specifically Marrickville Residents Action Group, Save Delhi and Hurlstone Park, and attach their submissions.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, there are further contributions from the gallery from people who would like to address issues which haven't already been raised. I'm not trying to be, I certainly don't want to cut off debate. I'm just conscious of the fact that it's 10 o'clock now. The meeting is due to conclude at 11. There's still a lot of items on the agenda. I don't want anyone who's come along here tonight to have sat here for 4 or 5 hours without us dealing with the business that they're here to speak to, but I am going to try and push things along a little bit to try and ensure that that can occur. That's my interpretation of good chairing. So is there anyone who would like to speak and raise points that haven't been raised? Of course.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, you've waited, sir. You come forward. Yes, absolutely. Sorry.
Why is they're not there? They're from Marrickville. They should be listening to the speakers.
They are in the dining room. There's a microphone on the screen.
Well, I think they should give respect because this is a
They've
Marrickville deal.
recused themselves from the matter because they are both...
I don't feel like they're supporting it.
They've recused themselves. I'm answering your question, sir. Councillor Macri and Councillor Iskander have recused themselves from the matter. They've removed themselves because they're required to under the law because they sit on a planning panel that determines matters such as this.
Okay.
And that's the advice that they've received from the General Manager.
And one more question. When we're going to demerge?
Okay. Further contributions? Yes. Whichever order you would like.
What I just want to talk about, Mr Mayor, briefly is the bit that Councillor Drury added to the item number 2, and that is the idea of setting up a working group. I think this is a fantastic idea. I know Councillor Hesse and Councillor Drury have worked together, so I congratulate them. I think it's imperative, as I said in my earlier comments, that the council gives leadership on this issue, and it's clear from the people here tonight that people in South Marrickville or in Marrickville proper are absolutely up in arms and very concerned about what is going to be foisted upon them in the corridor. Through the Metro project and the Sydenham to Bankstown urban renewal. I mean, Heather Davey spoke about the LEP. I was on council when that LEP was gazetted in 2011. I mean, in planning terms, I guess one could say the ink is barely dry. That's the same for councils like Canterbury and Bankstown, newly merged as well. I think their LEPs were gazetted in 2012 and 15 respectively. So the idea that council staff and the community would have gone through a process of setting up their planning policies to take them through till 2031 to only have them blown out of the water with the advent of a new government just seems quite vandalism of the planning process. Luke Foley in September said that of the train line and what's happening in the corridor, he said that people won't be getting a new rail line. What they'll be getting is a rail line shut down for 16 months and overdevelopment. And he went on to make the point that what Sydney needs are rail upgrades that will extend the rail network. And what we're getting with the Metro is not an extension of the rail network, it's just getting a cannibalisation of an existing world-class train service. So I think it's imperative that we have this working group set up, and I look forward to being a contributor to it, and I hope we get some good results from it in taking up the fight to the state government on these 2 particular projects that they're proposing. Thank you.
Yes, please come forward.
Hi, my name's Kim Good from Marrickville. Just a quick question. I haven't been able to get a straight answer really about this. The second entranceway to the new Metro, it appears to be set up in order to cater for like the Carrington Road end of...
This is the railway station.
Yeah, the railway station. I couldn't see where it was funded. In the Metro people couldn't tell me that it was funded, that it was going to somehow end up being funded by an in-kind development thing with the developers. Can anybody answer that question on Marrickville regarding that, on the council regarding that?
Sorry, I'll put that question to the officer. Can you just wait for a second?
Yes, certainly. The strategy actually shows that second. That strategy shows that second entrance, which was to, as you say, to service the proposed development in the Carrington Road area. However, we do note that the EIS for the Metro line, which is currently on exhibition, does not include that second entry. So as far as we understand, that There is nothing at the moment.
There's actually no funding for that, so it will have to be funded by developers.
That may be something that eventuates, but
I
it's
think
not
it's
in there
possibly
currently.
because of the overdevelopment in this Carrington bottom end of Marrickville. I think that's something that needs to be put into the submission.
Okay, any further contributions from the gallery? If not, I'll come to the councillors. We've got a substantive motion from Councillor Drury. Is there a seconder for that? That's seconded by Councillor Hesse. Councillor Drury, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I'll speak briefly, Mayor. I will. Firstly, thank the officers. A big effort, and for a unit that is dealing with an unprecedented attack on our community with bright ideas out of those brilliant people in Macquarie Street. We have a range of terrific ideas showering upon the inner west, and I think we're all enjoying them. What I'm hearing from our community is they actually want the council to do town planning, not state government bureaucrats.
That's right. Yeah.
They want this council, the elected council and our professional staff to be the people who do town planning for our community, because we know our community. We know what's great about it and we know what's not so good. We know, and we are the ones who have gone through those LEPs and they're all reasonably fresh and new, and I've still got battle scars from the Ashfield one, so I remember it dearly. We've gone through that. Tonight, we've heard and listed here are a whole range of concerns from the community, a whole range of issues that members of the community groups would like the council officers to look at in terms of tweaking the report that we put forward. They're almost verbatim from what I've been told. There are no changes, there's no tricks, there's no mirrors. It is what I've been told. I fear council staff will not have enough time to reevaluate and incorporate, where possible, all these things. And I suppose I'm moving to the view that we should try and do that, but we also should have a different position. And the position that we consider on the 24th be a suggestion to our friends in the state government that they put a halt on this brilliant plan and they let the Inner West Council get on and do our LEP. Get on and do a revised LEP. We can look at these great ideas, but in the context of an LEP, in the context of a process where we are interacting with our community, because, surprise, surprise, we probably know our suburbs better than the bureaucrats employed by Macquarie Street. I'd welcome people's views on that topic. At this point, I'd simply like to ask the officers to have a look at all these concerns afresh, see what we can get into our submission. I'd also very keen to get a bit of a working group going so we can crack on with this. Thank you.
Look, I'll keep it brief, and I do thank Councillor Drury and residents for the discussions that have been involved in this proposal that brings together two of our notice of motions. I think that's a good thing for council and a good thing for our community. I can only agree with Councillor Drury. I think this is a very poor.
Put your microphone on.
It's on.
I'll ask you not to interject. I can do Councillor Hesse well enough.
We can't.
I apologise. I've got a cold and recovering from the flu. I'm a bit croaky, so I do apologise for that. Look, I'll keep it so brief that I'll simply endorse particular what all the residents have said tonight. In particular, I'd like to pick up Heather Davies' suggestion that we add to our final submission all the submissions from the resident groups that have been, much as we did in the previous motion around WestConnex. So I would ask that, well, I would hope that the mover might accept that. Yeah.
Please provide that wording to the minute taken. Councillor Passes.
Yes, well, I just have to disagree with Councillor Drury saying that we should do the planning for our area. Councillor Drury will remember the former Ashfield Council's LEP and the independent report from nationally renowned architects, heritage architects from Victoria, that was scathing of the former Ashfield Council's LEP. Standing up all the time and bagging the state government doesn't get you anywhere, and it doesn't get good outcomes for the residents. Playing politics, playing to the masses that have genuine concerns and that are affected doesn't get good outcomes either. What you have to do is the residents get together and we, on their behalf, we relay their concerns to the government and we go to the table with dialogue. We should be there to convince these people this is how it's going to impact the residents. It's no good going there boots and all and this big, I'm a big tough guy and I'm going to stand up for you, when you know full well you probably can't pull it off. And as for saying for a bunch of bureaucrats down at Macquarie Street, well, they went along with you guys and signed off on the LEP, your bureaucratic mates. That was found to be flawed. And that was found to be very, very suspect. So go in with an open, clean mind and with the best interests of the residents at heart, and we might get something for them. But playing politics and bagging the government all the time just to look like this St George on the White Horse Crusader, it doesn't work. It does not work. If the government doesn't listen, if we go in the proper manner, then you take your second option. And then I'm all for call flutes and banners. If the people are in the right, if they have valid concerns, and then we go into bat for them. But you don't start the war before you've had the dialogue and that their submission and their concerns are being ignored. Once they're being ignored, you take the next step. And please do not say you know more about planning. Just have a look at Ashfield and read the report from the architects from Victoria. It was scathing of your LEP.
Further discussion, Councillor Yatt and Councillor Steer. Just remind everyone it's 10:15. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 items to go. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I won't repeat the very great points made by the residents here today and Councillor Drury and Councillor Hesse, but I just want to draw attention to the issue of the Sydney Metro. The Sydenham to Bankstown strategy is very closely aligned with the Sydney Metro strategy, which is the privatisation of the Sydenham to Bankstown heavy rail to be part of the Sydney Metro program. We have a high quality integrated public train system, and the Sydney Metro will, at enormous cost and disruption and no significant gain, privatise that and introduce a single-storey metro which will reduce the number of seats available for commuters with no new stations. This is just really a grab by private interests to take control of our public transport. It's very relevant to the issue of the Sydenham to Bankstown strategy, and so I would move an amendment to the motion, to Councillor Drury's motion, and the wording I've sent through to the minute taker, but the additional wording would be, Council state its opposition to the sell-off of the Sydenham to Bankstown rail line as part of the Sydney Metro privatisation project.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
I have two amendments that I want to make to Councillor Drury's motion. My concern is this, that it is very Dulwich Hill orientated, and whereas the Sydenham Bankstown corridor will be affecting, as we know, Marrickville and Sydenham as well. Now, I understand that Councillor Drury is most concerned with Dulwich Hill, but I do think we need a broader view. To this end, I suggest that in his paragraph 2F, after Dulwich Hill, Marrickville and Sydenham should be inserted, because it's not just the infrastructure plan for Dulwich Hill that we want to know, it's the one for Marrickville and Sydenham as well. People live there too. And my second amendment, which I gave in earlier, but I've had to change it slightly owing to this new motion that has been sprung upon us. I would like to add in as paragraph FF, the inclusion in the draft submission of community feedback summary on pages 20 to 22 of this item 2 before presentation of the final submission. Now, there's a very good summary of the council of the community feedback that has already been received. I think it would strengthen the excellent submission, but it would give it extra strength for those concerns to be shown that the wider community is also concerned with these things, and it's not just the council, it's not just the councillors coming up with this stuff. We are being guided by our community. So that I have changed the wording slightly to the wording I had given in, and I'll hand that up to the minute taker.
Thank you for that. You've provided that wording to the minute
I
taker.
just have that.
That's incorporated into the primary motion of Councillor Drury and Councillor Heskey.
Put them all in.
Thank you for that. That's incorporated into the primary motion. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet and has something pertinent and valuable to say? Councillor Stanwell.
I'd just like to ask again, I think Councillor Drury may have covered this, but the substance of this, all of these amendments come from the Save Dulwich Hill group, is that correct?
No,
no?
Not correct. As
No?
I have said on numerous occasions, where they come from is the Save Dulwich Hill group and is.
Thank you for that, that's good.
Thank you for that. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll put the resolution. I'll wait for the minute taker to capture the amendment, which is being incorporated. Is it EEE?
My one is FF.
Exactly, precisely.
Oh dear.
Oh, it's my. Oh, and is my amendment to paragraph 50 as well?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you very much. On behalf of the contribution and on behalf of the council, I didn't speak for motion, but on behalf of the council, I'd like to give you my commitment that we'll be collaborating with you very closely in the weeks and months ahead. Next item. Item 3, Carrington Road. We have discussed Carrington Road at length. The officer's recommendation is for us to receive and note the report. We're not adopting a position on Carrington Road beyond what we've already adopted tonight. Moved by Councillor Stanless, seconded by Councillor Drury. Is there anyone who desperately needs to speak to Carrington Road who hasn't done so already? Mr. Gilronan.
Okay, hi everyone, my name is James Gilronan. I really did want to talk at a bit more length tonight, but we don't have much time, so I'll just call upon the council to not just receive and note this report, but to be open and frank with the whole community about what the council can do, not just to oppose the development, but what else it can do in the whole process of redeveloping. And when I say be frank, I mean actually make a statement to the community about these matters, because this is the first big planning proposal that's come forward before us, and it's going to take a long time. Secondly, I also call upon the council to develop a strategy for this area and to not leave this into the hands of the developers. We know how this ends up. They give an application, we send it back, and then they change it a bit, and then it ends up going to the Department of Planning. I call upon every councillor here to be proactive and to develop their own ideas about what can be done with this land, and to not simply leave it in the hands of Mirvac or whatever other profit-driven organisation is going to ultimately decide the fate of such an important area in our neighbourhood. Thanks.
Thank you for that. So we've got the primary recommendation moved by Councillor Stamler, seconded by Councillor Drury. I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Declare it carried. Item 4 is the administrator's report. Who's here to speak to that? Of course, Mr Lozano. I'd like to begin by moving...
It's actually item 4, it's the merger implementation.
Of course, yes. Okay, well I'm going to ask very briefly for the relevant council officer to give a verbal report to councillors about this report and the broad outline of where the merger process is up to. And I'll come to you, Mr Lozano.
Through the Mayor. Councillors, my name's Nellette Kettle. I'm the Group Manager of Integration, Customer Service and Business Excellence. This report is really just to give you an overview of the progress that's been happening with the merger implementation over the last 16 or so months, and some of the key achievements, some of the risks and challenges, as well as the governance framework that we've had in place. It's been quite a complex, from an organisational perspective, quite a complex organisational change process that will take several years, integrating and merging 3 organisations, and it's a scale of change across an organisation that is actually affecting everything. So everyone in the organisation is getting a new role. Many people are moving work locations. They've got new supervisors and managers. We've got new computer systems right across the place, new ways of working, new leadership, and now the new strategic direction with the council. So quite a lot of change happening. The 3 former councils were working together collaboratively in the lead up to the merger, I guess in the knowledge that it was seemingly going to be more likely than not. So we were very fortunate that we were as well prepared as we could be in terms of undertaking due diligence activities and preparing for what we were calling day one at that time. Since then, we've been operating under what we've called the I Plan, the Integration Innovation Plan, which was a plan that the Department of Premier and Cabinet required all of the merged councils to put together, which would guide the implementation efforts over the administration period. So our plan had something like 89 actions in it, 74 of which were completed at the time of the administration period coming to a conclusion. Some of the outstanding ones relate to projects underway, like the Tech One implementation, a digital services strategy, the population of the organisational structures, the new salary system and things like that, and service review. In terms of the key achievements, there have been many. It has been quite a hard slog for staff in terms of managing that integration and merger work with services as usual, and making sure that not only do we not deliver worse services to the community or drop the ball on those services, but where we can to improve them. So the report does outline a range of achievements, which I won't bore you with because I assume you've probably read them. In terms of work that's in progress, some of the major pieces of work that we're up to at the moment is obviously the Technology One implementation. So that's a 2-year project and our single biggest implementation integration project. So that one is due to finish around December next year. Improving the quality of our financial data is also a priority. So we've now got integrated financial systems, but realigning our budgets with our new service unit structure is still being refined. so that we can get quality and timely information and also get to the point where we can do our dashboard reporting fairly soon. The finalisation of the organisational structures is taking quite a bit of time. There's an extensive consultation process that we need to go through, and rightly so. So you can see in the report where we're up to with that. There's about probably 200 or 300 positions under active recruitment at any time, which takes about 12 weeks from advertising to getting someone in it as we go through the processes. One of the next big projects is to co-locate the depot staff. So all of the indoor staff have now co-located in their new teams across the sites. Towards the end of October, November, we will start the depot co-location. An area that we haven't done a lot of work in yet is service review and harmonisation, and that is really a deliberate decision that was taken during the administration period, that any decisions relating to service levels are best to be taken when there's an elected council in place to consider those issues and make those decisions. So there are some areas where we do need to do some analysis, and we'll over time need to put some recommendations to council as to whether we maintain some of the differences that are in place or whether we seek to do something to change those differences. So that's something that will come to the council in due course. Obviously, as you're aware, the CSP is in full flight and a draft is due to be completed very soon. One of the big pieces of work coming up is the new industrial agreement. So with the merger, we've obviously inherited 3 sets of salary structures, 3 different sets of working conditions, which is not an ideal situation. And now that we've got teams co-located, it does create issues of equity for staff. So that's probably an 18-month to 2-year project to work through that process. In terms of the challenges, I guess obviously the scale of the change that's happening in the organisation is the biggest challenge, and the risk of change fatigue that can happen across the organisation when so much is changing and constantly. We've also got some challenges in the short term around the integration of our IT systems. So the Tech One project, as I said, is our single biggest IT project, which is a platform for most of our core corporate applications, and will take 2 years to implement. In the meantime, in the background, we've got, for many things, 3 different legacy systems, which creates a lot of inefficiency for us to work. And in the early days of the merger, obviously, it was difficult communicating across those systems, but that's slowly being resolved and will be rectified over the next 2 years as the Tech One implementation comes to a conclusion, I guess. And I guess the final bit of the report I just outlined for you is some of the stronger council measures, which is a framework that merged councils need to report to the Office of Local Government, formerly the Department of Premier and Cabinet, but now the Office of Local Government, which relate to some of the benefits of the merger. And I won't go through them because I assume you've read them, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation with an amendment, which I think is an important one, that the council express its gratitude and thanks to all the officers of the Inner West Council for their hard work and dedication throughout the amalgamation, noting the great pressures and difficulties that have been forced on them by the process. And I'm sure I speak for all of the elected councillors when I say to the officers who are here tonight, but more importantly to the 1,200 people who are at the coalface throughout the organisation, that we appreciate that through no choice of yours and no fault of yours, this process has been undertaken, and we're all aware of how anxiety-provoking it's been for many of the staff who work here, and I think we all feel a sense of responsibility to try and lift the tone and the morale of the organisation now that we have a democratic council re-established, and we will take that responsibility seriously. Mr. Lozano.
Thank you, John Lozano, Haberfield resident. It's a great report, very inward-facing though. I would like to see what the outcomes of the amalgamation have done on the actual residents. You're talking about ICT amalgamation of systems, you're talking about differentiation in pay scales, you're talking about co-location, all great stuff. but the council's here to serve the residents. So perhaps the next report could also diverge into an outward-facing direction. But I simply have a question. Most of you councillors during your election campaign turned up to community forums and said how you are supportive of giving the residents a say in the amalgamation. Just wondering when that might be put forward as a motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No one else has indicated an interest in speaking on this matter from the gallery. We'll go to the councillors. Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Yeah. Just a quick one.
Yes, we did have a chance to go to court. We could take it to the local land environment court. We could take it to the Supreme Court, and we took take it to the High Court. That's what Woollahra did, and Marrickville should have done that too.
Councillors, we can have a lengthy debate about the merits of amalgamation if you would like. It may result in some residents who come along here tonight missing out on addressing the issues that they turned up for. So is anyone who has a desperate need to express a view? Councillor Lockyer.
I just had a couple of questions, actually, which might speak to a bit of what Mr Lozano was saying. I note that there's a report coming on the costs of the amalgamation this month. I was wondering if, as part of that report, or perhaps as a separate report, if we could also get some feedback on the staff turnover that's occurred as a result of the merger, and a split between which of that was kind of natural, which was redundancies as opposed to people leaving the organisation. And same too with service levels. It's fair to say when speaking to residents that I get quite mixed reports in terms of whether post-amalgamation people feel there's been no change in service levels versus people who feel like actually it's improved a bit versus people who feel like the service levels have suffered quite a great deal in terms of basic things like street cleaning. So it would be good to actually get some data around that if possible to understand what, comparably, I didn't say that word properly, did I? On a comparable basis, whether or not those service levels have actually changed.
Thank you. They all sound like good suggestions. I'd ask you to provide wording to the minute taker, and I'm happy to incorporate those amendments into the motion. Further discussion, Councillor Stanley and Councillor Passos.
Yes, I do think that Mr Lozano's raised a few important questions, and I do agree with him that I think the report was very much internally focused, and we're a council that serves our people, so I think he's absolutely right. In fact, I'll go one step further in some data that I've recently analysed, ABS data from the Household Expenditure Survey. It shows that in New South Wales, the average weekly expenditure by households on local government rates and charges was the second lowest of all the states and territories. And that was at the time of the merger. That's when that survey was done, at the time of the merger. So let's hope that we don't find that sort of moving up too high in the near future. In fact, we're often told that Brisbane, with its one single council, is the most efficient and cheapest. In fact, we're always lower than Brisbane. So I don't know how people are making that comment where they're not looking at any data. We're always lower than Brisbane, and they've got one council. So it shows that model doesn't work. And of course, the other model was the mergers that were undertaken by the Kennett government. And of course, weren't they hailed as resolving costs, reducing rates, improving services?
Councillor Drury. Sorry. Yes, sorry. Please proceed, Councillor Stanley.
Sorry. Yeah, and weren't those mergers hailed as Australia's best example of all mergers? Have a guess who pays the highest rates and charges in our nation? Victoria. Yeah, and Melbourne. Yeah, so I think, Kennett certainly improved things, but he lost his job and they came at an enormous cost. In fact,
this report is about the implementation of the merger. My point of order is a debate about amalgamation per se really is not what this report is about. This report...
Okay, you made your point. Thank
you. For goodness sake.
To maintain relevance to the motion, which is...
The relevance is I'm bringing to you the comparisons between various states and territories.
You don't need to explain the relevance to me. I'm just asking you to maintain relevance.
Oh, sorry, yes, okay. In fact, in the 6 years between the household expenditure surveys, rates and charges, council rates and charges in Victoria went up by...
Sorry, Mayor. This is about what the staff are doing in terms of implementing the merger. This is not about the pros and cons of the merger.
Yeah, give it a rest for a while, Councillor Drury, and let's get on with it.
I'll call the meeting to order. Councillor,
Yeah.
I've already given you one direction which you disregarded. I'd ask you to address the motion before it.
I'm saying to you that we need to contain our costs and charges on people, and that has not been, that's been proven not to be the case in other states. And we need to be very careful here that we are externally focused, that we are looking at the costs and charges on our people. And in fact, the biggest increases in rates and charges have been those that have undertaken these mergers in the recent past. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've lost track of who was next. Councillor Passes.
The resident got up and said, what has it done for the residents? Well, I'll tell you what, for me, the staff get back to me when I ring, and 9 times out of 10 they pick their phone up. And I've had residents tell me they cannot believe how they get straight through to the person they wanted, and if they don't and leave a message, council returns their call. We're moving on a resolution of a new toilet in Summerhill. For 4 years, the former council didn't do a thing about it, no police report. Since the new council's been implemented, it's ready to go, the police report is there. So they're the pluses that I can see for the people. And 2 people did not receive their bin, replacement bin, which the last council decided to do, which we didn't need. Within 3 hours, the 2 bins were delivered to their home. So that never, ever happened under the single former Ashfield Council.
Is there anyone who would like to speak against the recommendation before us? The recommendation is to receive a note, thank the staff for their hard work, and to accept Councillor Lockie's recommendation for some further reports on service levels. Anyone got a problem with that? No. Excellent. I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mr Mayor, could we move forward the Traffic Committee? Oh, thank God. Thank goodness.
I'll ask the residents who are here for the Traffic Committee minutes to come forward. Thank you for your patience. Sorry you've had to wait so long.
Hi, my name's Troy Thomas. I'm here to talk about Route 16, the proposed cycle route. I'm a resident of Addison Road. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of a majority of Addison Road. I'd just like to say that I'm a passive cyclist. I'm definitely in support of cycle routes, in particularly sensible design of cycle routes. Myself and a number of neighbours actually attended the previous traffic committee to raise a few concerns that we have. Our concerns are particular to the section of route along Addison Road. This proposed route here, which a lot of the residents didn't understand early days, includes a proposal to squeeze a cycle lane within the existing carriageway. And what this does, it reduces our parking lanes from about 3.5 metres down to 2.1 metres. And as a result, that reduces or almost removes any available safety buffer zone that we have to enter and exit our vehicles between that live traffic. Given the nature of Addison Road, not a lot of people have off-street parking. A lot of people have family they need to get in and out of the car, and there's a significant concern amongst the community that this reduction in that safety buffer zone is going to be detrimental in the long term. So initial reports from early concept design suggested there was a high support for the design as it stood. And since that, a few neighbours and I, over a couple of hours one weekend, actually door knocked just to communicate this to the residents, and we actually got 95 signatures of people who are now completely objecting to the route on Addison Road, and that's merely because they didn't understand the design. Most of them weren't aware of it, and for the people that did manage to find it on the website, they couldn't actually understand or read a set of drawings. Addison Road is a heavily used road. It's traffic, large trucks, Woolworths delivery trucks, I can't see how anyone believes it's suitable to reduce the parking lanes and that buffer zone to the absolute minimum standard, like literally the minimum legal standards. We do note that the designers, they have an obligation to ensure it's fit for purpose. There seems to be this ongoing response that the minimum standards have been achieved, but I don't think they're actually addressing the safety issues raised. There was a safety report done very late in the design phase, which was done over a period of 3 days, of which we questioned the diligence of that safety report. In that safety report, I don't think it really addresses the risks we see between the pedestrian or the person exiting their vehicle in the live traffic. It seems to really focus on the protection of the cyclists, which I think is addressed well. Let's just have 1 more minute. 2 minutes. Look, in that report, it does raise a medium to high risk of increased side swipes, which is our primary concern. And once again, the designer's response to this is it complies with the minimum standards. It doesn't actually address this issue. We also question if there's other comparable designs or implementations of something that we could compare it with in Sydney, of a road that has the same type and use of Addison Road, which is quite busy, with the reduced parking lanes, the reduced traffic lanes, and how successful that actually was. There was some reference made to Booth Street and Burke Road in Annandale. Now, personally, I know the area quite well, and I don't think that's any comparison to the heavy residential and heavy vehicular use that we have on Addison Road. There's also considerations such as getting the children in and out of the car. I have young children. In 3 years, I've never been able to get them in and out of the car without ongoing trucks or cars coming past. I don't know how I'd do that if I didn't have the ongoing buffer zone. Another fundamental concern that I think has been overseen in this whole design so far is the old stone curbs along Addison Road are about 300 mil high, which is almost double today's compliance standards. What that means is people are forced to park off the curb line about half a metre. By reducing that parking lane down to 2.1 metres, people won't be able to get out of their cars, or they'll be forced to park into the actual traffic lane itself just to get in and out of their vehicle. Look, so as a community, on behalf of the Addison Road residents, we suggest that the alternate solution is Newington Road, where the current cycle ray is. The only reason to date on why Yep.
Are you aware of the recommendation of the Traffic Committee?
Yes, I am.
Are you happy with that?
Look, I am, but I think tonight's about the point about people, the council's actually understanding the residents' concern, and making sure that it is actually considered that we have a significant safety concern there that hasn't been addressed. I think.
Sorry, maybe the residents could be contacted and they can come to the Traffic Committee and voice their concerns.
We've done that. We've done that already.
This is to be deferred again. Maybe we could send in the concerns, the residents could send them in.
Councillor Passos, I was going to move that, in fact, we do, of course, accept the recommendation that we do have an inspection of, I think, the 3 ward councillors with residents. I think would be an appropriate way to go. I'd be really looking for I can be flexible. I know Vic's got work on Saturday morning, but I think we do need it on a weekend. We could do it early, potentially, maybe even 8 a.m. I'm getting us all out of bed early.
Maybe you councillors can work out together.
With the residents.
There's a clear back street there that's sensible.
No, I understand all that, but I think I'm seeing nodding here that we 3 councillors for Marrickville Ward would be really pleased to meet with residents, with the relevant council officers, and happy to talk with you. I mean, I'm completely.
Well, at this stage, make it clear that Addison Road, we don't support it in its current stand, but would support an alternate design that brings it back off Addison Road.
Yeah, Chair. Look, certainly the Traffic Committee noted the concerns that was expressed to it by the members of the residents that came along, and hence the reason for the recommendation to, I guess, enable further consultation to better explain the proposal and the pros and cons and address some of the risk issues that were raised.
Thank you.
I'm also a resident on Addison Road, Joanne Dixon, so my sentiments are the same as the previous resident. And I'm aware that the Traffic Committee is recommending that it go back to the drawing board. I'd actually like the council to say, not go back to the drawing board. This has come up twice already over the last 3 years, and I've been a long-standing resident on Addison Road. I don't oppose a cycleway, but this is dangerous, and it's dangerous to the residents because you're actually forcing people to get a light from their car into the traffic lane. So I would like council to consider that it's taken off the table. There is an existing route, and that is along Newington Road. Newington Road doesn't carry the traffic of Addison Road. It may be a slightly steeper incline, but good exercise, pedalling uphill. If you can walk it up a hill, you should be able to pedal up a hill.
Or what?
Chair, originally, and I guess it might be about 2 years ago, there was a proposal prepared to to eliminate the pinch points along Addison Road, and that would result in a considerable loss of parking. That proposal was rejected because of that. So this is another proposal which seeks to improve the cycle amenity down Addison Road, but also minimising an impact on parking loss.
So we're not talking about parking loss, we're talking about safety. And most of the proposal or the second concept design focuses on the southern side of Addison Road. And it's great for cyclists and improves the safety for cyclists, but it increases the risk on the northern side of the road as well as on the southern side of the road. So I ask council to take it off the table, promote the use of Newington Road. It doesn't carry the traffic. We have volumes of trucks that traverse down the road to cater for the metro.
I understand what you're saying. I think this needs to be put to bed once and for all, and maybe this last go at it will work something out that's acceptable to everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks for waiting for so long.
Brenny Holmes, 3 Church Street, Ashfield. 4 hours and 15 minutes isn't a long time. I've been waiting 15 years, 6 months and 12 days today to discuss this matter yet again. This is Croydon Road and Church Street intersection. This is probably 1/10, not even that, 1% of what I have on this intersection. I'd like to rectify a mistake that was in the minutes of the meeting. It says that the intersection was, there are several mistakes in there. Firstly, it wasn't a request from residents. Council engineers drew up a plan in 2001 traffic management study for a roundabout at this intersection. It wasn't me, and it wasn't any of the councillors here that drew up this plan. Now, it was feasible back then. For some reason, it's not feasible now. I want to know what's changed. Why has this been taken off the board? In March 2002, it was costed at $20,000 and was due to be built in the 2003-04 financial year. And according to the minutes of that time, to rectify a serious problem at this intersection. Residents have been requesting that the council initiative be actioned. They haven't requested this roundabout. Council engineers drew up the plans for 20 areas of concern. 5 of those have been completed, and 3, actually, in fact, 4 have been put in the wrong place. We locals believe that the roundabout at Queen Street and Croydon Road was built there instead of at the intersection of Church Street. It's at a T intersection. It wasn't necessary to be built there. There are 3 items from that traffic management study that are on the agenda tonight. Councillor De Cruz has mentioned John Street and Frederick Street. There's also there's John Street and Frederick Street. There was Church Street, a slow point near the Centenary Park, and the intersection of Alt and John Street. When the lights went on, hang on. The second thing is the study from Complete Urban Proprietary Limited is flawed. The counter that was there was vandalised twice. Extension, please. Was vandalised twice, and so the figures flowing from Church Street East aren't there. Thirdly, the description of the problem has changed. It was a roundabout initially. It was then changed last year, or the year before, to a visibility problem, and now it's been changed to a traffic calming problem. They say they can't build a roundabout there because the buses can't get over them. But in Church Street near Centenary Park, they're going to put bus-friendly speed humps. Why can't they put a bus-friendly roundabout? The traffic lights were turned on at Frederick Street and Church Street on the 3rd of November 1997. Since then, traffic on Church Street East has increased greatly. It wasn't there wasn't a traffic study done to see what would happen at the other intersections. There's a whole pile of stuff here which I won't go into. In December 2014, council papers titled Section 9494A Schedule of Works. On page 456, it was in the current Schedule of Works. On page 459 of the same paper, it was taken off the list. I could say it was because the SRV was being done, but I won't. In 2014, it took 9 months for a contraflow bike track to be suggested, addressed, passed by council and built at a cost of $45,000. The report also states there haven't been any accidents since 2013. Well, I don't believe that because if an accident is less than the person's excess, they don't go to police or to their insurance companies. Money's been given for a study to study rat runs in WestConnex. Well, Frederick Street's a rat run. Instead of using Frederick Street...
What, do you need another extension? We'll have
yes,
to roll
please.
this up.
I'm nearly finished.
Okay.
Instead of going on Frederick Street where it's an absolute car park nearly 24/7, people are starting to use Croydon Road, so the traffic's there. The recommendation is that they make visibility better when you're exiting Church Street into Croydon Road. That will help, but it won't let the cars through. You'll be able to see what's coming, but you still won't be able to get into the flow of traffic.
If I could just interrupt there and suggest, this has a very, very long history. What would you think about interested councillors going down on site and having a look at this so they could work out for themselves?
Well, one of the things I have got here is that I invite all councillors to come down, every councillor, and they should go to Addison Road as well. You can't just have the 3 ward councillors go and have a look. When 15 people are voting, you can't have 12 not go. You all need to go and have a look at this at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and meet with the local residents. Councillors here have, in their election material, stated that they were interested in roads and that they needed, I've lost the page now, that they were working on the roads. Councillors here have backed me on this in previous occasions.
I wondered if I could interrupt you and have the officer explain the recommendation. Thanks. And would he be adverse to...
Well, they're saying it's going out to consultation again, and it should have been done 15 years ago. I don't know why it wasn't done. As I said, I do. It's been put on Queen Street and Croydon Road, not where it was meant to be. It has to be done. It's a safety issue. There were 4 other people here tonight to speak. They've all had to go home. My 86-year-old mother. I've had people sending me emails this week saying they ride bikes. They get off their bikes at Croydon Road and walk it across because it's too dangerous.
If the officer, I know how long it's been going on. I was on council. I know what you've been through. If the officer could say a few words, we see if we can work something out.
I've had meetings. It's, you know.
Chair, The issue we were investigating, we were asked to investigate, to engage an external consultant to investigate the feasibility of a roundabout at that intersection. The recommendation that's come out is that due to the geometry of the intersection, the intersecting arms are skewed, one of the arms is offset. We can't place a roundabout in the centre of that intersection and have it operate safely. The nature of the intersection within the constraints of what the road widths are is that we can't get the necessary deflections coming into the roundabout to reduce speeds.
You put in 2001.
Secondly, the vehicle swept paths can't be accommodated for standard design vehicles. And in fact, there is potential overlap of if two similar sized vehicles were trying to traverse the roundabout at the same time. And there's just inability to accommodate a U-turn at that roundabout. The only way a roundabout would work that intersection would be through land acquisition, which would obviously make it just too expensive. There are recommended treatments for that intersection, which will improve the capacity of flow out of Church Street, and that involves putting in a right-hand turn bay. The main hold-up causing the queuing of traffic at that intersection is people queuing up to turn right or to go straight through the intersection. The major turning movements at that intersection are left turns, and they are able to negotiate that intersection quite easily. So with a right-hand turn bay to store right-hand turn
There were no counters at the time, so they don't know how many cars turned right. They can do it at Beatty Street and Mullen Street at Balmain, small roundabout, buses go down there, it works. It's off skew as well.
If I could, just so we don't have an argument here, I know you've had a fair few arguments. I am well aware of this issue and I'm coming in on this from this angle. If in 2001 the council officers and the traffic committee said it was feasible to put a roundabout there, it's very hard for the residents now to listen and to be told that it is not feasible to put a roundabout there now. This is what I think has got up the nose of the residents. Now, as I've stated before, we're making babies in test tubes, we're transplanting hearts, we're doing a lot of things. If we can't put some type of roundabout there, I use that at least half a dozen times a week. It's also traffic coming from the Ashfield side turning right into Church Street. The place is a disaster waiting to happen. There is another motion tonight about Croydon Road. We had John Street just before the election where all the candidates went and had their photo taken, concerned about the problem there at John Street. And yet I see nothing on the agenda being brought up about that. So these concerns must be followed through. This is traffic. I know for a fact that politics were involved in the reason why this roundabout did not go ahead.
Chair, can I just start in sort of trying to move things forward?
Yes.
If the council desires to have an inspection, I wouldn't mind going down to have a look and see what the issues are on site. If we
And
can
all interested councillors
can go, if we can propose a time which is amenable to most councillors, if it's after work about 6 o'clock.
It needs to be between 5 and 6 when the traffic is at its worst.
Okay, Mrs Holmes, can we just say other people are waiting now? You know how long you had to wait, so you should understand more than anyone. Yes, Councillor.
Okay, I have put up motions both on Frederick Street and on Croydon Road at the request of those issues about pedestrian crossings were raised with me. There's actually a roundabout on Croydon Road currently, and I've raised concerns about that for pedestrians crossing at that point. Now, Croydon Road is a very busy road, not only at 5 o'clock, it's also a very busy road in the morning for the school traffic and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I think if we're going to do a valid study on there, you need to take all of these into account, and perhaps the best is to take the advice of staff on what can be done.
Well, if I'm afraid I have to disagree with you, and I'm not sitting up here to argue, because staff advised in 2001 for a roundabout to be put in. So now we're getting a different information. So you can understand how the residents feel when, where are we? Traffic There should be no politics involved in traffic. There should be no financial worries about traffic. If it's a safety issue, it should be implemented immediately. You don't wait for a death. These things have been raised and they've been ignored. This is casting no aspersions
Chair,
on
can
the
we
officer.
just organise a time where we can have this inspection?
Would someone like to move to have this deferred and
Happy to have it.
interested councillors go on inspection and bring it
do an
back?
inspection. What is a suitable time after work? Probably.
Well, it has to be a convenient time. It has to be an appropriate time to get an assessment of the traffic and the pedestrian impact. I mean, I'm raising the pedestrian impact. I'm not across the traffic issue here, but there is no pedestrian crossings on the whole of Croydon Road, which is my concern.
I believe Councillor Macri wishes to move a motion that interested councillors attend this site at a time to be agreed upon.
Work it out between themselves.
That's moved by Councillor Macri. Councillor De Cruz, are you seconding? Thank you.
And residents made advised of it. And residents advised it to come as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can we organise a time now?
No, go and talk about it later.
Okay.
What's next item?
All right.
Chair, I'd like to move just so that we've had a chat with the Marrickville Ward councillors and the residents of Addison Road regarding the item at Addison Road. We're going to be hopefully meeting, and maybe council officers come along, at 6 p.m. next Monday, the 16th of October, to discuss the bike path issues, and we're going to meet in front of 199 Addison Road, and all ward councillors, probably particularly for Marrickville Ward and Stanmore Ward, might be interested.
And your local one. Is there anybody else here for any items on the traffic committee? Okay, let's move on. What's next on?
Can I move a procedural motion?
Yes.
We need to suspend standing orders because, in fact, we should have done this half an hour ago.
The meeting is closed.
And
the meeting is in fact closed at 11 o'clock under your standing.
yes, but we can move to suspend standing orders and continue.
No.
We can. We've done it lots of times and continue until we finish the agenda. Well, that's what we can move.
Point of order.
You can vote against
Point
it if
of
you want
order,
to.
Mayor.
Yes, councillor.
I believe we are past the allocated time for the meeting.
Yes.
I move that all the outstanding items be placed on the agenda for the next meeting.
Well, I have moved that we suspend standing orders and we continue with the meeting until all items on the agenda are addressed. So I think you have to deal with that first.
Yeah. I'm going to propose, so this is an unusual circumstance. I'm going to propose that we crack on and try to deal with the small number of outstanding items left. I personally contributed to the length of the meeting through the Mayoral minutes that I moved. It is an unusual, you guys thought that it was improper to move a Mayoral minute at all at the last meeting. You were wrong. It's an unusual meeting because it's the first ordinary meeting and there are a lot of items on the agenda and motions on notice. I don't think it would be fair to have the people who've turned up here tonight and sat here for the best part of 5 hours to have to go home now without having their matter dealt with. So I'm going to deal with Councillor Porteous's motion that we extend. So have you provided the wording to the minute taker?
I don't normally for a procedural motion, no.
Well, what is it?
Well, it's just that we move to suspend standing orders and continue with the...
How long for, Chair?
With the suspended, with the items that we've suspended standing orders for. Yeah, with the identified urgent items. Okay, so I'll ask the minute taker to record that. But I am going to ask for some cooperation here. Excuse me, everybody.
Mr Mayor, I'm sorry. There's a lady that's been here since 6:30.
Yeah.
But wanted to say a few words on the traffic committee.
Yeah.
With your indulgence.
Well, yeah, but let me just deal with this motion first, and this will enable that. But if I can just have everyone's attention, I am going to ask for some... Councillor De Cruz, this is pertinent to you, so if I could have your attention for a moment. I am going to ask for everybody's cooperation that when I try to move things along so that we're not here to 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm not accused of gagging debate. I'm actually trying to chair effectively. So we've got the Porteous motion that Councillor Porteous is moving to suspend standing orders and that the meeting continue to deal with the matters the public raise they wish to speak to. That's fine. I'm happy to second that. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Please come forward. We'll finish dealing with the traffic minutes as expeditiously as possible.
Hi, my name is Rena Schmate. It's more on 15 to do with Frederick Street, but it's all to do with this, yeah. I live on Frederick Street and have for 30 years. And regarding the pedestrian crossings, many times I've had almost my feet run over. The cars just come down at gun-ho. Every time I've approached council and sent an email, I've been told it's an RTA or RMS road and it's out of their hands. Well, you know, how many people need to be killed or run over or accidents need to happen before something's done? You know, I've always asked for either calming devices, reducing the speed limit, and all of that, and still nothing. And I've been there 30 years, and it was not like this when I bought on Frederick Street. So it really needs to be taken seriously. And now with the WestConnex, we don't even sleep at my place because those trucks are coming down at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, and it's just like they command the road, and who knows what their speed limit is. So, yeah, something really needs to be done. It needs to be looked into. We voted you guys in, and we expect at least to get something out of it. And the safety, well, get out of it. Safety, that's what it is at the end of the day. It's the safety of us crossing the road, of us living there. Hammond Park is used for soccer training, and you've got that season where parents are putting the kids in and out of the cars. Frederick Street is not a 4-lane street, it's actually 2, but because of all those trailers that are parked there just near my place and all the parents, you know, having to get the kids in and out of the car, it does pose a big traffic issue, a safety issue for everybody involved. So I don't know when something will be done. I don't know how many people are to die before something's done. But I don't think anything's going to be done in my lifetime. So, but I really would like that something does get done.
Okay.
Looked at.
Thank you for that. Councillor Macri, we're still dealing with the traffic committee minutes. So does anyone have a further amendment?
Chair, I just want to add something there, that actually monitoring service staff look into those trailers that are parked on the side of the road. We had that issue in Marrickville where people were using those trailers just for sheer advertising purposes, and we had them moved on. And I think they do contribute to the safety of the area. So we do have the power to do it. We did it in Marrickville. I think we need to do it there now and get rid of them.
Are you moving an amendment to the traffic committee minutes?
Can I just say something on, sorry. I've been told by council that they're parked
Sorry,
legally.
madam, I thought you concluded.
Oh, it's okay. Well, I didn't know.
It's going to take a long time if we have a 5-way conversation. So
No, I was just going to
finish
say I've
speaking.
been told by council that they're parked legally and you can't do anything about it. Well, you know.
That's not the case.
Well, that's what I thought, because again, it's not a 4-lane street, so really something needs to be done with that as well. And they parked right next to my house. So.
Thank you very much for your patience and for your comments and contribution.
I'll put that amendment up that we actually.
Well, could you provide the wording to the minute taker, please?
I'll second.
Seconded by councillor Hesse. So,
Could I just, I'm not aware of an item on Frederick Street in the traffic committee. The woman spoke to item 15, which is about
we'll come
safety.
to once we've adopted the traffic committee minutes. I'm not rearranging the order, we're in the middle of an item. Yes. Yeah, we'll deal with item 15 in a moment if we can conclude this. Okay, is there any further amendments?
Mayor, the point is this amendment should be to item 15, not to this item.
And point of order, Mayor, sorry to give you a hard time, but...
No, you're not. You never have been in the past.
No, but the traffic committee, you actually have to speak to an item that's on the agenda. I
Yes.
mean, you can move to amend something that's on the agenda, but to put something in that was never there, it's a traffic committee meeting. It's a statutory.
Okay, I'm going to rule that out of order and ask councillor Macri to save that up for when we get to item 15. The matter that you're referring, if you could come and take a seat, the matter that you're referring to is not on the agenda of the traffic committee, which we're still dealing with. So we'll deal with that when we get to item 15 and you can move your amendment then. Okay, thank you for that. Are there any further amendments to the traffic committee minutes?
It's an item of business without notice.
If not, can I have a look at who the mover and seconder are of the minutes? Is there a mover? Moved Stamler, seconded Porteous. No further discussion. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to item 14, in fact. Item 14, item 15 and item 16 are all motions on notice from Councillor De Cruz relating to referrals to the Traffic Committee. So item 14, is there anyone here, there must be someone here who was here to speak to that because it's been brought forward?
I did have my name down for that.
Have you already addressed, you're fine.
No, I haven't addressed it, but I've just had enough.
Okay, right, Councillor De Cruz.
Because no one's listening to it anyway, so.
Well, we're about to deal with it.
Yeah, but it won't be dealt with, so.
I think the issue was the lady's concern is about the roundabout for vehicles, whereas my motion is in relation to the safety of pedestrians trying to cross Croydon Road. And so during the election, I was contacted by parents of kids who attend Croydon School, and to travel from Ashfield to Croydon School, they need to negotiate, well, some need to negotiate Frederick Street, but others need to negotiate Croydon Road. And it's particularly busy at school times because there's other schools where there's parents going to collect and drop off their kids. And hence I brought forward this motion to address the safety issues for pedestrians to cross Croydon Road more safely. And there are no pedestrian crossings on the full length of Croydon Road. So I move that motion.
Okay, so that becomes the primary motion. Is there a seconder for that? Is there anyone who would like to speak for or against it? Councillor Drury?
Given that I believe that these three motions all should just go straight to the Traffic Committee and then come back to us. That is the normal course of events. That is what is provided. That's why we have the Traffic Committee. The Traffic Committee is not, in fact, the Traffic Committee of Council. It is set up differently. But quite frankly, I don't care. And let's just get on with it.
Okay, so there's no... He's correct about the procedure, but he's not speaking against the motion. So if there's no one who's going to speak against it, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Declare that carried. We're now up to item 15, the substantive motion. Councillor De Cruz.
Can I, after consultation with the staff and advice that this is a state road and that there has been some progress from RMS, there's an amendment to the motion.
Right.
Which I think is up. So that you decide on council or the mayor write to the Minister of Roads, Maritime and Freight requesting the urgent upgrade of pedestrian safety mechanisms on Frederick Street, Ashfield, as outlined in the notice of motion. And so those things were in particular the safety risks for pedestrians at Frederick and John Street, and provide recommendations on how these risks can be addressed, including consideration of reduction of speed limit on Frederick Street and the introduction of traffic calming at the pedestrian crossings, as well as proposals to prevent vehicles overtaking cars while turning right near the pedestrian crossings. The report should include a proposed timeline for works and proposed prioritisation of funding for works. But since that is an RMS project, the funding issues don't apply.
So the motion before us on the screen is what you're moving?
Yep.
Councillor Macri, did you have an amendment you wanted to move to that, or a foreshadowed motion?
Adding an amendment to that we actually deal with the advertising trailers parked on Frederick Street.
Okay, have you provided the wording to the minute taker?
Yeah, just need to.
Excellent.
Seconded by Councillor Hesse.
Okay, are you willing to incorporate that?
I actually don't understand what impact those trailers have on safety.
Safety.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that's fine then.
Okay, so that's incorporated. It's moved Councillor De Cruz, seconded Councillor Porteous. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 16, another Traffic Committee referral from Councillor De Cruz.
Okay. This one was in regard to introducing 40-kilometre speed limits along Marion Street. I'll start off with Dalhousie and Ramsey Street, which is the commercial precinct of Haberfield, and in Marion Street, at Norton Street, Ellswick and Flood Street, and the investigation of reducing, and also at the intersection of Flood Street and Lord Street in Leichhardt. I should say that after I raised these motions, several other people have approached me about other locations where they need 40-kilometre zones, and whether we actually, So the feedback I've had from this is that it'd be very welcome if we can reduce the speed limit, and perhaps we should just reduce the speed limit to 40k all along Marion Street.
So it's calling for an
Mayor.
investigation and report on that. Councillor
Mayor,
Drury?
On this one, I will seek to insist that this matter, the 3 dot points be referred to the Traffic Committee and then come back. Well, it doesn't say that, Councillor Budis, according to my reading. So can we just refer the 3 dot points to the Traffic Committee and then consider them once we have the input of the Traffic Committee, please?
I support that, and I think you'll find unanimity if you're willing to incorporate that. That's the proper process. Okay, so the motion will be amended to read that Council refer the following matters to the Traffic Committee for consideration. That's moved by Councillor De Cruz. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Stamoulis. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. We're now up to item... Now, I want to move deferral of items 22 and 28. There were residents who came along in the gallery tonight to speak to both of those who've chosen to go home, but have expressed a preference for those items being put high on the agenda at a subsequent meeting so they can speak to them. Councillor York and Councillor Kiat have been liaising with those residents about both the motions that they've moved. I'm going to move deferral of items 22 and 28 to be considered at the next available ordinary council meeting, Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Lockie. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. We've only got a few items to go. Item 19.
What happened to item 17?
It wasn't brought forward.
Oh, okay.
Just a clarification, though, any item that hasn't been brought forward is also going to be deferred to the next council meeting.
Correct.
So, we didn't really need to defer those because they won't be dealt with.
But we've suspended standard order. They were in the list of urgent items. No, item 18, they're both being withdrawn because they've been dealt with in the substantive motion that's already been adopted. 18 and the other Sydenham motion. 26. Who's here for item 19, Callan Park Sporting Fields? Mr Avery, come forward.
Thank you. My name's Paul Avery. I'm the Registrar for Balmain District Football Club. With over 2,600 registered players this season, we're the largest community football club in Australia. Our membership ranges from 4-year-olds right through to players who are well into their 60s. Balmain DFC has over 1,900 players aged under 18 and over 700 female players. We're a community club that encourages participation at all levels. In April 2016, we were ecstatic when the former Leichhardt councillors voted unanimously to support the upgrade of Waterfront Oval and allocated $2 million in Section 94 developer contributions to fund it. 18 months on, and not an inch of progress has been made at the site. Balmain DFC is fully supportive of the motion to expedite the delivery of the upgrade of sporting fields at Callan Park, specifically Waterfront Oval, but we would ask that it be amended to reflect and honour the commitment made by the Administrator on June 26 this year in a letter he sent to representatives of our club stating, "I understand Balmain District Football Club is concerned about the current state of the playing surface. Council is prepared to take responsibility for the playing surface from September 2017, subject to obtaining a licence agreement from OEH. This would enable Council to undertake a spring renovation for the Waterfront Oval." It's now October. There's no licence agreement in place with OEH and spring maintenance has not commenced. Over the past 10 years, Balmain DFC has spent over $200,000 of its members' money maintaining the Waterfront Oval fields. The New South Wales Government has spent nothing. Leichhardt Council spent nothing. Certainly the Inner West Council, under the Administrator, spent nothing. Even the Balmain South Sydney Cricket Club, who use the field 6 months of every year, has spent nothing. So here is our conundrum as a football club that the football club faces. If the upgrade of Waterfront Oval is expedited and the field works are completed, ready for play by March 2018, then we'll all be happy. However, if the field works are not completed and the spring maintenance is not undertaken, then Waterfront Oval will be unplayable next season. Over 1,000 players use those fields every weekend during winter, including almost 600 4, 5, 6 and 7-year-olds. There is nowhere else for them to play. Simply no space or field capacity in our area. So my request to our newly elected councillors, particularly those of you who supported our club and this project in the LMC days, will you agree to fund the spring and autumn maintenance of Waterfront Oval so we don't have to go back to our members and tell them once again that they will have to pay the $30,000 required to repair and maintain the field to ensure it will be available and playable in 2018. This request is time critical. The maintenance work should have started in September. It's now mid-October. Every week delayed puts the 2018 football season in jeopardy. This is not about politics or promises. It's about making sure that Waterfront Oval at Callan Park will be playable to the 1,000 plus players who use it every weekend during winter. Balmain District Football Club supports the full upgrade, but if it's not going to be ready by March 2018, then we ask Council to allocate the funds required now to repair and maintain the field in the interim.
Could you take some questions?
Absolutely. At this time of night, as many as you like.
How much is urgently needed?
We estimate between $30,000 and $40,000 needs to be spent, starting now right through until pre-season in March or April, to maintain the quality, to ensure the field is playable.
You people have 15,000? We come to the party with 15?
We would absolutely...
Hold on. Okay, thank you very much, Mr Avery. Grab a seat in case anybody else wants to ask you a question.
I'll be right here.
I'm going to speak first to my motion. Paul's spoken he's been very erudite in explaining the situation. I wanted to update councillors to let you know that I met with representatives from the Department of Environment and Heritage yesterday, and I was pretty blunt with them about my level of dissatisfaction with their failure to progress the $3 million of sport and recreation upgrades that we're paying for in their park, which they can't quite bring themselves to sign off on, which is just extraordinary. And they had a whole range of explanations about why they needed to now go and do another landscape plan. The words bureaucracy gone mad did come to mind. I would like for all of that to be addressed in the report that would be required by this motion. I'd like to move an amendment to the motion, and that report is due to be tabled at the next ordinary council meeting. I'd like to move an amendment to the motion, and I'll provide this wording to the minute taker, but requesting council officers to urgently meet with representatives of the club to establish what maintenance works could be undertaken urgently and to include details of that assessment in the report that comes back to council. So not wait a month before they meet with you, but see what we can do quickly. Without doing it on the run and not knowing what the costs might be. But if the administrator, none of us were aware of this until tonight, if the administrator gave the club an explicit written commitment that those works would be undertaken, then I think it's absolutely fair enough for you to have turned up here tonight and expected that the new elected council will uphold the commitment that was given to your club. So I'll move that. Is there a seconder for it?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Passis. Bloody hell.
Yeah, and I'd like to... Get the camera out.
Now, I actually had Councillor Hesse first. Sorry.
It's just a question through you may know it yourself. I'm just, sorry for having a Marrickville perspective on this, I'm just concerned that we're not out of kilter with different, because all our sports fields are loved to death. I played soccer for Hurlstone Park until a few years ago, and I know Balmain are always hard to beat. But I'm just concerned that we're not spending more. Basically, the fields at one end of the new LGA aren't getting more money than less at the others, if you know what I mean.
Yes. I'll put that as a question to the Deputy General Manager.
Yeah, we will need, we don't spend any money on this field at the moment, so we need to do some analysis because it's fully run by the soccer club. In respect to how we manage our soccer fields, that's going to be part of or all our sporting fields is going to be part of the integration. We're still maintaining our sporting fields as we were, like all the service standards pre-amalgamation. And part of the work we'll be doing over the next 12 months and working with councillors is having a look at, you know, the standards and what we need to do to sort of harmonise that maintenance.
Through you, Mayor, just a follow-up question. How would the money proposed in this equate to roughly what's spent on other fields?
Oh, look, the soccer club, we'll need to do the assessment. Look, it might be 30 grand or something that needs to be spent to maintain it, but I'd need to rely on the staff to go in and have a look and see what it's like at this time of the year. It depends it's very complex. It depends whether it's got a whole heap of winter grass, you need to kill it out. I think it's just a one grass system, so we just need to have a look and see if it's in some aerating, fertilising treatment.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm just preparing this wording for the minute takers. That's the start of it. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Steer, then Councillor Stamoulis. Councillor Passis, then Councillor Steer, then Councillor Stamoulis.
I'd like to ask, through you to the General Manager, on the former Ashfield Council, we were flat broke, but our council wasn't proactive enough to put in submissions for grants. Could we have a look if there's any grants that are coming to council? I'm pretty sure we can find some money somewhere. And as Councillor Macri raised last week, maybe go to Mr Jamie Parker to see if he's nice and green, likes the environment, health and sport and everything else. Maybe he can come to the party with a couple of thousand. Joe Halen. But I know there's grants there. Yep. And why don't we look at it and see if we can go and do something in that manner, because the forceful way the gentleman spoke, I believe he's very frustrated. I don't blame him. Richard Pearson promised a lot. Yeah, didn't deliver on half of them. I don't think $30,000 is a lot of money if we can get this place cleaned up for these people. There's some way we can find this money. Let's try and go with our hand out and see where we can get it from. As I said, I'm pretty sure there's some grants out there. And let's have a look at that.
Thank you for that. Councillor Steer, then Councillor Stamoulis.
Yes, I can tell the councillors that Marrickville Council spent $2 million on providing an all-weather surface at Arlington Oval in Marrickville some years ago. This was opposed by the Greens, but I was rather torn because I come from a soccer-loving family. I think $30,000 is really cheap, and I don't object to it at all.
Excellent. My new favourite green. Here's a kiss of death for you. Take that to the branch meeting. Councillor Stamoulis and Councillor Porteous.
Look, I'd like to second the motion if I could.
It's been seconded by Passis.
Oh, it has already, has it? Oh, wow.
Missed
That's
out.
fantastic, Julie.
Tonight.
Yes. Look, in item number 4, I'm just noticing there, convene a public meeting in Lilyfield. We may as well convene it in Callan Park if you like. I think that'd probably be the better location. So if that can be changed to Callan Park, that'd be good. And I'd like to propose 2 matters arising while we're on this particular topic. And that is, first, a tour of Callan Park to be scheduled for councillors in early 2018 with representatives of the Friends of Callan Park in attendance. And the second one is that the Inner West Council acknowledges the exceptional heritage, landscape beauty and history of Callan Park. Thank you. The matters arising.
Well, if you could provide those, the wording of those matters arising to the minute taker. Councillor Porteous.
Look, I just wanted to say that I very much support the upgrade of the waterfront oval, and yes, I voted for that when I was on Leichhardt Council and maintained that same position. It's extremely disappointing as well with the skate park that we haven't been able to progress that, because again that was something that I was very supportive of and wanted to see happen. So I'm hoping that we can progress that in this term of council. And I'm also looking forward to seeing the Callan Park Trust established and the final implementation of the Callan Park Master Plan. But I just wanted to get a bit of a clarification as well from council staff, because I guess one of my concerns is, and it's only to enable this to happen, the fact that we don't have the ownership of the land and we only have the we've got a bit of a, in terms of us actually doing work at Callan Park, what sort of status that has without us being able to get that licence. That I know with the other sporting fields, we've actually had to go through that process in order to be able to do the upgrade. So I just wanted to get a clarification what that status is if we
I'll put
can't
that to
get
the
that.
Deputy General Manager.
Thank you. The OEH are supportive of doing, in relation to the maintenance work, they're supportive of doing the maintenance works. So we'd have to work out the vehicle of how we deliver it, whether if it was council actually doing the work or someone else doing the work and council and OEH supporting it. Our first goal is to use our technical expertise to work out exactly what needs to be done, and we'll cover that in the report. You're right, we don't want to commit. There's a whole range of issues with doing work on property that you don't actually own or have tenure over, but OEH are quite keen to progress. It's just circumstances that they haven't been able to get the licence finalised by now, and which is what the letter was conditional on us having that licence. It hasn't been able to happen to date, but they expressed quite keen for that to happen.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion, councillors? If not, we'll deal with the... Oh, sorry, Councillor Macri, my mistake.
Yeah, Chair, I'd just like to voice that I'm very supportive of this, to actually, for council to get behind this club and actually give them the assistance they need. But I just want to caution councillors in, it's $20,000 here, $30,000 here, $10,000 on core flutes to make 1,000 core flutes. Yeah. The money's going to dry up very, very quickly. And I think bang for the buck, I think the residents should pay for the core flutes. That might be a better outcome. Charge them $10 and get at least cost recovery.
Yeah, if it's not spending on WestConnex, we can do a million things for the residents.
It's actually a pretty good idea.
I think okay,
I'm going to call the meeting to order. I note that point 5 doesn't require us to expend any money. It requires us to urgently identify the maintenance work required and report it back here. No, I'm very comfortable with that. Yep, no, I understand that. So we've got the substantive motion, which is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Passis, and then we've got two matters arising from Councillor Stamlis, which we'll deal with subsequently. So I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Declare that carried unanimously. The first matter arising from Councillor Stamlis, that a tour of Callan Park be scheduled for councillors in early 2018 with representatives of Friends of Callan Park in attendance. I might be doing my knitting or something that day. Please don't make it compulsory. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Hesse. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Second matter arising that council acknowledge the exceptional heritage, landscape beauty and history of Callan Park. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Hesse. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you for your patience. Sorry we kept you waiting so long. We've only got 2 items to go. Next item is item 27, Australia Day. Councillor Hesse. Oh, sorry, the gentleman in the gallery we might hear from first. Who's here for Australia Day? Yes, Mr Lozano, come on down.
I'd like to support this motion, and I'd like to council to probably take leadership on this, just like Yarra Council's done in Melbourne. And before people start talking about how we should be more inclusive and we should all stimulate and things of that nature, just want you to step out of your shoes for a minute and just feel how you feel if our country was invaded perhaps only a few years ago, and the new invaders were now proposing that we all come together as one and celebrate that day and see how you feel. And that what you have, your jobs, your houses, everything was changed because the law of the land that we hold is no longer relevant to them. And now we are asking to celebrate that day. And I think the least we could do is to look for an alternative day where we can be inclusive and come together. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hesse.
I personally endorse what Mr Lozano said. This is not the argument here. The argument here is that we seek advice from the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Strategic Reference Group on whether they have a view on the current way in which Council engages with Australia Day. That's what I'm asking the Council to do. So we're seeking reference. And I think it's really important that we do it this way. No matter what my personal position or the personal position of the other 14 councillors elected, I think it is proper that we ask our Aboriginal, the representatives of the Aboriginal community, what they think, and that we take their view, indeed their lead on this. I do note that a number of councils have changed their policy, but if our committee says we're happy with what it is now, then I'd go with that. But I think we've really got to respect our Aboriginal community and take their lead, and that's why I'm moving in this direction.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Passos.
Well, just what Councillor Hess says it all. He wants to seek the advice of the Aborigine people and Torres Strait Islanders. So apparently the Aborigine people and Torres Strait Islanders in the inner west don't have a problem with Australia Day. Because well, they would have brought it to our attention.
I'll call the meeting to order and ask the
They would have brought it to our attention. And as the Speaker said, it's what's happened in Victoria. I really wish some councillors and people would come up with some original thoughts. We follow off what somebody else does. This council, the former council, had their citizenship ceremony. It was a nice day and we did not celebrate it as we should. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm Indigenous. I was born here. And I am sick and tired of, and I will say bleeding hearts raising issues that are not issues. We have to go and seek the advice of Aborigines and Torres Strait Islanders if they're happy with Australia Day. Apparently they are. Or they would have contacted this council, or they would be standing out the front shouting and saying, we don't want you to celebrate Australia Day. I don't know why people have to raise all these contentious issues on things that we've known for hundreds of years. You've got to stop and think you're representing all people in Ashfield. People who respect Australia Day, people,
I'll call the meeting to order.
People who respect the flag, and people who respect the celebrations that we hold, like Easter and like Christmas. You are discriminating against those people. The generations that are brought up here celebrating Australia Day, celebrating Christmas, celebrating Easter, are made to feel uncomfortable, or these horrible people, because that's how they were brought up. And that's what their cultures are, but they're not allowed to say anything about it. If they do, they're cruel and they're not a bit concerned what happened with the Indigenous people. I am sick and tired. We're just talking about now all the things that we want to do for the inner west. If we are going to keep putting up with these motions that come up to council that does nothing for our council areas, except somebody might look good on Facebook or think they might pick up 2 votes. Let me assure you, you might pick up 2, but you lose 5. It's not an issue. And you have to stop playing these games and taking up council time. You've heard people here tonight with traffic issues. There are many issues out there. People are doing it hard. They can't pay their bills. We have to look at the rates and what people are putting up with. People can't park their cars.
Your time's expired. Is anyone going to...
No, I'll just finish off quickly. Right. I'll be voting against this, and as I will state again for the 3rd time, if you have to go out to drum up opposition, there is no opposition. Leave it alone. And in fact, we should have a barbecue out in the Civic Centre, which we've never had, and celebrate the Australian way. We are Australians. And if you're not happy with the way we live here, move.
Thank you for that. I'm going to move a foreshadowed motion, and I'd like to speak to that very briefly. I do agree that we should consult with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Strategic Reference Group about how Council engages with Australia Day. but I just want to be absolutely explicit as the Mayor of the Council. I don't support cancelling Australia Day celebrations, and I especially don't support cancelling Australia Day citizenship ceremonies. I don't think it's effective. I think what you would find is that you would have that the people who it punishes, the only people who it would punish, would be, I went to the citizenship ceremony this year. Largely it was Iraqis and Syrians who've escaped war and famine, come to this country and chose to be sworn in on Australia Day in Enmore Park, and they would be the losers. We'd be saying to them, we're cancelling your Australian Day citizenship ceremony, you can do it another time if you like. So they're the only people who would miss out, and I think they're probably people who've missed out on enough already. It would also be divisive. That's the truth. This is a very multicultural community, but the idea that there would be a majority of people in Marrickville or Ashfield who thought that it was a good idea and that there would be a consensus position on it is wrong. And so I'd like to propose a constructive alternative proposal, which is that we commit to holding a citizenship ceremony during NAIDOC week, and that we focus the theme of that ceremony upon Aboriginal history and culture, that we acknowledge through that process, as we always would at any citizenship ceremony, the history of colonisation and the traditional owners of the land, and that we invite prospective new citizens who would like to participate in such a ceremony to choose that day as the day that they will become a new citizen. And I think that's a way that we can acknowledge the fact that Australia Day has a very different meaning for Aboriginal people than it does for many other Australians. And I personally absolutely support the idea that the date should be changed. But I also recognise that that can only be done by the national government. No one in here in this room would question that. And given that we don't have an Australian government decision, and we're not likely to any time in the near future to undertake that change, I'm not willing to try and take it on at the Inner West Council level and have new citizens from our local community miss out on being sworn in on the day of their choosing what is currently our national day. So I think that's a useful suggestion. I'll move it. I'm happy for it to replace the substantive motion and to co-sponsor it with Councillor Hesse if you'd so choose, but if not, I'll be moving that as a foreshadowed motion. Councillor Steer.
I have a point of order, at least I think it is. Citizens, potential citizens do not choose the day on which they want to be naturalised. That is solely the preserve.
That's not correct.
Yes, it is correct.
Well, sorry, how many citizens have you sworn in?
I've helped citizens become sworn in,
Yeah.
and I'm very familiar. It is the preserve of the Department of Foreign
Yes.
Affairs and Trade.
And if they miss a date,
who allocates-
they get another opportunity, and I'm sure we could get dispensation from the department to hold a specific citizenship ceremony.
If we could get dispensation from the department, well and good. But I just
it's not
thought
a point
I
of
should
order.
point
It's
that
an
out.
argument against the motion, which you're free to vote against.
All right.
Okay. Further discussion. Councillor Stamoulis.
Mr Mayor, does your alternative motion go to the at CSRG first before it's adopted?
Yes.
Yeah,
Point one supersedes it. So yes.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Councillor
Sorry, just to
Kiat.
clarify that you want your point two, that council also seek advice on holding a citizenship ceremony during NAIDOC week, or do you just want to push ahead with that?
I think the motion speaks for itself, but I'm happy to add an additional sentence which says that council which would happen as a matter of course through our community engagement framework, but that council consult with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Strategic Reference Group about this ceremony. I mean, they'd be co-hosting it with us in essence. So I'll add that amendment to satisfy Councillor Kiat. Councillor Passos, you've already spoken to the motion.
Clarification.
Yes.
So are you trying to say that you will have the citizenship ceremonies in ADOC week, but not hold them on Australia Day here?
No. No.
Is that both?
Yes.
Both days?
Correct. Further discussion? No further discussion? Okay, we'll deal with the primary motion, the Hesse motion. Who was the seconder for that?
Sorry, I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Steer. I'll put that. We'll only deal with the foreshadowed motion if the primary motion is defeated. I'll just wait for the minute taker. And that's not an amendment, it's a foreshadowed motion. Thank you.
I'm trying to be divisive, I just think it's better. Not trying to make a point.
Okay, so I'll put the primary motion. All those in favour?
Can I just ask though, I mean, with your foreshadowed motion, I don't understand where you're putting NAIDOC week with a citizenship ceremony. It just seems to be, there seems to be no connection there apart from...
We're creating one.
But there's no logic in the sense
You don't have
that-
to vote for it, but this is not a point of order. It's an argument against the motion. And we've already concluded the debate. So I'll put the primary motion.
And it's 20.
All those in favour of the Hesse-Steer resolution? All those against? That's against. That's 5 to the rest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5. And I'll now put the foreshadowed motion.
Can I ask that you deal with it in seriatim, please?
I won't. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Next item, last item, item 29, precinct committees. Councillor Stamoulis, would you like us to hear from the gallery first? Oh, okay, my mistake. I thought it was your motion, John.
I think we're around the wrong way. It's a double.
Okay, well, we'll hear from the gallery first because we've got people who've turned up to speak to it.
Thank you, Council, for staying as long as you have. And by the way, congratulations to all the councillors on their election. My name is David Anderson. I'm the former chair of the Rozelle Iron Cove Precinct, and I support the motion that precinct committees should be considered under the Inner West Council. Look, I won't make it long, and I won't even open my phone to read my notes. So basically, in terms of a precinct committee, is that that's a group of residents who get together and discuss local issues in a semi-autonomous way, with support from council through where the meeting room may occur and various publications, and involvement with the community engagement officer, which provides the cohesion with the council staff and the councillors. In the previous Leichhardt Council, it had worked for a couple of decades, and the previous Leichhardt councillors who are here tonight did vote in supporting the precinct committees during that time. They give an opportunity for councillors to hear directly from a group of concerned residents, as opposed to tonight where there was a considerable number of people who just come up and meet their councillors in a forum like this. It's a get-together where they can put things through to council. The minutes are then logged for the councillors to be able to read, so they actually know what's happening within their local area, what concerns the residents. It's a great conduit for a two-way conversation between the community, the council staff and the councillors. So I believe that it is well worth considering for the Inner West Council to take up this option. And just to give a kind of an illustration of how it works, our precinct committee in Rozelle Iron Cove continues to meet despite the fact that we were debunked by the forced amalgamation. And at last week's meeting, what we've asked our local councillor, John Stamoulis, to do is to bring it up with council about the fact that because we are so short of parking in our high streets in this council area, is that the Old Tigers Club has 40 car park spaces which are not used at the moment and used to be used. The council used to have access to them, but the then developer pulled the pin on it because the council would not roll over for their massive redevelopment. So that gives you an indication in terms of what us as the residents know what happens in our local areas, and that we can then progress these things to council. So that gives an indication. Thank you very much.
Yes, come forward, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Mark Wheeler, Rozelle resident, and just like my colleague David, have been a member of the Rozelle Iron Cove Precinct Committee formerly for over 6 years. I'm currently on the Rozelle Iron Cove Precinct Group for the last 18 months. following the last administration's abolishment of the precinct committee. Just want to recognise the comments that my colleague has just referred to, but also to recognise that we have hundreds of community members on an active email database that we communicate with on a routine basis and who have been there since the former committee has been in place. They are most interested in communicating with the council to understand and to hear about local issues. It's an active tool that can be well used by council into the future by replicating the same type of precinct process that we've had previously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lockie. Oh, sorry, we've got another gentleman from the gallery.
Yes, I like to have precincts and I like to have one in Marrickville, and I hope the Marrickville councillors do support a precinct in Marrickville, please.
Thank you.
And maybe just add Ashfield too.
Mr Lozano, you wouldn't have made this many speeches if you'd been elected on September 9.
Thank God he wasn't.
I also think this is a great motion, and I would like to support it. Most of the things I was going to say has actually been echoed by these two gentlemen. But I'd just like to remind council it's now 11:45, and in a council of this size, you cannot continue to meet this way and make this the only conduit into council. You need to have some conduits in both ways to streamline this process if this is the only say we're going to get on council, because as you can see, there's not many people left. Some very dedicated ratepayers, I assume, or Uber drivers waiting for me. I don't know. But you've got to have a different method to get in tune with the residents. I have seen on your proposals things about working parties with 10 from Mr. Drew over there, 10 people from the community. So you obviously think of the value of getting the community involved in focus groups. This is just extending that right across the council. So when people say, I know what people think, well, there's a committee out there who's actually got that knowledge for you instead of thinking what they think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anyone else from the gallery? If not, I'll go to Councillor Lockie.
All right, I'm going to speak as quick as I can. Thank you for the speakers for staying so long to speak in support of this. Look, we're all very excited about democracy returning to the inner west, and to truly deliver on that, we do need to give our community a variety of different ways they can get actively involved in the decisions we make, and the resident precinct committees are a proven way of doing this. I know from the conversations I've been having with residents that there is a real appetite for this. I've spoken to members of the previous RPCs, organisations like the Newtown Neighbourhood Centre and the Newtown Precinct Business Association, small business owners and residents in Stanmore who want to work together to revitalise their village centre, and residents from various parts of our LGA about this over the past few weeks. And they're all supportive of an idea of having independent forums in their areas in which local residents and stakeholders can drive changes that they want to see in their neighbourhoods, supported by us while remaining free from political influence. What's particularly interesting about the Newtown Neighbourhood Centre is that they have in effect been running something like this over the last couple of years with the Newtown Vibe Round Table. That was originally set up as a response to incidences of violence and aggression in Newtown. But it's evolved into a forum where residents, local MPs, business owners, community groups and council staff have worked together on wider issues encompassing housing affordability, WestConnex, local policing, arts and culture and more. So that's a great result and one that's deserving of council support. And it's important to note too that the focus in this motion is very much on designing an RPC system that will work best for our new council in 2018 and beyond. We've made a note about consulting with previous executive as it makes sense to make them part of the conversation so we can draw from the knowledge of what worked and what didn't in the last iteration. And now that we're working with a much more diverse LGA over a much wider area, it is an ideal opportunity for us to explore new and innovative approaches for getting a wide cross-section of our community involved. I'm also very conscious of the fact, as others have cited, that there are now only 15 of us here to represent over 180,000 residents who were previously represented by 3 councils and 36 councillors. Having independent RPCs will help keep all of us keep strong lines of communication open with our communities so we can make sure we're addressing the issues that really matter to them, which is obviously ultimately how residents are going to judge our performance. So I ask all of you to please support this in the interest of improving and strengthening our local democracy and our communities as we prepare to face the many challenges ahead over the next 3 years.
Thank you for that. I assume you're the seconder, Councillor Stamos. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I can only say, given my experience, of course, in the precincts, I may be the only councillor, in fact, who was a member of a precinct and chaired a precinct for a long time. I joined the Balmain precinct in 1998 and have continued on as a member right up until 2016. So that's a fair while. And I can only speak of their immense value. And I believe that here's a great opportunity for the Inner West Council to advance local democracy, to take a step forward with its community, and to show an act of good faith in restoring local democracy that was taken away by administration in May 2016. So I see some great positives. The precincts have contributed to council. They've identified issues, as Mr Anderson has said, who's chair of the Rozelle Iron Cove precinct, has been a long-standing chair. They've identified issues. They've helped us run campaigns. They've brought residents to us when we've needed on many occasions. They've led issues like the ICL cement terminal, cruise ship pollution, tigers, and a range of other issues. Been extremely positive, extremely positive. But what we need is a system that works very well for the Inner West Council. So in other words, we're going to ask them, the motion says we're going to ask them to come forward and design that new system that will work for the Inner West. And I can only see good things happening by restoration of local democracy and, as I say, showing an act of good faith in restoring local community democracy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Further discussion. I've got Councillor Passis, then Councillor York. I've got a foreshadowed motion, which I'd like the minute taker to put on the screen so that that's a context for the debate, and I will speak to that.
Just for some clarification, is this for a report to come back about precinct committees, or is it to set up a precinct committees?
Well, I think direct that to Councillor Lockyer. My reading of it is it's a policy decision to set them up and then get a report subsequently.
Well, I'm totally opposed to precinct committees. And if councils go back and look into the past, there was one precinct committee that took its own council to court, and it cost the council a lot of money. If councils aren't comfortable with not knowing what their residents want, and if their residents are not forthcoming and contacting their councillor if they have problems, well, we have problems being on council. I know it's a large council area, but residents, by all means, can come up and give their views, and they can contact their council with their views. And there's not a problem with that. But I'm afraid to say, if you want input into council, put the money where your mouth is and run the council.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor York?
Yep, sorry, that's how I feel.
Thank you.
Well, just
Thank you.
happen in Ashfield.
And thanks to the residents who waited so long to speak to this, and thank you for your work that you've done and continue to do on the Rozelle Iron Cove Committee. So I spoke to Councillor Lockyer earlier today and raised some of the concerns that I have about the motion and about precinct committees in particular. I agree that the community and residents are certainly hungry for opportunities to be involved in local decision making. I think that's right. I'm not convinced that the precinct committee structure is the right answer for all parts of this council at all times. So what I would prefer to see is an opportunity for council to consider some, which isn't to take away from the work that is clearly happening successfully in your area, but it sounds like that's going on and it should happen anyway. And similarly with the Newtown Neighbourhood Centre, I've attended some of those sessions. I think they're very valuable, but I don't want to see a cookie cutter solution that is applied across the board in this council area to all problems in all places. What I think works very effectively in both participatory and deliberative forms of democracy are models that are custom made for a particular problem that you're trying to solve. So I would like to see council take the opportunity to really look at some innovative models that we can use. I think we should continue to do what we've been doing tonight, which is establishing working groups on issues bases where there is a community need for them, and I think that is working well. And we also have other opportunities to do that through the strategic reference groups that we've been referring issues back to throughout the evening as well. So I don't agree that there are no conduits into this council. I do agree that we can look at other ways to do more of that, but I would love to see us take the opportunity to do that in an innovative way on a more of a custom needs basis that is a little bit more fit for purpose, that doesn't necessarily assume that a model that works in one area is going to work in all areas across this council at all times.
Thank you very much for that. Further discussion? Councillor Hesse?
I think I've certainly talked about this issue a lot with residents during the election campaign. As residents will know, we talked a lot about the impacts on Marrickville, Sydenham and Tempe and St Peters tonight. And every resident I spoke to thought this was a good idea because it's about empowering our residents. If you look at the history of the way, indeed, Leichhardt stopped the Askin government back in the early 70s, was actually through precinct committees. It's been that long in the old Leichhardt municipality. And I think it's not good enough, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but it's not good enough to have an ad hoc response. I think having an organised and empowered community is a really important thing. And I think the point that Mr Lozano made was also very apt. We have a lot of people in our area, and it's not a matter of not getting out and knowing our communities. I'm sure we all do in reality, but we can't know every street. We can't know every corner, every gutter, every house. I've lived in Marrickville for over 30 years and I don't know every single... Well, you're doing better than me, Councillor Passis. You've got superpowers and I commend you for them.
Meeting to order. Councillor Hesse will be heard in silence.
I think the really important thing here is the weight we have. It was discussed earlier tonight too about, I forget who it was, one of the residents said, it's not just about... that this council has, one of the few advantages I can see of a larger council is greater political weight. But we can make wonderful speeches to each other in here, and there's only 20 of us left tonight, but they don't mean doodly squat unless we've got our community behind us. And if we really want to change things, we do need our community behind us, because the threats we have, that we face in this community, are mostly external threats. They're threats from state governments to destroy our communities. Now, like that or not, that is the reality, and I think we are more effective in representing our communities with these committees, and frankly, they will have their own lives. A precinct committee in Tempe will have a different culture to a precinct committee in Rozelle Iron Cove, because the community there is different and they want different things. So I'd strongly encourage councillors to support this motion. And I'm sorry if I'm a bit garbled because I'm bloody tired.
Harden up, mate. We used to go to 1 o'clock in the morning in Leichhardt. Councillor Steer. Exactly. Depends if Rochelle was there or not. Sometimes 3 o'clock.
I don't really know enough about resident precinct committees to really feel qualified to make a decision tonight, and that is because Marrickville Council never had them. What concerns me about the motion immediately is item number 2, council to design an effective RPC system. If it is to be an effective system, it's got to be designed by surely the members of the community as well as council. I know the motion goes on to say which will include consultation with previous executives of precinct committees. Who those people are, I don't know, and it's also not a wide enough pool to choose from. Therefore, I'm proposing an amendment to item number 2 of the original motion, which is at the end of precinct committees to insert and members of the public after public exhibition.
Okay.
Accepted by the mover.
That's accepted, so that's been incorporated into the primary motion. Councillor Drury.
Thank you, I think. Mayor, since the 1970s, there's been a lot of thinking about participatory democracy, deliberative democracy, representative democracy. There is a whole body of work that looks at how we can involve people in decision making, how we can interact with residents. There is a whole range of options in terms of community engagement. It seems to me that this motion is wedded to one of those notions. One of those
Point of order. This is simply one means of community engagement. Council has 100 options.
How are you referring to the Code of Meeting Practice in your point of order, Councillor?
That's an incorrect statement that a councillor is making.
It's not the first one, you can make a lot.
He's not out of order. He's not.
John, is that just tit for tat, John? Because I wouldn't do that.
Councillor Drury.
I really wouldn't do that.
Councillor Drury, please continue. You're not out of order.
Surprise. Look, there is a lot of thinking in terms of these things. This motion seeks to establish one model, and I think if you go to the literature, there are a whole lot of concerns about that as a model. I would urge those people who are supporting this to actually go away and have some reading and some thinking, and I look forward to getting back a report from the staff on a range of ways in which we can interact with our community and get community views. I am certainly aware that there are a whole lot of young people in our community who are not gonna front up to a community hall with a whole lot of boomers and sit down and talk about their needs. So what happens is that you get the views of those people who turn up as being the views of the area. There are a whole lot of people who don't have the English language skills, who don't have a range of other capacities to attend, who don't get to go along. And so what happens is that with precinct committees, we get one set of views put forward as the views of the community. This concerns me because there are a lot smarter ways of actually getting the views of the community. There is a lot of work being done, and I ask those people who seriously want to think about this to actually go to the body of literature and have a look at other ways where we can really get the views of a wider cross-section of the community, to actually involve members of the community in participatory decision-making, deliberative decision-making, participatory decision-making where appropriate. I support the foreshadowed motion.
Thank you. I might make a few comments. Tell you a funny story. When I was about 20, 21, I established something called the Balmain Youth Organisation. It's basically a group of kids who were a bit younger than me, some of them substantially younger, mostly from the public housing estates around Balmain, and being the idealistic young socialist that I was, I thought it'd be a good idea to get them together and run a sort of educative political organising program and try and get them engaged in the community. And part of that involved going to Balmain PCYC one day and putting on a doco about what was then the nascent Hugo Chavez-led revolution in Venezuela. And
that went well.
The local copper came into the room right at the moment when they were taking power in the doco, and he was pretty alarmed. And I have to say, we never got any money out of council for that precinct committee, and that's in essence what it was. It was a precinct committee of young people from disadvantaged backgrounds. Wouldn't have much interest in going along to the precinct committees as we know them at Leichhardt Council. And so there's all different forms of community engagement. It was a large group. There would have been 20 or 25 people, much larger than the average attendance of a precinct committee under the former Leichhardt Council. And so I've always tried to be guided by the sort of principle that Councillor Drury's just outlined about how do you make sure that the most disadvantaged people in the community have their voices heard. And I think there's some broad principles of agreement here. I've heard everybody say that we have a lot of people in this new council area, almost 200,000. People are hungry for participation and engagement. Everyone would agree about that. And that the question is, how do we meaningfully engage the largest number of those people so we can draw on their expertise and they feel a sense of ownership over the council? I think precinct committees may play a part in that. We should look at that very carefully. But the idea that constitutes broad engagement based on the attendance at the Leichhardt Council's precinct committees previously, that would constitute broad engagement with a population of 200,000 people is nonsensical. That is blatantly nonsensical. And you can go and have a look at the minutes. We've got them on record. The precinct committees in Leichhardt did lots of good work, very engaged people, often people very politically engaged. Many of them were handing out for John on the election day, just passed. And that's been a big part of our tradition in Leichhardt. But I think one of the things that all of us are going to have to get our heads around is in this new area, we're going to have to be cognizant of the fact that we've got responsibility for a much larger area, including all of the areas outside of our own wards. And it's something I'm trying to be very aware of as mayor, that I'm not the mayor of Leichhardt. I'm the mayor of the Inner West, which includes Ashfield and Marrickville, which was larger than Leichhardt. And so what I would prefer to do, I don't want to rule out the prospect of having precinct committees, but I don't want to preempt any review. None of us have read a report on what the council's community engagement policy is. Now, I've consulted with officers and they were preparing one for December, but I think we should require that. And let's have a really close look at all of the things the council's already doing, and then let's raise the bar and set a higher standard and come up with new, innovative things that we want the council to do, make sure that it's well resourced to try and get not a few dozen, but tens of thousands of people from the local community directly involved in decision-making here. I think precinct committees could be a part of that, but the idea that they would be preeminent based on the numbers of people who've participated previously is just wrong. So I would urge councillors to support the foreshadowed motion, which will have a report come back to council in December about the possibility of precinct committees, but also to look at all of the other forms of democratic engagement that I'm sure we're all very interested in. And I think that's a sensible way for us to progress if the objective is not just establishing precinct committees, but setting up the best participatory model that we possibly can. Is there any further discussion? Councillor De Cruz and then Councillor Porteous.
I've been involved in the Annandale precinct group since about 1998. And here I am today. I think one point that you are missing is how these precincts operate. They're more necessary now where we have a large council. They actually provide a local point of contact, and that's a very important part and a conduit into the council. And I think that's a very important aspect that needs to be recognised, that the precincts offered, and that if you're going to do any analysis, it can't just come from the council or academic papers. It has to come from the experience within the local area of these precinct groups.
Thank you for that. Councillor Porteous.
Yeah, look, I guess what is perhaps the most awful thing about now being part of a forcibly amalgamated council is that it's so obvious how much democracy has been lost in the process. I actually suffer myself being a councillor here, knowing that this is the only forum where the public, where our residents get a chance to come and speak on issues that are important to them. I'm absolutely horrified when they're not treated with respect. But we actually have annihilated almost every other conduit for our residents. And I think that's a real slap in the face of local democracy. And nobody's saying that precinct committees, resident precinct committees, fill all of the needs in terms of ensuring that we are re-establishing local democracy. But when you have had everything taken from you, they are an important way for us to start to rebuild that trust with our community. And they're a really important way to also build, I believe very passionately, that we need many leaders in our community, and that as 15 councillors, we're not the only leaders in our community. Yeah, I got elected, but I mean, I don't consider myself to be any better able to make decisions than most of the people that are in the community that I live in. And I want to be able to give them the opportunity to have their voice, to be empowered, to know that they're respected and that we're listening to them. It's not actually the type of community engagement and decision-making groups that Councillor York and Councillor Drury are talking about. For me, more about when you've got a specific issue that you need to make a decision on. That's actually not what precincts are about. Precincts are ongoing. They're actually about belonging to your community. They're about coming together of your local community and being part of that community and sharing what the issues are from one month to another. It's an incredibly good, wonderful, empowering experience for our local community. It is what local democracy is, and it is what we should be aiming towards as councillors if we are serious about re-establishing local democracy with this new council. And gosh, you know, with the fact that we need to we have to get back to the local, because we've lost the local in this process as well. And president precincts are a great way to do that. So I recognise the fact that the Labor Liberal councillors, with probably Councillor Macri, I'm not going to support this tonight, as has been the voting pattern on certain things tonight, but I would urge you
Your time has expired, Councillor.
not forget the importance of the precinct committees and to support
Your time
them
has expired.
moving forward with this council. Thank you.
Question to the chair, if I could.
Of course. I have you, Councillor Iskander, yes.
Thank you. Just a quick question. In my whole 20 years or 18 years of experience with the precincts, I've never heard the words "the preeminence of the precincts," nor have I ever thought those words before. And the first time I've ever heard them is tonight in discussion twice.
Because you've moved a resolution that we skip everything else, consideration of everything else, and re-establish them before we look at anything else. That's why they're preeminent in your view.
This is a start. It's simply a start. But
There's nothing in your resolution which suggests it's a start.
Where does that term come from?
Once.
Where does that term come from, preeminence of the precincts?
Well,
I've
I'm the
never
one who
heard
used
this.
it. And
yeah.
Google it, my friend. Preeminent means you think it's more important than everything else. Full stop.
No, you use those terms. I've never used them.
I know, but you're asking for the definition. I've just given it to you.
I have a serious point of order.
Fair point.
The Speaker has spoken once. Can we hear from other speakers?
You never stop speaking.
Yeah. John, there's no need for this.
No, I'm saying you.
No. You're not moving a point of order. You need to refer to the code of meeting practice to move a point of order.
Well, you're not using positive terms, and you're asking everybody else to use positive terms.
That's not a breach of the code of meeting practice, my friend.
You can do what you want.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Iskander.
Since we started talking about ideologies and digging deep in some theories happened in the past, like the Chinese theory, giverist theory, people's committees. We had different, if you like, experiences, and we've been through a lot around the world. Let me tell you one thing which is very important to us. When I arrived to Australia, we started this experience, and that was 1977. We established committees to represent the Arabs from different backgrounds, and we asked the Greek to do the same and the Italians to do the same. We were very enthusiastic at that time, and we wanted to change what is Australia was about that time, the racism. Well, we had something to work for, which is fight against racism. We started working together, and we came to the conclusion that we should really support the ethnic council. Then after that, we ended up with the multiculturalism, then different experiences. What I'm trying to say here to the Greens, look at the history of the Greens, how it really was created. You would see that different group came together to do something. All of them, they agreed upon. Now, some of them, they are going back to study what they can do to each group. Now, go back to our precincts. What I would like to say, this precinct you're talking about, it was used in the history and it was supported even here in Australia through the unions and through some radical small political groups too. It didn't work. Why it didn't work? Not because it's a bad idea. It is a very good idea. It is very good reflection to the democracy and to what the people feel, and everyone is entitled to have that platform and work. I will conclude by saying, well, I support the precinct, but that would not be the only thing we think about to have the engagement of our community. That's why I really stress that we should have the foreshadow motion, because it gives us the chance to study more and learn more, as Councillor Dury said and the other councillors said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken who would like to? If not, I'm going to put the primary motion. If we can just scroll back up. It's moved by Councillor Lockyer.
Do I get closing remarks? Sorry.
Of course, yes.
Okay. Look, I'll be brief. I should stress that, you know, I agree with what you're saying, what Councillor Skander is saying, and that I don't, and actually quite a few councillors have said, at no point in time were we moving this with the idea that the resident precinct committees would be the only way for residents to engage with us. The whole point of putting it forward to for us to design a way forward with it was because I agree with Councillor York. I don't think a cookie cutter approach would work with this. The same kind of group that would work in, say, Ashfield Ward, I think would look very different in Newtown and Tempe. That's the whole point of the motion being worded as it is. But and look, you know, I as somebody who actually got involved in politics because I got involved in an ad hoc approach to responding to a particular issue in the area, I think Councillor Hesse made an excellent point in that, you know, the Inner West has always had a strong history of people coming together to respond to particular issues. But we do need at this time for our community to be stronger, and you can only get that when you're working together consistently rather than coming together and apart on specific issues. It's really just one method of community engagement, that has been working in areas in our LGA already that people have expressed a lot of enthusiasm for. And I would be concerned that my concern with the foreshadowed motion is that it could end up just coming off the agenda entirely. And I think it should form part of a mix. I think a diverse mix of community engagement is what we need, but I do feel strongly that this should play a significant role in it.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll now put the primary motion. All those in favour? All those against? That has been defeated. I'll now put the foreshadowed motion. Is there a seconder for that? Oh, sorry, that's 7-all. I'll use my casting vote to defeat it. I'll now deal with the foreshadowed motion. Is there a seconder for that? Yep. Seconded by Councillor Drury. I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? That's been carried. I declare the meeting closed.
Oh, really? This is something your friend